I always thought the world would end in silence. Not the kind of silence you get in a library, or when snow falls so thick that you can't even hear your own boots crunching. I mean the silence that comes when the current stops humming through the wires, when every refrigerator and streetlight and phone tower exhales for the last time. That silence was what I'd been waiting for, preparing for, obsessing over. I live on the outskirts of Scranton, Pennsylvania, in a 2-story brick house that I inherited from my uncle. He was an old-school electrician, the kind of guy who kept the manuals for everything he ever worked on. When he died, I found his basement stuffed with tool chests, schematics, even a shortwave radio that still smelled like cigarette smoke. Most people would have sold the junk. I didn't. I turned it into my arsenal. See, I was a blackout prepper. Not just canned food and bottled water like the doomsday TV guys. No, my obsession was the grid. I studied the Northeast blackout of 2003 like a war historian studies Gettysburg. I had notebooks filled with vulnerabilities in the PJM interconnection, the regional power grid that stretched across Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland, and beyond. While neighbors spent weekends mowing lawns or grilling, I was in my basement, teaching myself how long a chest freezer could hold temp without power, 2 days if you don't open it, or how to wire a marine battery into a solar array. My friends called me paranoid. I called it foresight. And then, on a Friday night in October, the hum stopped. It happened at 7:13 p.m. I was in the kitchen, peeling open a can of Bush's baked beans, when the overhead light flickered. Just once, quick. Enough to make me pause. Then it went dark. The fridge gave one last click like a throat clearing. The neighborhood fell silent. I waited, counting. 1 Mississippi. 2. 10. No backup hum. The blackout had come. At first it wasn't panic. I lit 2 oil lamps, not candles because candles give off weak light and smell like nostalgia, not survival. I had kerosene lanterns with thick glass and steady flame. I placed one in the window, one on the kitchen counter. Then I did what I always told myself I'd do. I waited. Blackouts usually pop back within an hour. That's the standard expectation. And sure enough, I could hear the neighborhood react. Shouts of shit from a block over, a car alarm briefly hiccuping, dogs barking. People always think the worst part of a blackout is the dark. It's not. It's the noise. Without the TV, the fridge, the heater, you suddenly hear everything. Every cough, every creak in the floorboards, every neighbor swearing. I checked my watch. 7:23 p.m. That's when the first siren cut through the night. Now, Scranton isn't New York City, but we've got our share of emergency calls, traffic accidents on I-81, bar fights in town. But this wasn't one siren. This was 3, maybe 4. They weren't racing past either. They seemed to circle the same area. Then a sound I'll never forget, gunshots. At first I thought it was fireworks. But no, the rhythm was wrong. Fireworks crack, fade, echo. This was sharp, violent, like someone slamming metal against stone. And it kept going. I turned off my lantern in the window. Darkness was safer. That's when the first scream tore through the night. Not a scream of fear. Not a drunk college girl shrieking on a dare. No. This one was guttural, cut short, like someone's throat being crushed mid-breath. Then came another. Closer. And another. I felt my stomach twist in on itself. My prepping notebooks had covered everything: EMP attacks, cascading grid failures, even cyber warfare. But I hadn't prepared for this sound. The sound of people being ripped apart. By 8 p.m. the neighborhood was chaos. Car doors slamming. People running. More sirens. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed like popcorn. I crouched by my second-floor window, binoculars pressed to my face, and scanned the cul-de-sac below. I saw shadows darting between cars. Some moved like regular people, frantic, stumbling. But others, they didn't move right. Their arms swung too loose like marionettes on strings. Their heads snapped in animal jerks, locking onto sounds. They didn't weave around obstacles so much as plow into them, falling and rising again with inhuman persistence. My neighbor across the street, John, a guy who once mocked me for hoarding water barrels, stumbled out his front door. His pajama shirt was soaked in blood. He waved his arms, staggering into the middle of the street. A woman followed him out. At least she used to be a woman. Her jaw hung at an angle that made me gag. Her face was slick, her skin gray in the lantern glow. She lunged at him, sank teeth into his throat, and dragged him down. John's scream cut short, and all I could do was watch. That was the first hour. And I knew with a sick clarity, this wasn't just a blackout. The world hadn't gone silent. It had started screaming. The worst part wasn't seeing John get torn apart. The worst part was how quickly the street went quiet again, like the darkness itself had swallowed the sound. I stayed frozen by the window, binoculars pressed so hard against my face that they left red circles on my skin. I didn't even blink. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where? Into that? No. Instead, I did what preppers do best. I started cataloging. Time of event, approximately 7:48 p.m. Location, cul-de-sac 50 feet from my front door. Subject A, male mid-40s, known neighbor. Injured but alive when leaving house. Subject B, female mid-30s. Displayed abnormal aggression, uncoordinated but fast. Lethal bite attack. No hesitation. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely hold the pen, but I forced myself to keep writing. Documentation was control. Control was survival. The smell hit next. It crept in through the cracks of my old window frame, oily and coppery. Like raw meat left too long in the sun. I gagged, pulling my sweatshirt over my mouth. Outside shadows still moved. Not many. Not yet. I saw one slam full speed into a parked sedan, its head cracking the windshield like a dropped watermelon. It slid down, jaw dangling, then clawed back up. Over and over. Like it didn't even register pain. That's when my lantern sputtered. I whipped around. The flame was fine, but the kerosene was low. And that single flicker reminded me of something crucial. Light attracts. I doused both lanterns. Darkness swallowed the house. I sat in my living room with only the red glow of my watch face. The silence pressed in. Not silence exactly, I could still hear things. Scraping. Footsteps. Breathing maybe. And every few minutes, a wet tearing sound followed by silence. I forced myself to think tactically. That's what I'd always promised myself I'd do. Barricade points. I had reinforced my front and back doors months ago with steel brackets. Windows were double-paned but still vulnerable. Basement was safest if I needed to vanish. Supplies. Food for 6 months. Water barrels in the basement. 2 marine batteries charged, connected to a 200-watt solar panel in the backyard, though the blackout wouldn't matter if dawn never came. Weapons. Pennsylvania isn't strict on guns. I had a Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun, 2 Glock 19s, and a crossbow I convinced myself was for silent hunting. Ammo, not enough. Never enough. I repeated those lists in my head like prayers. Because the alternative was listening to the screams outside. By 9:15 p.m. I couldn't sit still anymore. My survival notes from years ago kept circling in my brain. Intel is life. Sitting in a dark house without knowing the scope of the threat? That was suicide. So I powered on my shortwave radio. Static. Nothing but static. I scanned through frequencies, my palms slick with sweat. Then, at 10.7 megahertz, I caught fragments. Mass casualty, not containable. Shelter in place. National Guard en route. Byte transmission confirmed. The voice was frantic, cutting in and out. But I'd heard enough. Byte transmission. My throat went dry. This wasn't rioting. It wasn't drugs. It wasn't just some blackout chaos. This was infection. At 9:30, something pounded on my door. 3 heavy blows. Then silence. I froze. Every hair on my body stood straight. The pounding came again, rattling the frame. Whoever, whatever, was out there had weight behind it. I raised my shotgun, racking it quietly. The pounding stopped. Then came the scratching. Slow, deliberate, nails dragging down wood. I aimed at the door, my arms trembling. Sweat dripped into my eyes, stinging. And then, nothing. The sound moved away. I don't know how long I sat there, gun leveled, finger aching from hovering on the trigger. Eventually I checked my watch again. 10:12 p.m. Almost 3 hours since the power died. And all I could think was, I'd survived 3 hours. 9 more to go. If I could make it to dawn, maybe the guard really would roll in. Maybe I'd see headlights sweeping through the neighborhood, soldiers with rifles, helicopters thudding overhead. Maybe. But deep down I already knew. Nobody was coming. By 10:30 p.m. my living room felt like a coffin. Every creak in the floorboards made me flinch. Every gust rattling the siding sounded like claws. I tried to convince myself it was just nerves, that my prepper mind was spinning shadows into monsters. But then I'd remember John's scream, cut short in the street, and I knew this wasn't imagination. It was happening. I forced myself into routine. Routine kept the panic from chewing holes in my thoughts. Step 1. Check supplies. I slipped into the basement, flashlight covered with red film so the beam wouldn't spill through cracks. My barrels of water were untouched. Food bins stacked neatly. MREs in vacuum-sealed packs. I ran my hand over the lids like a priest blessing relics. Step 2. Confirm barricades. I tested the back door brace, pressed against the 2x4s nailed across the lower windows. Solid. For now. Step 3. Recon. I crept back upstairs, crouched under the window, and raised the binoculars. The cul-de-sac had changed. Bodies littered the asphalt. Some lay still, limbs twisted. Others twitched, rolling like fish on a dock. A few were crawling, dragging broken legs behind them as they clawed toward any sound. And then, under the flickering orange glow of a distant fire, I saw something worse. Kids. 2 of them. Barely teenagers, maybe younger. Their faces smeared dark. They weren't screaming. They weren't running. They were chewing. I snapped the blinds shut, while rising in my throat. I staggered into the kitchen and dry heaved over the sink. Nothing came up. My stomach was too knotted. When I could breathe again, I went to the pantry and pulled out one of my emergency ration bars. 3,600 calories compressed into a brick of sugar and oil. I chewed mechanically, not tasting it. I told myself it was fuel, nothing more. Because if I thought about what I'd just seen, I'd never eat again. At 11:04 p.m. the pounding came back. Not at the front door this time. At the side window. I froze in the hallway, shotgun aimed low. The glass rattled as something scraped across it, slow and steady. I forced myself to peek. A face. Not a stranger's. Mrs. Caldwell. She was my neighbor, 62 years old, always wore a wide-brimmed hat when gardening. She'd brought me zucchini bread once, back before I'd pushed everyone away with my paranoid rambling. Now her face was gray and slack, her eyes clouded white. She dragged her nails down the glass again and again, a dull squeal that made my teeth ache. For a split second I thought I saw her real self flicker through. Her mouth twitched, lips forming words I couldn't hear. Then she bared her teeth and slammed her forehead against the glass. I backed away, pulse hammering. I almost fired, but some last thread of humanity kept my finger off the trigger. Shooting her wouldn't save me. It would only burn ammo. I retreated to the basement, heart pounding so loud I swore it would draw them all to me. Down there, surrounded by concrete and canned beans, I finally let myself cry. Not loud. Not sobbing. Just silent tears that slid down my face, dripping onto my sweatshirt. I'd always told myself I was ready for the end. That I was built for it. That when the world collapsed I'd rise. But in that moment, curled against a water barrel with a shotgun across my knees, I felt smaller than I ever had. Because prepping can't save you from guilt, or loneliness, or the memory of your neighbors being eaten alive while you hide. By midnight I stopped checking the watch. Time had lost meaning. I measured the night in sounds, the wet crack of bones splitting, the glassy screech of nails on windows, the distant thud of gunfire, growing rarer as the hours passed. Somewhere past 1 a.m. the gunfire stopped entirely, and the silence that followed was worse than the screams. That was the last normal hour, because at 2 a.m. the scratching at the windows stopped, not because they gave up, but because they'd found something else, something bigger. And when the howling started, low, guttural, almost wolf-like but wrong in every way, I knew the blackout hadn't just taken the lights. It had taken the world. And I was alone in the dark. At first, the silence felt like mercy. After hours of clawing at my windows, of glass groaning under relentless nails, the sudden stillness was almost a relief. My shoulders sagged. I thought maybe they'd lost interest, wandered to some other poor soul's house. But then the howling started. It rose from somewhere down the block, not human, not even close. A long, guttural moan that cracked midway into a shriek. One voice at first, then a chorus, dozens layering over each other until the night shook with it. The scratching hadn't stopped. It had been replaced. I crept upstairs, every step a betrayal under my weight. I crouched beneath the living room window, fingers trembling as I raised the binoculars just enough to peek through the blinds. The cul-de-sac was alive. Not with people, with them. Dozens, maybe more. They weren't clawing at doors anymore. They were gathering in the street, heads jerking in unison at some unseen signal. Their bodies twitched like marionettes with tangled strings, spasming, then freezing, then all turning the same direction. And then I saw what they were turning toward. Movement. A pickup truck tearing down the road, headlights blazing, horn blaring. The driver was leaning out the window with a rifle, firing wildly into the swarm. He didn't make it 50 feet. They surged. Not stumbled, surged. As one. Bodies slammed against the truck, shattering windows. Hands tore at the doors. The horn blared one final note before being choked silent. The vehicle rocked, then collapsed under the weight of them all, climbing, ripping, feasting. I dropped the binoculars, gagging into my sleeve. The scratching hadn't stopped because they'd found new prey. And I knew with sick certainty, if I made a single mistake, I'd be next. I retreated to the basement, heart pounding. The walls felt thinner than paper now. My mind raced through contingencies. If they breached the windows, I had fallback in the basement panic corner, reinforced steel hatch leading to the old coal chute. If the house caught fire, I'd have to risk the backyard, make for the tree line behind the property. But the truth gnawed at me harder than any plan could silence. I wasn't ready. I'd spent years preparing for blackouts, for water shortages, for looters. I hadn't prepared for them. Around 3 a.m. the first real test came. I heard glass break upstairs. I froze, shotgun in hand, ears straining. A single shatter, then silence. Not followed by the chorus of moans I'd expected. Just one sound, which meant one of them was inside. I crept up the basement stairs, every muscle shaking. At the top, I killed the flashlight, crouched low and listened. A shuffle. What? Slow. In the kitchen. I raised the shotgun, inching forward. My heart hammered so loud I was sure it would give me away. Then I saw her. Not through blinds. Not across the street. But 5 feet away in the pale moonlight slanting through the broken window. Mrs. Caldwell. Her face was shredded where she'd smashed the glass to get in. Blood streamed down her chin. Her cloudy eyes locked on me the instant I moved. She shrieked, a sound that scraped bone, and lunged. I fired. The blast lit the kitchen, thunder in a coffin. Her skull snapped back, body crumpling. Silence returned. But it wasn't the relief I'd hoped for. Because silence meant one thing. Every monster outside had heard the shot. And now they were coming. The blast was still ringing in my ears when I heard the first answering moan. Oh, drawn out. Followed by another. Then another. Until the night outside my broken kitchen window was a wall of sound, hundreds of voices stitched into one long scream. My stomach dropped. I had just rung the dinner bell. I bolted the basement door shut and braced a chair under the knob. Not much, but better than nothing. My hands shook so badly I fumbled the shotgun reload twice, dropping shells onto the linoleum. Each one that hit the floor echoed like a gunshot. Then came the first slam. Not at the door, at the siding. Something heavy hit the house hard enough to rattle the dishes in the cabinets. Then another thud, this time at the front porch. The groaning would told me they were climbing, testing, looking for weakness. I killed every light, crouched in the hallway and forced myself to breathe through my nose. Slow. Controlled. Prepping rule number 1. Don't waste oxygen panicking. But panic was already winning. At 3:12 a.m. the kitchen window gave way. I heard the crunch of glass under feet. Heavy, dragging steps inside my house. I raised the shotgun, barrel trembling. A shadow lurched into view, too tall, too broad. Not Mrs. Caldwell this time. Someone bigger. I fired once. The shadow crumpled. But then another climbed through the window. And another. I was losing the house. I fell back to the basement stairs, adrenaline flooding my veins. As I yanked the door shut behind me, I heard claws, nails, hands, teeth, whatever they were using, scraping across the walls upstairs. My walls. My fortress. And then came the sound I dreaded most. The front door buckled. The steel brackets I'd installed shrieked as the wood bowed. Again. Again. Each slam echoed down the stairwell like a battering ram. They were coordinated now. Moving together. Like a hive. And I realized, no amount of prepping could turn a house into a bunker. Not against this. 3:30 a.m. The basement was dark except for my red-filtered flashlight. I pressed my ear to the concrete, listening. The scraping above grew louder. Boards splitting. Furniture crashing. They were inside. Dozens of them. I had two choices. Wait it out in the basement until they tore through. Or take the coal chute. The chute was a relic from when the house used to run on coal heat. I'd reinforced it, kept it sealed. It opened into the backyard just at the tree line. Perfect emergency exit. But using it meant leaving everything behind. Food, water, ammo. My life's work. I stared at the hatch, heart in my throat. I'd spent years preparing for this night, and now, if I wanted to survive, I had to abandon it all. The decision was made for me at 3:41 a.m. The basement door above exploded off its hinges. A tidal wave of bodies poured down the stairs, snarling, clawing, tumbling over each other in their hunger. I didn't think. I dove for the coal chute, wrenching the hatch open. Cold night air blasted my face. I squeezed through, shotgun scraping the edges, just as the first hands reached the bottom of the stairs. For a second, I was wedged, stuck between the world I'd built and the one collapsing into me. Then I kicked free, tumbled into the wet grass, and rolled into the trees. Behind me, my house, my fortress, roared with the sound of feeding. And for the first time I understood, prepping hadn't saved me. It had trapped me. The grass was wet and cold against my face. I lay still, cheek pressed to the earth, while the night behind me filled with the sound of feeding. My house, my fortress, was gone. Every 2x4 I nailed, every barrel I filled, every checklist I wrote, shredded in minutes. I wanted to run back, to fight, to claw it all back. But then I heard the moans echoing through the broken windows, dozens of voices twisting into one terrible chorus. No amount of ammo could silence that. So I crawled deeper into the treeline. The woods behind my property weren't wild, not really. Scranton suburbs fade into patches of forest, cut through with deer trails and the occasional ATV track. But at 4 o'clock in the morning, with no lights, no power, and monsters just 100 feet behind me, it felt like the deepest wilderness on earth. I moved slow, crouched low, shotgun ready. Every snapped twig under my boots felt like a flare going off. I kept glancing back, sure I'd see pale faces glowing in the moonlight, teeth gnashing as they followed me. But the horde stayed at the house. For now. After 20 minutes, I collapsed against a tree, chest heaving. I wanted to rest, God, I wanted to, but my prepper brain screamed at me, "Don't stop moving until you're safe." Except, where was safe? I thought about the maps I'd studied for years. Supply routes, substations, back roads. My brain flipped through them like flashcards, but none of them accounted for this. The blackout had been predictable. The infection wasn't. I pulled my pack around, the small one I'd managed to grab before fleeing. Inventory: 2 bottles of water, 3 ration bars, 1 box of shells half full, 1 flashlight with red filter, 1 shortwave radio. That was it. My entire life's work reduced to a pack I could carry in 2 hands. The weight of it almost broke me. At 4:23 a.m. I heard movement. Not behind me, ahead. In the brush. I froze, shotgun up. My finger hovered on the trigger, sweat dripping down my temple. The bushes rustled. Then a voice. "Don't shoot." Human. Weak, trembling, but human. A man stepped out, hands raised. Mid-30s, scruffy beard, hoodie smeared with mud. His eyes darted behind me like he expected the monsters any second. "Jesus," he whispered, voice cracking. "You saw them too, didn't you?" I didn't lower the gun. "Who are you?" I hissed. "Name's Eric. My car died on the way out of town. Been running since. Thought I was the last one left." He looked at me, really looked, and his eyes widened. "You've got a pack. Supplies. You prepped, didn't you?" I didn't answer. My grip on the shotgun tightened. Because in that moment, I realized something I'd never written in my notebooks, never considered in my plans. The dead weren't the only threat. The living were too. We sat in tense silence under the trees, the night pressing around us. Somewhere back at the house, the moans still echoed. Eric swallowed hard. "Listen. I'm not here to take anything. I don't want to die alone out here." His voice cracked, and for a moment I saw past the scruffy beard and the twitching hands. He was terrified. Same as me. But fear makes people dangerous. I thought about turning him away. About telling him to walk the other direction, vanish into the woods, and never cross my path again. But another sound reached us then, a howl. Close. Eric's eyes went wide. He looked at me like a drowning man looks at a lifeboat. And I knew my first major choice wasn't about bullets or barricades. It was about trust. The howl carried through the trees, low and guttural, closer than before. Eric flinched. "They're hunting." His voice was barely a whisper, but the way his body trembled said he believed it. I scanned the tree-lean, shotgun raised. The night was so black it felt like the forest swallowed the moonlight whole. Every shadow looked like a figure. Every gust of wind sounded like breath. Eric leaned closer. "We can't stay here." I hated that he was right. We moved. Slow, crouched, deliberate. My boots sank into damp leaves, shotgun heavy in my arms. Eric trailed half a step behind me, his hoodie snagging on branches. He tried to stay quiet, but fear makes people clumsy. Every time he stumbled, I clenched my jaw. Part of me wanted to ditch him, melt into the dark and let him be the noise that drew attention. But then I remembered his eyes when he said, "I don't want to die alone." And the truth was, neither did I. By 5:12 a.m., we reached a clearing. The remains of an old logging road cut through the trees, half swallowed by weeds. I held up a hand to stop Eric. We crouched at the tree-lean, listening. At first, nothing. Then, movement. Not moans. Not the dragging shuffle I'd come to recognize. Engines. A pair of headlights bounced down the overgrown road, sweeping across the clearing. A pickup truck, mud-caked, bed piled high with crates. Figures in the back clutched rifles, scanning the woods. Eric's eyes lit up. Survivors. He started to step forward, but I grabbed his arm, yanking him down. "Or looters," I hissed. The truck slowed, engine rumbling low. One of the men in the bed stood, sweeping a spotlight across the trees. The beam carved through the dark, slicing just inches from where we crouched. I held my breath. The man lowered the light, shouted something to the driver, and the truck rolled on. Eric let out a shaky laugh. See? People. We could get shot in the head, I snapped. I'd seen this before in blackout reports, even without monsters involved. Desperate men with trucks and guns didn't stop to share rations. They took. And I wasn't about to become their next supply cache. We waited until the growl of the engine faded into the distance before moving again. Eric's jaw was tight, his eyes darting toward me. So what, we just hide forever? You think you can make it through this alone? I didn't answer right away. My prepper brain wanted to say yes. I'd built my entire life around surviving solo, cutting ties, not depending on anyone. But standing there in the pre-dawn dark, with howls behind us and looters ahead, I knew the truth. Nobody survives alone. Not really. I looked at Eric. His hands shook, but his grip on the rusty tire iron he carried was white-knuckled. He was scared, but he wasn't useless. We moved together, I said finally. Quiet. Careful. No trust until it's earned. Understand? He nodded too quickly. I didn't believe him. Not yet. But for the first time since the blackout began, I felt a flicker of something I thought I'd lost. Hope. At 5:47 a.m., the first light of dawn bled into the sky. Not enough to see clearly, but enough to turn the black forest into shades of gray. And in that dim light I saw them. Figures. Dozens. Standing motionless among the trees, faces slack, eyes cloudy. Not moving. Just waiting. Eric's breath hitched. Jesus. They hadn't noticed us yet. But as the wind shifted, carrying our scent, heads began to turn. One by one. And I realized the sun wasn't going to save us. Daylight only meant we could see the monsters coming. The first rays of sun cut through the trees like knives. For a second I thought maybe the light would scatter them. Monsters belong to the dark. That's the rule, isn't it? But rules meant nothing now. Because the figures in the trees didn't vanish. They stirred. Gray skin catching pale dawn light, jaws twitching, hands flexing. Their cloudy eyes locked on us, one by one, like bulbs flicking on in a row. Eric swore under his breath. What the fuck do we do? I forced myself to breathe slow, steady. Panic wastes oxygen. Panic wastes choices. Stay low. Stay quiet. Move. We crouched, inching along the tree-line. Every step cracked leaves, snapped twigs. Each sound drew heads our way, bodies jerking unnaturally as they turned. The moans started soft, then louder, then answered by more voices deeper in the woods. I risked a glance back and my gut twisted. The horde wasn't shambling. They were converging. Not fast, not sprinting, but deliberate. Herding. Like they weren't hunting individuals. Like they were driving us somewhere. We broke into a jog, branches whipping our faces, the forest alive with groans. The clearing came sudden. An old service road, gravel cracked and moss-choked. Eric stumbled to a stop, gasping. We can't outrun them. We don't outrun. We outthink. I scanned the road. To the left, it curved downhill deeper into the trees. To the right, it climbed toward a chain-link fence half crushed by fallen branches. Beyond it, rooftops. A neighborhood. My stomach dropped. Going toward people meant going toward more chaos. Looters, panicked families, God knows what. But the alternative was letting the horde pen us in like cattle. I looked at Eric. Fence. Now. We sprinted. The fence was slick with morning dew, rust flaking into my palms. I slung the shotgun over my back and hauled myself up. Metal groaned under my weight. Eric scrambled beside me, breath ragged. Halfway over, I glanced back. They were closer. Dozens of them, spilling into the clearing, their movements jerky but unified. Their faces lifted toward us as one. Eric dropped down the far side with a grunt. I followed, landing hard, knees screaming. We didn't stop. We tore through overgrown backyards, past swing sets swallowed by weeds, past houses with doors ajar and curtains fluttering in broken windows. The neighborhood was dead. Not empty. Dead. At 6:42 a.m., we ducked into the shell of a two-story home. Furniture overturned, TV smashed, streaks of dried blood across the walls. The air stank of rot and mildew. Eric collapsed against the wall, chest heaving. We can't keep this up. We need food. Water. Something. I scanned the kitchen. Cabinets hanging open, cans scattered. Someone had looted it already. But then I spotted the basement door, padlock snapped. Basements meant storage. I raised a finger to my lips, motioning Eric to stay put, and crept down the stairs. The air grew damp, cold, and that's when I heard it. Not moaning, not shuffling, whimpering. Human. I froze, shotgun leveled. In the far corner, behind a barricade of crates, a figure stirred. Small, frail. A girl no older than 10. Her face was streaked with dirt, eyes wide with terror. When she saw me, she didn't scream. She whispered, "Please, don't leave me." The barrel of my shotgun lowered on instinct. Eric's voice hissed from upstairs. "What is it? What's down there?" And suddenly I realized, my plans had never accounted for this. Not for children. Not for decisions that weren't black and white. Supplies I could ration. Ammo I could count. But the cost of bringing another human into this fight? That math was Messier. And as the girl's wide eyes locked on mine, I knew survival had just become something I couldn't chart in a notebook. Her voice was barely a whisper, but it hit me harder than any scream could. "Please, don't leave me." I kept the shotgun trained low, my hands shaking. In my mind I flipped through every prepper calculation I'd ever made. Calories, water, ammo, escape routes. Everything was math. But this wasn't numbers. This was a child. Eric's voice came again from upstairs, sharp, impatient. "What the hell's down there?" The girl's eyes widened at the sound. She clutched a ragged blanket tighter around her shoulders. "Don't let him hurt me." I swallowed hard, backing up the stairs. Eric stood waiting at the top, tire iron in hand, sweat dripping down his face. His eyes searched mine. "Well?" "There's a kid," I said. His expression froze, then twisted. "A kid? You're kidding me." "No joke." He dragged a hand down his face. "Jesus Christ. That's dead weight." The words burned. Maybe because I'd thought them too the moment I saw her. "She's alive," I said. "Yeah, for how long?" You know what happens to kids in shit like this. They slow you down, they scream, they run out of food faster than anyone. You drag her with us, we die. His voice was firm, logical, cruel. And damn it, part of me agreed. I went back down. The girl hadn't moved. She watched me like a cornered animal, ready to bolt if I twitched wrong. "What's your name?" I asked. She hesitated. "Maddie." "Where's your family, Maddie?" Her lips trembled. "They went out when the lights went off. Said they'd be right back. They never came." I felt something in my chest crack. Eric stomped down the stairs behind me. "We're wasting time. Those things out there are moving. You heard them." Maddie flinched, shrinking behind the crates. Eric pointed his tire iron at her. "We leave her, we live. We take her, we die." The silence stretched. My pulse pounded in my ears. Then, without thinking, I said it. "She comes with us." Eric's face twisted like I'd slapped him. "Are you insane? You're really gonna throw away survival for being human?" I snapped. He froze. The words shocked me as much as him. For years, my prepping had been about detachment. Cold, hard numbers. But staring at Maddie's dirt-streaked face, I realized something. All the food, ammo, and water in the world didn't mean a damn thing if there was no one left worth saving. Eric cursed, pacing. "You're making a mistake. She'll get us killed. You'll see." Maybe he was right. Maybe bringing her was suicide. But in that moment, the math didn't matter. I offered Maddie my hand. She hesitated, then slipped her small fingers into mine. Her grip was weak, but it was enough. By 7:40 a.m. we were back on the move. Maddie clung to my side, Eric trailing a few paces behind, his silence heavy. The neighborhood stretched around us, silent but not still. Curtains twitched. Shapes moved in upper windows. Sometimes they were human. Sometimes not. We kept to the alleys, ducking behind fences, skirting the moans that drifted from open doors. Every step was a reminder. The city wasn't empty. It was filling. And now, every plan I had wasn't just for me. It was for us. Eric muttered, "You're gonna regret this." I didn't answer, because regret was a luxury. Survival was the only currency left. And I just made the most expensive choice of my life. We kept moving east through the neighborhood, the sun lifting higher, burning mist off the roofs. Daylight made the damage impossible to ignore. Cars abandoned mid-street, doors open, groceries spilled across asphalt. Windows smashed. Blood smeared across sidewalks and trails that stopped abruptly, as if the people who left them were simply erased. Maddie clung to my side, blanket dragging, her steps small and uneven. Every few feet, Eric shot me a glare over her head. He didn't have to say anything. His eyes screamed it. She'll get us killed. By 8:10 a.m. Maddie was stumbling, her lips pale. She hadn't eaten in days, maybe longer. My pack felt suddenly lighter, not because it was empty, but because I knew every ration bar inside now had to stretch further. We cut through a cul-de-sac, past houses with toys still scattered on lawns. I spotted one with curtains drawn and the front door ajar. Looted? Maybe. But looted didn't mean empty. I motioned Eric to watch the street, then led Maddie inside. The air hit me first, stale, sour, layered with something metallic. Blood. The living room was trashed, furniture overturned, glass crunching under my boots. In the corner, a family photo hung crooked. A mom, a dad, 2 kids, one Maddie's age. My stomach knotted. Kitchen first. Drawers open, cabinets raided. But luck. Under the sink, wedged behind a bucket of cleaning supplies, 3 sealed bottles of water. Still cold. I stuffed them in the pack. Check upstairs, Eric whispered from the doorway. I hesitated. Upstairs was risk. But supplies meant survival. I gave Maddie the flashlight, red filter on. Stay by the door. Don't move. Her eyes widened, but she nodded. The stairs creaked under my boots. Each step a warning shot to anything hiding above. The hallway smelled worse. A bedroom door hung open. Inside I found the source. 2 bodies. A man and woman sprawled on the carpet, their throats torn out. Skin gray, eyes milky. They hadn't stayed down, not right away. Bullet holes marked their skulls. Someone had been here. Someone who knew what they were doing. I froze at the sound, a floorboard groaning behind me. I spun, shotgun raised. Eric. He held up his hands. Relax. Just checking. His eyes slid past me to the corpses. He didn't flinch. You see? This is what happens when you try to save people. You end up dead. I lowered the shotgun, jaw tight. Or maybe alive long enough to make a choice. He sneered. You're blinded. By that kid. She's not family. She's not your responsibility. She's dead weight. I pushed past him, heading back downstairs. Maddie was by the door, flashlight shaking in her small hands. When she saw me, relief flooded her face. I handed her a bottle of water. She drank like she'd never tasted it before. Eric watched, silent, jaw clenched. For a moment it was quiet. Then the sound came, pounding, rhythmic against the back door. The 3 of us froze. Maddie whimpered, water bottle slipping from her hands. Eric hissed. We've got to move. Now. The pounding grew louder. More hands. More voices. Moans rising into a chorus. The house wasn't shelter. It was bait. And we'd just taken it. The pounding shook the walls. At first it was just the back door rattling on broken hinges. Then the windows joined in, fists slamming, glass cracking. The house groaned under the weight of bodies pressing against it. Eric's face twisted in panic. They smelled us. We're done. I scanned the room fast. Exits, cover, weapons. Prepper math. Front door, blocked by 2, maybe 3 shapes already pressing against the glass. Back door, seconds from collapse. That left the side window halfway boarded, kitchen sink beneath it. Up, I barked. Through the kitchen. Now. Eric didn't argue. He yanked the boards loose with his tire iron, wood splintering. Maddie cried out as the first window shattered behind us, glass raining onto the carpet. A hand reached through the broken pane, skin shredded, nails black. Another followed. Then a face, lips gone, teeth clacking. Go. I shoved Maddie toward the kitchen. Eric hauled her up onto the counter and boosted her through the gap. She disappeared into the daylight with a grunt. Eric scrambled after, cursing under his breath. The back door exploded inward. They poured in. I fired once. The blast echoed through the house, ringing in my ears. A figure toppled, chest blooming red, but 3 more clambered over it. I climbed onto the counter, shotgun slung, boots slipping on broken dishes. A hand clamped onto my ankle, cold, iron strong. I kicked hard. Bones cracked. I hauled myself through the window, landing hard in the wet grass outside. Eric grabbed my arm, yanking me to my feet. Move. Maddie was already running, blanket trailing, small legs pumping. The moans followed. We cut through the yard, hurdling a fence into the next lot. The neighborhood was awake now, windows rattling, doors buckling, figures spilling into the streets. Eric kept glancing back, face twisted with fury. This is on you. You slowed us down for her. She's alive. I snapped. That's enough. He didn't answer. But the way he gripped the tire iron tighter told me the fight wasn't over. Not with the dead, not between us. By 9:40 a.m., we collapsed in the shadow of an abandoned strip mall. The parking lot was a graveyard of cars, some burned, some still smeared with dried blood. Maddie curled against the curb, exhausted, clutching her blanket like armor. Eric paced. We can't keep doing this. She's slowing us down. You know it. I leveled my gaze at him. She comes with us. End of story. His jaw clenched. He leaned close, voice low, venomous. You're gonna get us both killed. And when it happens, I'll make damn sure it's on you. For the first time, I realized I might survive the dead. But the living at my side could still bury me. The strip mall looked like any other. Peeling signs, broken glass, weeds splitting the asphalt. But in the blackout dawn, it felt like a mausoleum. Shadows pooled under the awnings. A toppled shopping cart lay on its side, wheels still turning in the breeze. Eric crouched low, scanning the storefronts. Pharmacy. If there's anything left, that's where we'll find it. I nodded. Food, water, meds, currency in a world where paper money meant nothing. Maddie clung to my arm, silent but trembling. Her eyes darted to the darkened windows as if she knew monsters hid behind them. We crept toward the pharmacy, boots crunching on shattered glass. I forced every step to be deliberate, measured. My heart pounded, but noise would kill faster than fear. The door was already cracked open. Looted. I pushed inside, shotgun ready. Shelves lay bare, pill bottles scattered across the tile. The air reeked of antiseptic and something coppery underneath. Blood. Eric knelt, rummaging through a drawer. Empty. They took it all. Not all, I muttered. Behind the counter, half hidden under a toppled crate, I found a box of gauze, 2 rolls of tape, a half-used bottle of antibiotics. Not much, but better than nothing. I stuffed them in the pack. Then Maddie gasped. I spun, shotgun leveled. In the back corner, behind the shelves, a body stirred. At first I thought it was dead, skin gray, jaw slack. But then its chest rose, shuddering, shallow. A man. Alive. He lifted his head, blood bubbling at his lips. His eyes locked on mine, wide with terror. Please? His voice was a rasp. Don't leave me. The words ripped through me, echoing Maddie's plea in the basement. Eric didn't hesitate. He lifted the tire iron. He's bitten. You know what that means. The man coughed, crimson splattering the tiles. I'm not one of them. Not yet. Maddie whimpered, clinging tighter to me. Eric's voice was sharp, cold. We waste time on him, we're dead. Make the call. The math spun in my head. Supplies. Time. Risk. One more survivor meant one more mouth to feed, one more chance to draw the horde. But leaving him meant more than numbers. It meant choosing who deserved to live. I raised the shotgun. The man's eyes widened. He shook his head weakly, tears cutting lines through the grime on his face. Maddie whispered, "Don't." Eric snarled, "Do it." And I froze. Because in that moment, survival wasn't about guns or rations. It was about the kind of world we were saving, if there was even a world left to save. Before I could move, the decision was ripped away. The back door burst inward with a crash. Figures poured through, half a dozen moaning, teeth snapping. The wounded man screamed, a raw animal sound. The horde fell on him in seconds. Eric grabbed Maddie, dragging her toward the front. "Move now." I fired once, twice, clearing a path, the blast deafening in the confined space. We stumbled back into the daylight, glass crunching under our boots. Behind us, the screams cut off, and all I could hear was Maddie's whisper over and over. "Why didn't you save him?" We ran. The moans followed, echoing through the strip mall parking lot, bouncing off crumbling walls. My lungs burned, every breath tearing like glass. Eric dragged Maddie by the arm, her blanket trailing in the dirt. She stumbled, crying out, but he didn't slow. "Highway," he shouted, pointing east. "We get to the highway, we've got options." I hated that he was right. Roads meant escape. Roads meant routes out of this dying town. But roads also meant exposure. The horde spilled from the pharmacy, sunlight glinting off teeth and eyes. Dozens now, maybe more. We didn't have a choice. By 11:15 a.m. we reached the overpass. The highway stretched before us, a frozen river of metal. Cars jammed bumper to bumper, some with doors hanging open, others still smeared with blood. The silence was worse than the noise. A battlefield after the last scream. Eric climbed onto the hood of a sedan, scanning ahead. "If we cut through the cars, we can make it to the on-ramp. Maybe find something that runs." I hauled Maddie up beside me. Her small hand clutched mine like a lifeline. The silence broke. A single moan, low, guttural. Then another. Shapes rose from between the cars. Crawling first, then standing, their movements jerky. 1, 3, 5. A dozen. The highway wasn't empty. It was a feeding ground. We threaded through the cars, ducking low, keeping our steps light. My shotgun felt heavier with every breath. Eric moved ahead, tire iron ready, muttering curses under his breath. Maddie tripped on a loose shoe, sprawling against the asphalt. Her cry cut the silence like a blade. Heads turned. Eyes found us. The dead began to move. Eric spun, fury flashing. "I told you. She's going to get us killed." I yanked Maddie up, heart hammering. "Keep moving." The horde surged. Hands clawed at doors, bodies slamming against hoods. A car alarm shrieked, blaring across the highway, drawing more from the shadows. We ran, weaving through twisted metal. My pack snagged on a side mirror. I ripped free, leaving scraps of canvas fluttering. At 11:47 a.m., we reached the on-ramp. Clearer space, fewer cars. But open ground meant no cover. Eric stopped, chest heaving. His face was pale, twisted with something darker than fear. "She slows us down," he gasped. "She ends us. If we want to live, we drop her." Maddie clung to my leg, tears streaking her dirt-caked face. I raised the shotgun between us. Eric's eyes widened. "You'd choose her over me?" The moans grew louder, closer. Shadows spilled onto the on-ramp. "I choose humanity," I said. His jaw clenched. For a moment, I thought he'd swing the tire iron at me. Then he turned and bolted up the ramp, away from us. The horde closed in, a tide of flesh and teeth. I lifted Maddie into my arms, her weight light but burning. My legs screamed as I pushed forward, step after step, lungs on fire. By 11:59 a.m. we crested the ramp. The highway stretched ahead, littered with wrecks, smoke rising in the distance. Maddie's voice was a whisper in my ear. "Where's Eric?" I didn't answer, because the truth was Eric had made his choice, and I'd made mine. The first 12 hours were over. The blackout wasn't temporary. The dead weren't slowing. And as the noon sun beat down on the ruined highway, I understood the brutal truth. I had spent years preparing for this moment, and I was still not ready. The sun was high now, beating down on the blacktop, turning the air into a wavering haze. Cars stretched for miles, a rusting artery clogged with metal corpses. Some still smoked, others had been stripped bare. Windows were shattered, doors left hanging open. It was as if every driver had vanished mid-commute, leaving only wreckage in their place. I adjusted Maddie on my hip. She was too light for her age, all bone and trembling muscle, but every step made my legs scream. The silence pressed heavy, until it wasn't silence at all. It was breathing. Shapes moved under the cars. Hands reached through shattered windows. Some crawled, dragging themselves on broken limbs, others lurched upright with jerks and snaps. The highway wasn't abandoned. It was saturated. Maddie whimpered. "Where do we go?" I scanned the overpass signs. I-81 South, Harrisburg. I-81 North, Binghamton. Neither meant safety. But Harrisburg was closer. Population centers meant supplies. Population centers also meant death. Survival was about balance. Risk weighed against reward. "We head south," I muttered. By 12:37 p.m. the heat was suffocating. My shirt clung with sweat. Maddie stumbled beside me now, refusing to be carried, her chin set in stubborn silence. The groans grew louder. We weren't alone on the ramp. A cluster of them emerged between the cars ahead. 7, maybe 8, blocking the path forward. Their faces were blistered from the sun, jaws slack, teeth stained black. I chambered around. Ammo was precious, but so was time. "Stay behind me," I whispered. The blast echoed across the highway, deafening. One fell. Then another. But the sound carried. More heads turned. More bodies rose. The highway began to move. Maddie screamed as they surged from between the cars, a tide of rotting flesh. My shells burned faster than I could count. 3 shots. 5, 6. Each one dropped a body, but more filled the gaps. I grabbed Maddie's hand, yanking her toward the shoulder. A drainage ditch cut alongside the ramp, overgrown with weeds. We scrambled down, mud sucking at our boots. The horde spilled over the edge behind us, tumbling into the ditch, crushing each other as they clawed forward. I shoved Maddie up the opposite side, my muscles screaming. She scrambled onto the grass, reaching back for me. Hands caught my pack, dragging me down. I roared, twisting, shotgun but smashing into a skull. Bone cracked. I tore free, scrambling up the slope. Maddie's hands latched onto mine, pulling with every ounce of her small strength. Together, we crawled onto the shoulder, collapsing in the grass as the moans swelled below. The horde pressed in the ditch, writhing like a single massive body, jaws gnashing inches from the edge. But they couldn't climb. For now. At 12:55 p.m., we staggered into the treeline beyond the highway. The forest swallowed us again, damp and cool compared to the burning asphalt. Maddie clung to my arm, her small body trembling. "Are we safe?" she whispered. I looked back at the highway, the sea of figures spilling endlessly between the cars, the smoke curling skyward. "No," I said, because safe wasn't a word that existed anymore. The forest was cooler, damp earth soft underfoot, but the quiet felt sharper than the highway's roar. Maddie leaned against me, her steps slowing. "I'm tired," she whispered. I knew the feeling. My legs ached, throat raw from thirst, muscles burning from the shotgun's recoil. Every ounce of me screamed to stop, but stopping meant dying. "Just a little further," I said, though I didn't believe it. That's when the voice came. Don't move. I froze. A shape stepped from behind a tree, lean, ragged, rifle raised. The barrel glinted in the thin shafts of light. Behind him, more figures emerged. 5, maybe 6. Dirt-streaked clothes, makeshift weapons, eyes hollow from hunger and sleepless nights. Survivors. The man with the rifle squinted at me, finger brushing the trigger. You're alive. Barely, I said. His gaze slid to Maddie. You picked up a stray. She's with me, I snapped. Cute, he muttered. That'll last until she slows you down. The words echoed Eric's venom from the highway. My grip on the shotgun tightened. A woman pushed forward, younger, hair tied back with a blood-stained bandana. She placed a hand on the rifleman's arm. Easy, Rick. They've got a kid. That counts for something. Counts for nothing, Rick growled. Every mouth's a drain. Better than leaving her to die, the woman shot back. Their argument simmered, tension crackling. Maddie clung to my leg, silent but wide-eyed. Finally, Rick lowered the rifle, barely. You come with us, you pull your weight. No dead weight. No charity. I nodded slowly. Deal. Because deals were currency. And in this world, breaking one was as deadly as a bite. By 1:40 p.m. we followed them deeper into the woods. Their camp sat in a hollow, half hidden by trees. A fire pit ringed with stones, 2 tents patched with duct tape, a blue tarp stretched overhead. It wasn't much, but it was more than I had. Maddie collapsed near the fire pit, clutching her blanket, eyes fluttering shut. The woman with the bandana crouched beside her, offering a canteen. Name's Claire. Don't let Rick get to you. He's just tired. Tired gets people killed, I muttered, but I took the canteen. The water was lukewarm, metallic, but it tasted like life. Claire's gaze searched mine. You're not from here, are you? Pennsylvania. South of Scranton. She nodded slowly. We're from Harrisburg. Or, what's left of it. Her eyes darkened. You don't want to go south. At 1:58 p.m., Rick paced the edge of camp, rifle resting against his shoulder. His voice carried sharp like broken glass. Don't get comfortable, he said. You're here because I allow it. That kid steps out of line, you drag her out. Understand? My fingers brushed the shotgun slung across my chest. For now, I bit back the words clawing at my throat. Because the dead weren't the only predators out here. Some of the living were worse. The forest seemed quiet at first, almost normal. Birds called somewhere overhead, the wind rustled through leaves, Maddie clinging to my side. Then came the scream. Not human. Not quite animal. Claire's head snapped up. They're here. From the tree-line, a horde surged, not dozens this time but hundreds spilling from the shadows. Sunlight glinted off teeth and eyeless faces. The sound of bodies shoving through brush was a wave of terror. Rick barked orders. Barricade. Now. The camp erupted into chaos. Tents collapsed as people scrambled, dragging crates to block the entrances. Fires flared as fuel spilled over rocks. I grabbed Maddie, keeping her close. Stay low, I hissed. A figure lunged from behind a tree, infected, arms twisted unnaturally. I blasted it with my shotgun, sending it back into the brush. Another followed immediately. The camp was under siege. Inside the largest tent, Rick's authority cracked. He shouted orders, but people were panicking. One of the survivors, a wiry man named Saul, tripped over a crate and fell, screaming as the infected converged. I stepped in, firing the shotgun again, felling 2 more. Maddie clutched my arm, wide-eyed. Rick cursed, pushing past me. You're slowing me down. Pull her back. I didn't move. Claire stepped between us. Enough. Either we survive as a unit or we all die. The truth hit like a hammer. This wasn't just about survival from the dead. It was survival from ourselves. The breach lasted 10 minutes that felt like hours. By some miracle, the camp held, The fires and barricades bought us time, the horde unable to penetrate fully. But the air was thick with smoke, blood, and the unspoken knowledge. The next wave wouldn't wait. The horde retreated into the forest. Silence fell like a weight, broken only by Maddie's soft whimpers. Rick glared at me, teeth gritted. "This is your fault." "What do you mean?" I asked. "You brought her. That kid slowed us down. People almost died because of her." Claire intervened, voice tight. "Stop. She's not the problem. Your attitude is." I knelt by Maddie, checking her for cuts or bruises. Her small hands trembled, but she was alive. That's all that mattered. Rick spat on the ground. "I don't care. If it comes down to it, I'd leave her." I slammed the butt of my shotgun on a crate. "No. You don't get to make that choice." A silence settled. Maddie looked up, eyes wide, gripping my shirt. I realized then she was more than a symbol of survival. She was a tether, a reminder that humanity mattered even when every day was death. Later, a small group went scavenging while the camp patched barricades. I volunteered to go with them. Maddie protested. "I want to help," she said. "You help by staying alive," I told her. "That's the hardest work right now." Rick sneered. "You're soft. Soft kills people out here." Maybe he was right. But softness was the last piece of my soul I wasn't willing to trade. The gas station sat at the side of a crumbling highway, its pumps rusted, canopy sagging. Inside we found some canned goods, bottled water, and a few looted packs of ammunition. But the place wasn't empty. A small group of survivors had beaten us there. 5 men, 3 women, armed with whatever they could scavenge. "Hands where we can see them," one yelled. We froze, weapons raised. I motioned for Maddie to stay low behind a car. She crouched, trembling. Negotiation failed almost immediately. One of the armed survivors charged, swinging a crowbar. The fight exploded. Glass shattered, bullets flew, bodies fell. I kept Maddie behind me, blasting anything that came close. By the time the dust settled, half the gas station's occupants were dead, ours included. Smoke and blood clung to the walls. Maddie clung to my legs, silent. I wiped her hair from her face. "It's over, for now." Rick appeared from behind, gun smoking. "I told you kids, slow everything down." I raised my shotgun, hand steady despite the adrenaline. "She's alive. That's enough." Claire grabbed my arm. "We need to move. Now." And we did. Through the crumbling highway, past the abandoned cars, into the forest again, leaving carnage behind. The forest grew darker under the late afternoon sun. Shadows lengthened, turning familiar shapes into threats. Maddie clutched my hand as we trudged through underbrush, the smell of smoke from the gas station still lingering. Rick and Claire led the group. Tension hummed like static. Every crack of a twig, every caw of a crow, set nerves on edge. I scanned the tree line. Signs of infection were everywhere. Torn clothing, half-eaten corpses, scattered blood. The horde wasn't slowing. It was spreading. "South," I said, pointing toward the broken highway. "We need supplies, but we can't stay near roads. Too exposed." Rick scoffed. "You think you're the only prepper in the woods? Don't get cute." Claire stepped in. "We need him. And the kid." I realized then, Maddie wasn't just survival currency. She was a lens through which we measured ourselves. If we failed her, we weren't surviving, we were just animals running blind. By 5:30 p.m., the group found a clearing. They made camp for the moment, a small circle of tarps and logs. Fires flared, but smoke rose too openly. Rick paced, rifle slung. "This place won't last long." I agreed silently. My gut told me the horde was nearby. Sure enough, groans began drifting from the trees. Slow, then building. Not all of them. Not yet. But enough. The sun dipped lower. The forest shadows deepened. Maddie whispered, "Will they come?" "Yes," I said. "And we'll have to survive anyway." The attack came just after 6. From the treeline, infected burst forward in a tide of snapping jaws and jerking limbs. Fires flared, shadows dancing across the chaos. Rick barked orders, but discipline cracked instantly. Survivors screamed, scattered, and for the first time I saw human panic match the terror of the dead. Claire fought to rally people. I grabbed Maddie, dragging her behind me. Bullets pinged off trees. The horde poured into the clearing. I shot as I ran, one round after another. Maddie's grip on my arm tightened with each scream behind us. The camp was overrun in minutes. We escaped into the shadows, leaving carnage behind. Rick, Claire, and half the group disappeared into chaos. Whether dead or gone, I didn't know. Only Maddie and I remained. We stumbled into another ravaged road. Maddie exhausted, I slung the shotgun over my shoulder. Then a familiar voice called out, "Need a hand?" Eric. I froze. My jaw tightened. He looked leaner, dirtier, worse than before. His tire iron in hand, eyes cold, mouth twisted into a grin. "You left me," I said. "Did I?" he replied, stepping closer. "Or did you slow me down? Choices are brutal out here. You think you're the hero?" Maddie hid behind me, trembling. The world had narrowed to a single equation: trust versus survival. Eric's approach was lethal. "I won't let you touch her," I said, voice steady, shotgun ready. He laughed, a harsh sound. "She slows you down. You're soft. She's dead weight." The horde stirred in the distance, drawn by our voices. We didn't have time for a fight. Not yet. I made a choice. We ran. Through woods, over broken asphalt, into darkening trees. Maddie pressed against me, eyes wide, heart hammering in sync with mine. Eric didn't follow. Not yet. The sun sank behind the horizon. Twilight stretched across Pennsylvania like a shroud. We collapsed by a small creek, the water cold against our hands. Maddie curled against my chest, exhausted but alive. I surveyed the world around us. A forest scarred by humanity, roads littered with corpses, fire smoke lingering in the distance. The first 12 hours were over. I had survived. Maddie had survived. But survival wasn't just about bullets, food, or fire. It was about choices, which lives mattered and which ones we could stomach letting go. Tonight we would sleep lightly. Tomorrow the world would still be a graveyard. And I would have to decide again. Because the blackout wasn't over. The dead weren't stopping. And the living were often worse.
Creating these videos takes a lot of time, effort, and energy. Please support the channel by hitting that like button and subscribing. Your support helps us keep making more videos like this. I woke up to the radio. That shouldn't have been unusual. I usually left it on low overnight, a habit from years of prepping, years of wanting to be ready for something. A storm, a blackout, a fire, maybe even the end of the world itself. But this wasn't a storm, not even close. The static cut through the quiet of our cabin like glass. I bolted upright in bed, heart hammering, Emily stirring beside me. Lily still asleep in her crib. "Jacob?" Emily mumbled, sleep thick in her voice. "Radio," I said, voice tight. "Something's wrong." I grabbed the handheld ham and flipped the switch. Voices came in fragmented, distorted, urgent. A shopkeeper screaming, a neighbor crying, some broadcast looping over and over. "Get inside. Stay inside. Contamination. Contamination." I had been ready for emergencies, sure, but this felt different. The words hit me like a punch in the gut. Something was happening in town. Something big. I didn't think. I acted. I threw on clothes, grabbed my rifle, and ran to the window. The streets below were empty, or at least what I could see through the foggy morning light. Cars were abandoned, doors wide open. Smoke curled in the distance. Not fire, something else. Panic, chaos. Emily joined me, eyes wide, heart racing. "Jacob, what is it?" I didn't answer. Couldn't. I had to move. Lily had to be safe. Always her first. Always Emily second. Everyone else, later. I checked our emergency supplies, ammo, water, food, first aid. Everything I had stockpiled over the years. I had spent hours, months, years, preparing for this kind of day, even if I never knew exactly what this would look like. And now I knew. By the time I strapped on my rifle and checked the locks on the cabin, the radio was screaming again. A voice, panicked, cut through. "They bite. They change. Don't go outside." That word, bite, made my stomach twist. I had seen plenty of accidents, plenty of deaths. I had been trained to respond, to protect. But the fear that clawed up my spine told me this was something else. Something unprepared for. Emily held Lily tight, her voice trembling. "Jacob, we can't stay here?" I shook my head. "No, not yet. We need to fortify, get supplies, be ready." She nodded, but I could see the fear in her eyes. My job wasn't just survival anymore. It was their survival. I grabbed my bug-out bag, extra ammunition, water, first aid, some canned food. Packed it like a soldier preparing for war. But inside, a cold pit of dread had settled. I glanced out the window again. The streets weren't empty anymore. Figures were moving. Slow, staggering, unnatural. Some stumbled like drunkards. Some worse. Their skin was pale, mottled, their movements jerky. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but my gut told me it wasn't a hallucination. "Emily," I whispered, "lock the doors. Don't open them for anyone. Not yet." She obeyed instantly, her hands trembling. Lily whimpered in her sleep. The first hour was just watching, waiting, planning. Every instinct I had screamed at me to move, to act, to protect. But there was still time. Maybe. Time was the one thing I knew I wouldn't have much of once this outbreak really hit. And I realized then, as the first groans from outside reached my ears, that everything I'd done to prepare might not be enough. Not for the living, not for the dead. I had survived drills, storms, power outages. I had never survived this, and I wasn't sure I would. I was crouched near the window, scanning the street, when the pounding came. It wasn't the dead. It wasn't their moans. This was human. A frantic, desperate knock on the reinforced gate. My rifle was already in hand before Emily even whispered my name. "Jacob!" Her voice trembled. Through the slats I saw her. Sarah McAllister. Our neighbor 2 ridges over. Face streaked with dirt, blood on her blouse. Behind her, clutching her arm, was her teenage son, Aaron. His eyes were wide, blank with fear. I knew instinctively what Emily was thinking. They'll bring death to the gate. But another thought hit me like a hammer. What if they're already infected? I let them in. Sarah collapsed just inside, gasping. Aaron's arm was torn. Deep bite marks, angry and red. Emily immediately went to work with the medical kit, trying to stabilize him. They bit him at the store, Sarah admitted, voice breaking. "I thought we could make it to the hospital." Marcus, an old friend and ex-EMT, arrived moments later, lugging his duffel of supplies. He crouched over Aaron, silent, professional, but I could see the worry in his eyes. "It's deep," Marcus said finally. "Could be just a tear, but if it's a bite..." He didn't finish. I didn't need him to. Sarah's gaze locked on me, pleading. "Please, Jacob, he's all I've got." I wanted to lie, to say everything would be okay. But I knew the truth. Some choices have no good outcome. Before I could breathe, another vehicle arrived, headlights bobbing through the morning fog. Out stepped Mara Sullivan, holding her daughter Nisha. The girl was no older than 15, fevered, shaking, blood soaking through a bandage on her leg. Mara's eyes were wild with fear. "Please," she begged. "She's hurt. They wouldn't take her at the hospital. She needs help." Dale Knox, my longtime prepper buddy, muttered from the corner, "Don't do it, Jacob. Letting more in is suicide." But Lily's small voice floated from behind Emily. "Daddy, we have to help." I didn't answer. I opened the gate. Inside, the cabin became a triage center. Emily and Marcus tried to stabilize Aaron and Nisha. Sarah whispered prayers over her son. Mara clutched her daughter tight. Dale paced, muttering under his breath about too many mouths and dead weight. Then Nisha convulsed. Her eyes rolled back, guttural growls spilling from her throat. She thrashed, snapping at her mother. I froze. Emily yelled, "Hold her down!" I wanted to believe Mara could stop it, that her daughter was still inside. But I couldn't. I raised my rifle, hands shaking. Every instinct screamed against this, but I pulled the trigger. Her body went limp. Mara collapsed over her, wailing. Lily hid her eyes in Emily's shoulder. And for the first time, I understood the cost of being a prepper. Survival meant choices no parent should ever make. We buried Nisha behind the cabin. A crude cross marked the spot. Mara sat beside it, whispering broken prayers. Lily left Clover, her stuffed bunny, at the base of the grave. Emily tried to retrieve it, but Lily shook her head. "She needs it more now," she said softly. Dale cornered me later, eyes hard. "See? This is what happens when you let your heart get in the way. Next time, it won't be one. You've doomed us, Jacob." I didn't answer, because part of me already wondered if he was right. The first hours had a body count, and it was only climbing. After Nisha's death, the cabin felt hollow. No one spoke. The only sound was Lily's soft whimper from Emily's lap, or the faint scrape of Mara's hands on the wooden cross marking Nisha's grave outside. Sarah had curled over Aaron, whispering fragments of prayers that made no sense to anyone but her. And me? I cleaned my rifle on the porch. Each motion was mechanical, but my hands shook. I kept telling myself, "You're prepared. You can handle this." I was lying. Dale finally broke the silence, pacing like a caged animal. "You see? This is why we can't take anyone else in. Mercy'll get us killed faster than the dead ever could," he said. His eyes locked on me. "You pulled the trigger, Jacob. You need to make the rules. No more bleeding hearts." Sarah snapped, voice trembling. "So you'd leave us to die?" Dale sneered. "If it keeps my family breathing, yes." Marcus stepped forward, fists clenched. "You ever carried the weight of deciding who lives and dies? No? Then shut your mouth." I shoved between them. My voice cracked, low and desperate. "Enough. We need each other alive more than we need to be right." But part of me knew Dale wasn't entirely wrong. While the arguing continued in whispers, I checked on Aaron. His wound was spreading, angry and dark. He sweated through his shirt, lips dry. Sarah grabbed my sleeve. "Don't let them take him from me. Promise me, Jacob. Please." I didn't promise, but I didn't say no. Her eyes, they carried everything she had left in the world. And for the first time, I realized survival wasn't just about me anymore. It was about carrying the weight of everyone's lives. Then came the sound I'd been dreading. A dull thud at the gate. Another. Then the dragging, wet moans. I peered through the slats. 5 of them at least, bodies twisted, skin gray and mottled. Dale chambered around. "We should take them now," he said. I nodded, rifle raised. One shot cracked through the morning stillness. Another fell to Dale's bullet. The rest clawed at the fallen, snarling. I realized they were learning, following sound. We weren't safe anymore. When the last body was cleared, we retreated inside. The blood on the gate had turned to a crusty dark stain. Lily clung to Emily, whispering questions too quiet to hear. Sarah stayed by Aaron's side, hands trembling. Mara sat at the table, staring at nothing, her hands still stained from Nisha. She hadn't washed them. Dale paced. Every so often, he muttered under his breath, words like weak, stupid, dead weight. And me? I sat alone on the porch, rifle across my lap, listening to the moans in the distance. Every decision from the last 4 hours had cut away another piece of me. I thought being a prepper would save me from impossible choices. It hadn't. Survival wasn't about ammo or water or food. It was about carrying the unbearable weight of life and death decisions. And I was starting to wonder how much of me would remain by hour 12. Aaron's condition worsened. His breath came in shallow, rattling gasps, each one a cruel reminder that I wasn't fast enough, not prepared enough to stop this. Emily hovered, gently wiping sweat from his brow, muttering reassurances I didn't feel. Sarah wouldn't leave his side. She rocked him in her arms, whispering broken prayers, lullabies, promises that wouldn't save him. I wanted to say something, anything, but the words stuck in my throat. There was no comfort I could offer. Not now. Mara watched silently from the corner, her face pale, hollow from grief and exhaustion. Dale, of course, had other ideas. Dale leaned against the counter, arms crossed. He's gone. Best put him down before he turns. I spun toward him. No, not while there's still a chance. Sarah's scream pierced the air. How dare you? He's my son. Dale shrugged, as though her grief was an annoyance. I'm not soft. You are. That's why you'll get us killed. Marcus moved between us. Back off, Dale. Not today. Emily grabbed Lily, shielding her from the tension. I realized then that survival wasn't just about the dead anymore, it was about the living too. The ones whose hearts were breaking in front of you, whose minds were crumbling under fear. I couldn't watch anymore. I turned back to Aaron. His skin was pale, lips flecked with blood. The dark veins around his wound spread like cracks in ice. I wanted to scream, to beg the world to stop, but I had to stay calm. For Emily, for Lily, for Marcus, for Mara, and for Sarah, who refused to let go. I realized, with a pit in my stomach, that no prepper skills, no stock supplies, no rifles could save him. Then it happened. Aaron's eyes fluttered open, but they weren't the boy's eyes anymore. They were glazed, clouded, a hunger lurking beneath the surface. Sarah's hands tightened on him, desperate, protective, futile. I raised my rifle, hands shaking, aiming for the head. Dale didn't hesitate. His pistol barked once. Aaron crumpled, dead in his mother's arms. The sound of Sarah's scream will haunt me forever. I had survived countless drills, countless scenarios, but nothing could prepare me for this. Nothing could prepare anyone. Silence fell like a stone. Sarah collapsed, clutching Aaron's body, rocking in a grief so deep it nearly broke me. Marcus and I covered him with a sheet, Emily holding Lily close. Mara stood apart, watching, a shadow of her own loss, still haunted by Nisha. Dale, of course, gloated in silence, his eyes gleaming with the certainty of someone who believes only in himself. I wanted to hate him. I did, but the truth sat heavy in my chest. This wasn't just Dale's fault. It was ours, all of ours. Every decision, every hesitation, every heartbeat had consequences. And the dead outside the cabin? They were circling, patient, waiting. I realized something then, a cold, terrifying truth. Surviving the first hours of this outbreak wasn't about rifles, barricades, or prepper skills. It was about surviving each other. Because when the living started breaking, when grief and fear collided, that's when the real danger began. And I was about to see just how far humans could fall. The sun was low, and the shadows in the woods stretched long and wrong. I couldn't see all of them yet, but I could feel it, Dale's presence outside the cabin. He wasn't pacing anymore. He was watching, waiting, smirking, I imagined, like a predator circling a wounded prey. I kept Emily and Lily behind me, Mara and Marcus flanking the other side. The rifle felt heavier than ever. Dale had always been reckless, obsessed with self-preservation. But now I understood something worse. He didn't just want to survive. He wanted us to fail. Then I saw it, a flickering glow weaving through the trees. Dale's lantern, and behind it, a trail of the dead, gathering, drawn by the light he carried. My stomach turned. He'd led them here. He hadn't abandoned us to save himself. He doomed us. Emily gasped, clutching Lily tighter. Jacob! I said nothing. There were no words strong enough for this. We barricaded the windows again. Boards creaked and splintered under the weight of the night's wind. Marcus checked weapons, loading what we had left. Mara sharpened her knife, hands trembling. Sarah. She was still curled up with Aaron's body, quiet now, broken. I realized that keeping them alive meant more than killing the dead. It meant holding the living together, even when the living were falling apart. Dale's betrayal had fractured something inside the cabin already. Fear, anger, grief, they were all sharpening into something dangerous. The horde reached the outer tree line. I could hear them clearly now. Wet, sucking groans, branches snapping under weight. The lantern danced closer, dragging dozens of them through the forest. Dale wasn't running. He wasn't hiding. He was showing them the way. I couldn't tell if he thought he was clever or just cruel. Marcus muttered, "They'll be here in minutes. Brace yourselves." I nodded, feeling the old instinct rising, the one I'd honed over years of prepper drills. Protect Emily. Protect Lily. Protect whoever I could, no matter the cost. I scanned the tree line, rifle ready, finger on the trigger. My heart hammered, blood pumping, and adrenaline made my hands steady even though my chest felt like it was being crushed. Dale had made his choice. He was a wolf in the dark, circling us, using the dead as his weapon. But I had my own family, and I wasn't going to let anyone, alive or undead, take them. Whatever came next, I was ready to face it. Because the first 12 hours of this nightmare were only half over, and I was already carrying scars that no one could see. The moans were louder now, closer, heavy hands raking at the cabin's walls. Boards splintered under their weight. We had barricaded everything we could, but the wood groaned, threatening to give way. Emily pressed Lily to her chest. "Jacob, they're coming." I didn't answer. My eyes were fixed on the door. Each shadow outside felt alive, hungry, unstoppable. And somewhere in those shadows, Dale Knox was waiting, watching, smiling. I saw him clearly then, moving through the trees, lantern swinging, pistol in hand. He wasn't fleeing. He was leaving a trail for the horde. I raised my rifle. "Dale, stop." He turned slowly, smirk twisting his face. "You can't save them all, Jacob. You know that. I'm taking care of myself." The betrayal hit me like a physical blow. Years of friendship, of prepper drills, of shared plans gone. Emily whispered, "Jacob." I swallowed the anger and fear. This wasn't just about Dale. It was about keeping everyone alive. The boards at the windows cracked. Splinters flew as one of them broke through. A walker tumbled inside, jaws snapping. Marcus swung his hatchet, dropping it, but more came. We fought like cornered animals. Mara's knife flashed. Emily swung a frying pan. Lily screamed, buried against her mother. Through the chaos, I saw Dale's lantern bobbing among the trees. He hadn't run. He was leading them. I gritted my teeth. He wasn't just selfish. He was dangerous. One of the dead grabbed Emily's arm. I pulled the rifle stock into my shoulder and fired, dropping it before it could bite. Mara screamed behind me. Marcus groaned, swinging a plank to keep another at bay. And Sarah, she didn't move. Her grief was absolute. She clung to Aaron's sheet-covered body like a lifeline. I realized then that survival wasn't just about killing the dead. It was about holding everyone together. And I was the only one left who could do it. The first wave was pushed back, but the cabin reeked of blood, sweat, and fear. I checked on Emily and Lily. They were shaking but alive. I looked toward the trees. Dale's lantern glowed, distant but mocking. He had led the dead here, but I wouldn't let him or them take us. I tightened my grip on the rifle. Whatever came next, whatever horrors awaited, I would fight. Because at this point, survival wasn't just instinct. It was all I had left. The pounding had never stopped. The dead pressed against the cabin like a tide, hands clawing, teeth snapping. Every wall groaned under the pressure. Emily held Lily close, rocking her, whispering words I couldn't hear. Mara's knuckles were white as she gripped her knife. Marcus was pale, but steady, swinging his hatchet with the last of his strength. And Sarah, she hadn't moved from Aaron, not even when the moans outside rose to a crescendo. She whispered to him like he was alive. I hated myself for not being able to reach her, for not being able to save all of them. Mara finally spoke, voice trembling but fierce. "We can't hold them forever. We'll all die if we stay here like this." Sarah's gaze snapped toward her. "You don't get it. He's my son. I lost my daughter." Mara shouted. "I know." The room erupted in chaos. I had to push between them, arms wide, shouting, "Enough! This isn't the time to fight each other." Part of me realized that she was right. Arguments, blame, they would kill us faster than the dead ever could. Then I saw it. Movement outside. Dale, still in the trees, still watching, still leading the horde toward us. Emily gasped, "Jacob!" I wanted to scream, to run, to stop him, but there was no time. The first window splintered. Hands reached through. Teeth snapped. The cabin erupted. Mara stabbed. Marcus swung. Emily screamed. Lily screamed. And I fired until my arms ached, until my rifle was empty. Then Sarah stood. For hours she had been broken, lost in grief. But now she lifted Aaron's lifeless body, trembling but resolute. "You can't save us all," she whispered, and then she threw him into the horde. The dead surged, tearing him apart instantly. Sarah didn't fight. She let the wave swallow him, giving us a chance to breathe, to regroup. I felt horror, awe, and disbelief all at once. The sacrifice bought us seconds, maybe minutes, but at a cost that would haunt me forever. "Basement!" Marcus shouted. We grabbed Emily and Lily, dragging Mara down the hatch first. Marcus and I brought supplies. I covered the retreat, bullets cracking, hatchet swinging, heart hammering. The cabin was lost. The horde poured in, and Dale's lantern bobbed in the distance, a beacon that had brought death to our doorstep. I glanced back once. I didn't see him smile anymore, but I knew he was out there, watching, waiting, thriving on our fear. We slammed the hatch shut. Darkness, dampness, fear. Lily clung to Emily, whimpering. Mara sat against the wall, knife still in hand, shaking. Marcus checked his wounds. I sat opposite them, rifle empty, ears ringing, heart heavy. I had survived another hour closer to 12. But the cost, Sarah, Nisha, Aaron would never leave me. And I realized with chilling clarity, survival is never clean. The pounding had become a roar. The dead pressed against the cabin walls like water over a dam. Every board splintered under their weight. I stood by the basement hatch, rifle in hand, chest heaving. Emily held Lily close, eyes wide. Mara tightened her grip on her knife, Marcus brandishing a crowbar. Every muscle coiled for the fight. And above us, the cabin groaned, ready to give way. Dale's lantern flickered in the trees. He hadn't fled. He had led them here. And now the wolves were at the door. The front door splintered under the weight of fists and claws. Walkers poured through the gap, snarling, teeth snapping. Marcus swung a plank. Mara stabbed. Emily screamed as Lily clutched her tightly. I fired 1 shot, 2 shots, each bullet a promise that they wouldn't take my family. But there were too many. The cabin was collapsing. The dead, relentless, blood everywhere, screams everywhere, and Sarah gone. Her sacrifice had bought time, yes, but it had cost everything she had left. I had to act. Emily and Lily needed me. Marcus, Mara, they needed me. But the dead were everywhere, and the hatch was the only way out. I grabbed Mara's arm. "Go! Take Emily and Lily." She hesitated. I didn't give her time. I pushed them down into the basement, Marcus covering behind them. I stayed behind. One last stand. One last line. The last thing I remember before I pulled myself into the basement was Dale's lantern flickering in the trees. A smirk I could almost feel. Then, the hatch slammed above us. Darkness. Silence. Except for the distant, wet pounding of teeth and claws on wood. I sank against the wall, rifle empty, lungs burning. Emily held Lily, sobbing quietly. Mara sat, knife still in hand, shaken but alive. Marcus checked wounds in silence. I was alive, but alive didn't feel like living. I thought of Nisha, of Aaron, of Sarah, of every person we couldn't save. Being a prepper hadn't saved them. Being careful hadn't saved them. Only action, luck, and brutal choices had kept the rest of us alive. I whispered to myself, almost afraid to hope, we survived 12 hours. Somehow we survived. But as I listened to the groaning above, I realized the nightmare wasn't over. Not by a long shot. And I understood something cold and certain. Survival is not victory. It's a burden. One we carry hour by hour, choice by choice. The basement was dark, damp, and heavy with fear. Every shadow felt like a hand reaching for us. Lily clung to Emily, still shivering, but alive. Mara sat against the wall, knife in hand, staring blankly. Marcus cleaned his wounds in silence. And me? I sat against the wall, rifle empty, ears ringing, heart pounding, mind replaying every moment of the last 12 hours. I had survived, somehow. But what did surviving mean when Sarah, Nisha, and Aaron were gone? Their faces haunted me. Nisha's terrified eyes, Aaron's confused, fading gaze, Sarah's final, selfless act. I could still hear their screams. I could still feel their absence pressing down on me, crushing me with guilt. Dale Knox was still out there, alive, free, a predator in the dark. The thought of him surviving while others had perished left a bitter taste in my mouth. I looked at Lily, her small chest rising and falling against Emily's. I swore I would do whatever it took to keep her alive. Not because survival was heroic, not because I wanted glory, but because she deserved a future. Emily would live too, and Marcus, and Mara. I would protect them even if it cost me everything else. Through the boarded windows, I could see the forest. Somewhere, Dale's lantern flickered. Somewhere, the horde roamed, patient, hungry, relentless. I didn't know if the next hour would bring safety or death. I didn't know if we'd make it through the next day. But I had to try, because if I didn't, Lily wouldn't have a father. Emily wouldn't have a husband, and no one would survive to tell the story of the first 12 hours. I whispered to myself, we survived. Somehow we survived. And somehow I will keep surviving.
The emergency alert system cut into the evening news. That god-awful buzzing sound, like a swarm of mechanical cicadas. I'd been half asleep in the recliner, a bottle of Yangling sweating on the side table. This is not a test. Those 5 words froze me. I don't know if you've ever really listened to an ES broadcast outside of a weather drill. But when it isn't a test, you can hear the strain in the operator's voice. Like he knows he's reading something that will change lives. The message was scrambled, cutting in and out, but I caught enough. Stay indoors. Avoid contact with individuals displaying violent or erratic behavior. Do not attempt to travel until further notice. That was it. No location, no cause. Just static and that flat robotic tone telling me to remain calm. Calm. Right. The funny part is, I'd been waiting for a moment like this my whole life. Not zombies specifically, though I'll admit I had a shelf of old VHS tapes with titles like Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead, but for disruption. The kind that separates the prepared from the panicked. I sat there a long while just listening to the empty airwaves. My HM radio hissed with static when I spun the dial. The cell tower near my place must have gone down already, because my phone dropped to no service. That was the first domino. I went through the motions automatically. Shut and locked all the doors. Slid the heavy bolts across the basement storm hatch. Pulled the blackout curtains in the living room. Carried my shotgun upstairs. It wasn't adrenaline, not yet. More like muscle memory. I told myself it was probably civil unrest in Philadelphia, or another scare. But deep down, way down in the part of me I never admitted to anyone, I knew it was bigger. The silence said so. At 7:15 my sister Karen called. Surprised me since her line worked and mine didn't. Her voice was sharp, ragged, like she'd been running. Tom? You watching the news? I heard the alert. They're saying it's a... She cut herself off. I heard hospital sounds in the background. Monitors beeping, distant shouting. She was at Geisinger pulling a double shift. What is it? I pressed. Her breath hitched. Patients. They're attacking staff. Biting. Scranton PD already here. They don't stay down, Tom. The line went dead. Just like that. I wish I could tell you I leapt into action. That I jumped in my truck, drove through fire and chaos to rescue her. But that's not what happened. I froze. I sat in the dark, phone clutched in my hand, listening to the silence swallow the house. Listening for footsteps that weren't there. When I finally stood, my legs shook so bad I had to grab the doorframe. That's when I heard it, faint at first, then unmistakable. Sirens. Not just one or two. A chorus, echoing down from Scranton proper, carried on the autumn air. The outbreak had begun. The sirens didn't stop. They rose and fell in overlapping waves, a tangle of fire trucks, police cruisers, maybe even ambulances, though I suspected they weren't bringing people to the hospital anymore. I stepped out onto my porch. The air smelled sharp like ozone before a storm. The street looked normal, porches lit, curtains drawn, a few cars parked crooked in driveways, but it was too quiet for a Friday night. Normally you'd hear music from down the block, kids yelling, dogs barking. That night, nothing. Across the street, Miguel Alvarez stood in his yard with a cigarette between two fingers. Ex-Marine, Gulf War vet. He caught my eye and lifted his chin like he already knew. He always did. You hear it too? I called across the dark. He flicked ash into the grass. Yeah. Heard the broadcast. Whole damn county's going sideways. What do you think it is? He shook his head slowly. Doesn't matter. What matters is we're at the edge of town, and edge towns always get swallowed last. He pointed the cigarette like a teacher with a piece of chalk. That gives us a window, Grady. You better use it. Then he stubbed it out, turned, and shut his door. No wave. No good night. Just the sound of the bolt sliding home. Back inside I paced. I wanted to call Karen back, but my phone still had no service. Tried the ham again, nothing but bursts of static. The landline was dead too. So I did the only thing I knew how to do when panic pressed down. I made a list. Water jugs filled? Yes. Canned food organized? Weapons loaded, safety checked? First aid supplies? It calmed me a little, going through the motions. Order and chaos. Then, just as I was checking the batteries on my flashlights, there was a knock at the door. I froze. It wasn't a neighborly knock. Not the kind where someone uses the flat of their hand and calls your name. This was urgent, frantic, palms slapping wood in uneven rhythm. Help. Please help me. A woman's voice. I edged to the peephole. Claire Donnelly, I recognized her instantly. She worked at the Sunoco off the highway, about 24, always cheerful when I stopped for gas. Now her face was streaked with tears and blood, one arm cradled against her chest. Mr. Grady, please, let me in. Logic battled instinct. Every prepper forum I'd ever lurked on said the same thing. You don't open your door once things go bad. Not for anyone. Compassion kills. But this wasn't a stranger. This was Claire. I cracked the door 2 inches, shotgun at my side. What happened? She sobbed. There was this guy. He came in bleeding all over, and then he bit Steve. Just bit him like a dog. And then Steve, she gagged, clapping her good hand over her mouth. Steve got back up. Behind her, down the street, I saw movement. A figure stumbling between the parked cars. Shoulders jerking at odd angles, head twitching like it didn't belong to the body. Claire saw it too. Her eyes went wide. Please. Please, Tom. That was the first decision. The kind that defines everything that comes after. I let her in. Not because it was smart. Not because it fit the plan. Because in that moment she looked like my sister. The lock clicked behind her just as the figure reached the end of my driveway. Through the curtains, I watched it move under the street lamp. Bare feet slapping pavement, clothes soaked with something dark. The jaw worked mechanically, opening and closing, and when the light hit its face, I saw teeth filed down from chewing. It wasn't Steve. Not anymore. Claire slid down the wall, shaking, whispering thank you over and over like a prayer. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because I'd just broken rule number 1. Never let the outside in. And the clock had only just started ticking. Claire shook so badly I had to guide her into the kitchen chair. Her right sleeve was torn, blood smeared across the fabric, but when I made her roll it up, the gash underneath was shallow, a cut, not a bite. "Bandage it," I muttered, tossing her the first aid kit from under the sink. "Tight above the elbow. Don't let it bleed." She obeyed without argument. That alone told me how bad things were out there. Claire wasn't the type to take orders from a grumpy neighbor twice her age. When she finished, she looked up at me with wide, red-rimmed eyes. They don't stop, Tom. You shoot them, you knock them down, but they get back up. The guy in the store, he smashed his head on the counter when he fell, split it wide open. He stood back up like nothing happened. My throat went dry. What about Steve? I asked carefully. Her lips trembled. He turned in less than a minute. That was the detail that mattered most. A minute. Viruses, bacteria, they didn't move that fast. Whatever this was, it rewrote the rules. I wanted to believe it was shock talking, that she was exaggerating, filling in the gaps with fear. But then I heard this scraping at my front door. A long dragging sound. Fingernails or knuckles across wood. Claire went pale. I raised the shotgun. The sound came again, heavier this time. Then a muffled groan, wet and animalistic. Something thumped against the door. "Basement," I hissed. "Now." She hesitated. "What if there are more?" "Go." The house wasn't built for sieges. Ranch style, thin doors, glass windows. I'd always figured if trouble came, I'd have warning. I never planned for them to come straight to my porch. The banging grew louder, more insistent. The door frame rattled. Whoever was outside wasn't trying to knock. They were trying to get in. I edged to the peephole. The man, if you could call him that, pressed his face against the glass, skin torn and gray, lips slick with blood. His jaw worked side to side, teeth clacking against the wood. Eyes clouded white like skim milk. I didn't wait to see more. I aimed, fired. The shotgun roared, deafening in the small hallway. Splinters flew. The figure stumbled back into the yard, chest peppered with shot. He should have gone down. Should have stayed down. He didn't. He staggered, hunched, and then he kept coming, step after dragging step, like nothing vital had been hit at all. My stomach lurched. Claire had been right. I retreated fast, bolting the inner hallway door, dragging the hall table across it. It wouldn't hold long, but it bought seconds. In the basement, Claire crouched by the shelves of canned beans and water jugs, hands over her ears from the gunshot. "He's still out there," I told her flatly. "Nothing short of destroying the brain works." "How do you know that?" "Because I just emptied a shell into his chest and he's still moving." Her face crumpled. "Oh my God." "Quiet." I killed the basement lights. Through the narrow ground-level windows, I saw shadows moving across the yard. Not just one now. Two. Maybe three. Drawn by the sound. I felt the weight of every choice pressing down on me. Letting Claire in. Firing the gun. Every action had a consequence, and those consequences were gathering in my yard. It was 8:07 p.m. when the lights flickered once, twice, then died for good. The refrigerator hummed to silence. The water pump cut off. The house sighed into stillness. Power grid failure. The only sound left was the faint tapping on the glass, a dozen pale fingers drumming against the basement windows. Claire started to cry quietly into her sleeve. I put a hand on her shoulder, not for comfort, for silence. Above us, something heavy crashed through a window. The intruders had found another way in. The first 12 hours had truly begun. The crash upstairs echoed like thunder. Shards of glass tinkled across the floorboards. Then came the dragging shuffle of feet, too many, too heavy. Claire's breath hitched beside me. They're inside. I steadied the shotgun in my hands, every instinct screaming to bolt, to hide. But if I hid, they'd tear through the house, sniff us out eventually. And if I ran, I'd be leaving Karen out there alone, maybe already trapped in some ward surrounded by these things. Logic cut through panic. Clear the breach. Seal it. Survive the night. I moved up the basement stairs, every step deliberate, shotgun raised. Claire stayed crouched below, whispering a prayer I couldn't make out. The living room looked like a war zone. The window over the couch was blown inward, glass glittering across the carpet. Curtains swayed in the autumn draft. And there, half in shadow, two shapes lurched through. The first was a man in a delivery uniform, one arm torn to the bone, jaw swinging loose as if the hinge had broken. The second, God help me, was a teenage girl, maybe 15, still in a soccer jersey, dried blood matted down her shin guards. They didn't see me at first. Their movements were jerky, uncoordinated, but their heads turned in sharp, insect-like twitches. Then the girl's milky eyes fixed on me and she shrieked. It wasn't human. High, piercing, enough to rattle the frames on the wall. The man lunged. I fired. The blast tore half his face away, and this time he dropped, convulsing before lying still. The girl kept coming, shrieking, hands clawing at the air. I racked the next shell, aimed higher. When the smoke cleared, she was a heap of red and fabric on the rug. I stood over them, chest heaving, ears ringing, waiting to see if they'd rise. They didn't. Claire crept up the stairs, trembling, eyes locked on the bodies. They're just people. Not anymore, I muttered. My voice sounded like gravel, but my hands shook, because she was right. The soccer jersey still had a team logo. The man's name tag still read Ken. These weren't monsters from a movie. They were neighbors, and I'd killed them. We dragged the bodies out onto the porch together, gagging at the smell. Already sour, like rot that had been baking in the sun for weeks. I didn't have the strength to bury them, and burning them would have drawn half the county, so I shoved them into the ditch at the edge of the yard and pulled the tarp from my truck bed over them. Out of sight, if not out of mind. Back inside, I barricaded the window with plywood and nails while Claire wrapped her arms around herself in the corner. The hammer blows echoed, announcing to the night that we were still here, still alive. When I finished, I sank onto the couch, sweat cooling on my skin. My watch read 9:42 p.m., less than 3 hours since the first broadcast. Claire broke the silence. What about your sister? The words twisted in my gut. Karen, trapped in that hospital, surrounded by whatever this was. Her voice on the phone cut short mid-sentence. I don't know if she's alive, I admitted. The words tasted like ash. You can't just leave her there. I looked at Claire, pale, wide-eyed, waiting for me to be something I wasn't. A hero. A savior. All I'd ever been was a man who fixed air conditioners and stockpiled canned beans. But the logic was clear. The roads would clog within hours. Police and EMS would fall next. If Karen was alive, her only chance was now. I loaded the shotgun again, chambered a round, and checked the box of shells. I'll get her, I said finally. Claire's voice wavered. And me? I met her eyes. She was young, terrified, unarmed. If I left her, she'd be dead before sunrise. You're coming with me. The house was silent again when we killed the lantern. The sirens in the distance had faded, replaced by faint screams carried on the wind. The power grid was gone, communications severed, streets crawling with the infected. The world outside was dead or dying. But as I sat there in the dark with Claire beside me, shotgun across my knees, I understood something. This wasn't about waiting it out anymore. It was about moving. The first 12 hours weren't survival. They were the test. And we just barely passed the first question. I didn't sleep. Neither did Claire. We sat in the dark until the faintest gray light crept over the horizon, listening to the low thud of footsteps outside and the occasional shriek splitting the night. By dawn, the sounds had thinned but not vanished. I stood, bones aching from tension, and began packing. Canned beans, rice jerky. 2-gallon jugs of water. First aid kit. Box of 12-gauge shells. Box of .22 rounds. Flashlights, spare batteries. Crowbar. Not much, but everything I could carry. The rest would stay behind. I slid the shotgun over my shoulder, stuffed the .22 into a side pouch, and slung the pack onto my back. Claire clutched the baseball bat I dug out of the hall closet, knuckles white on the taped grip. "You sure about this?" she asked. "No, not at all." But I just nodded. The lock clicked as I sealed the door behind us. A simple sound, but it felt final, like throwing dirt on a coffin. The neighborhood looked different in daylight. Not safer, just more naked. Cars abandoned at odd angles. Trash cans tipped over, their contents strewn across the yards. A mailbox dented in, dark stains splashed on the sidewalk beneath it. And silence. Even in the early morning, Clark's Summit should have been alive with birds, traffic, lawnmowers. Instead, the air hung heavy, broken only by the occasional distant siren. We moved quick, heads down, keeping to the edge of the street. My truck sat in the driveway, an old Ford with more rust than paint. The windshield had a crack like a spiderweb, but it started on the first try. I handed Claire a jug of water and climbed in. The engine's rumble sounded like a beacon to anything listening. She glanced at me, voice low. "Where exactly are we going?" "Geisinger Hospital. Downtown Scranton." Her brow furrowed. "You think she's still alive?" "I have to." We'd barely reached the end of the block when a voice called out. "Grady." Miguel Alvarez stood on his porch, rifle slung over one shoulder, pack at his feet. He looked sharp, alert, the same way he used to when checking perimeter fences after storms. "You're leaving?" he asked. "Hospital," I said. His jaw tightened. "That's suicide. Cities go first." "She's my sister." Miguel spat into the grass. "Sympathy's a liability, hermano. You hole up, wait it out. Military will sweep through in a day or two." I almost laughed at that. Military sweeps. Containment zones. All the Hollywood solutions. "Stay safe, Miguel," I said, shifting the truck into gear. His eyes narrowed. "Don't bring anything back here with you." I didn't answer. As I pulled away, I saw him in the rear view, bolting his door behind him, disappearing into shadow. The main road into Scranton was already choked. Dozens of cars nose to nose, some still idling, others abandoned with doors hanging open. A woman's purse lay spilled across the asphalt, lipsticks and receipts scattered like confetti. I slowed, weaving through the wreckage, careful not to crunch over debris. Claire gripped the dash with both hands, eyes darting from car to car. We passed a minivan with all four doors open. Inside, 2 car seats, empty. The front windshield was smeared with bloody handprints. Claire whispered, "Oh God." "Don't look," I muttered. But I kept looking. Couldn't help it. At the intersection near the highway on-ramp, traffic was a solid wall. Cars jammed in every direction, horns frozen in one long, dead chorus. Some had their trunks still open, half-packed with luggage. And bodies. Scattered across the pavement, lying still. Some torn apart, others whole. The smell hit us then, copper and rot, so strong it burned my throat. Claire gagged into her sleeve. "I killed the engine. We walk from here." We shouldered our packs and slipped between the stalled vehicles. The silence was worse than the noise. It meant we didn't know where they were. Halfway through the tangle of cars, a sound cracked the stillness. A soft thud. Then another. I raised the shotgun. A man crawled out from under an SUV, his legs twisted wrong, bones jutting white through denim. His arms pulled him forward in jerks, nails scraping metal. His face lifted, skin gray, lips chewed away, eyes clouded. Claire gasped. The man hissed, teeth clicking. Then he dragged himself toward us, leaving a trail of dark smears across the asphalt. I fired once. His head burst back, body collapsing limp. Claire trembled beside me, bat raised, useless in her shaking grip. "They're everywhere," she whispered. I nodded grimly. "And we've barely started." We pressed deeper into the gridlock, weaving between cars, the stench of exhaust and blood hanging thick. Every few steps I caught flashes of lives interrupted. A child's stuffed rabbit wedged in a seatbelt, a coffee cup still steaming faintly on a dashboard, a suitcase ripped open with clothes fluttering in the breeze. Claire clung close, her breath ragged. The bat shook in her hands. "Keep moving," I muttered. We passed a pickup with its driver slumped over the wheel, forehead resting on the horn. The constant blare made my teeth ache. As we drew level, his head jerked up. Eyes wide, jaw hanging slack. He slammed against the window, fists pounding, horn shrieking beneath him. Claire screamed. "Go!" I barked, shoving her forward. The glass cracked under his assault. We darted between bumpers, boots slipping on broken glass. Behind us, the horn died mid-blast, replaced by a shattering crash. I didn't look back. We broke free of the jam near the on-ramp, lungs burning. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of wreckage. Some cars burned, sending greasy black smoke into the sky. Others sat in silence, doors yawning open, seatbelts dangling loose. Claire stopped, bent double, clutching her knees. How far? 3 miles, maybe 4. Her face fell. On foot. You'd rather go back? She shook her head quickly. We pressed on. The silence pressed harder, broken only by the distant pop of gunfire somewhere in the city. Half a mile down, we found the first survivor. A man in his 30s, plaid shirt soaked red, staggered from behind a van. His hands were raised weakly, mouth moving soundlessly. Claire rushed forward before I could stop her. "Sir? Are you back?" I hissed. Too late. The man's eyes rolled white, his jaw snapping open. He lunged, teeth bared. Claire shrieked, swinging the bat blindly. It cracked against his temple, staggering him. He clawed at her shirt, dragging her close. I fired. The blast knocked him off his feet, head caved in. Claire fell back, gasping, hands smeared with his blood. He looked human. He wasn't, I snapped. Not anymore. You hesitate, you die. Her eyes filled with tears. I'm not like you, Tom. I can't just. You'll learn. I said it harsher than I meant, but fear sharpened every word. She didn't answer. She just wiped her face and kept walking, bat clenched tighter. The road curved past a gas station. Its windows were shattered, shelves stripped bare. A body hung halfway through the broken glass, torso inside, legs out, blood dried in thick streaks beneath it. We needed fuel, but I didn't dare stop. Not with the smell of rot so strong it made my stomach turn. Claire slowed. Tom there. 2 figures shambled from behind the pumps. One still wore a clerk's apron, soaked black. The other was missing an arm, the stump gnawed to bone. They saw us. Their heads snapped up in unison, jaws working, and then they sprinted. Not shuffling. Not staggering. Sprinting. Claire froze. Run. I grabbed her arm and hauled her toward the ditch. We scrambled down, crashing through brush, branches whipping our faces. The infected hit the guardrail above and hurled themselves down after us, snarling. I spun, raised the shotgun, and fired. The first fell, skull bursting against the stones. The second tumbled after, rolling in the brush, teeth snapping inches from my boot. I jammed the barrel down and pulled the trigger. Silence returned, broken only by Claire's sobs. They're fast, she gasped. Some of them, I said grimly. Early ones. How do you know that? Because if they were all that fast, we'd already be dead. She stared at me, horror widening her eyes. But she didn't argue. We crawled back up to the road, shaken, scratched raw. The gas station smoldered in the distance, oily smoke curling into the sky. I adjusted my pack, trying to steady my breath. Every step forward felt heavier. Not just from the gear, but from the weight of every choice. Keep moving. Get to Karen. Survive. That was the rhythm now. And with every mile, the city loomed closer and louder. Gunfire. Sirens. Screams. Scranton wasn't just falling. It was already gone. The closer we came to the city, the thicker the smoke got. Columns of it rose from rooftops, dark plumes smearing the skyline. I could see the University of Scranton clock tower in the distance, half shrouded, its familiar outline now menacing. Claire covered her nose with her sleeve. Smells like a bonfire. It's not. We followed the edge of the highway until the pavement narrowed into an overpass. From there, we had a clear view down into a side street. That's when we saw them. A group of survivors, maybe 8 or 9, huddled in the parking lot of a strip mall. They dragged dumpsters across the lot entrance, crude barricades. Inside, I could make out kids, 2 older women, a man waving a pistol uselessly at the street. And coming for them from every direction was a tide of infected. Dozens, maybe more. The barricade rattled as the first wave slammed into it. Hands clawed over, teeth snapping. The pistol cracked once, twice, but did nothing to slow the horde. Claire grabbed my arm. We have to help them. I kept my eyes on the scene, heart pounding. We can't. They'll die. They're already dead. Her face twisted in horror. How can you? I pointed with the shotgun. Look, you fire into that crowd, you draw more. You run down there, you get trapped. And then you die too. You want to save Karen? You keep walking. She stared at me like I'd just confessed murder. Then she turned away, biting back sobs. Below us, the barricade gave way. The crowd surged in. Screams rose, then cut off, swallowed by the roar of the infected. I forced myself to look away. We left the highway, cutting down a service road. My boots crunched glass with every step. Shops lined the street, pizzeria, hardware store, dry cleaner, all gutted. Windows shattered, doors hanging open, interiors ransacked. Blood painted the sidewalk in streaks and splatters. Claire's bat dragged against the asphalt now, her steps sluggish. She looked shell-shocked, eyes glassy, face pale beneath the dirt. Claire, I said gently. She blinked at me. You keep moving. 1 foot, then the other. That's it. You stop thinking about anything else. She swallowed hard, nodded. The bat rose back into her grip. Good. She wasn't gone yet. We cut across a small park, or what was left of one. Benches overturned. Playground equipment warped by fire. The grass was trampled flat, coated in dark stains. And in the center of it all, 3 bodies propped against a fountain. At first I thought they were corpses. Then one lifted its head. Its jaw was gone. Just bone and tendon, tongue dangling loose. It tried to rise, legs buckling, snapping, bones showing through the skin. The other 2 stirred, heads lolling, eyes milky. Claire froze, breath catching. Don't waste the ammo, I said. We backed away, keeping them in sight until distance swallowed them. The city edge loomed closer. Row houses, narrow streets, cars jammed into curbs. Somewhere inside, alarms wailed, echoing hollow through the blocks. We turned a corner and nearly walked into it. A man, or what was left of one. He staggered down the street, suit shredded, tie dangling loose. His stomach was torn open, loops of intestine dragging along the pavement behind him. The smell hit us, foul and wet. Claire gagged, covering her mouth. The man stopped, head jerking toward us. His cloudy eyes locked on, and he let out a guttural groan before breaking into a sprint, entrails slapping against his legs. Move! I shoved Claire sideways. The thing barreled past, slammed into a car, bounced off, and wheeled around, teeth gnashing. I raised the shotgun, then stopped. No shells left. I'd burned through them too fast. He charged again. Claire screamed, swinging the bat. It connected with his jaw, shattering teeth. He staggered but kept coming. I yanked the crowbar from my pack, swung hard. It cracked against his skull with a wet crunch. He went down twitching, intestines coiling around his legs like ropes. We stood over him, panting, the world suddenly silent again. Claire spat on the pavement. I hate this place. Get used to it, I said, wiping blood off the crowbar. We pushed deeper. The streets narrowed, the shadows lengthened, and the screams grew louder. The city wasn't dying quietly. From a ridge, through gaps in the buildings, I finally saw it, the hospital. Geisinger stood on the hill, windows glinting in the smoke-filled light. Lights flickered weakly on some floors, others completely dark. Smoke trailed from the rooftop parking deck. Claire followed my gaze, her face crumpling. She's in there? She was last I knew. And now? I tightened my grip on the shotgun. Now we find out. The closer we drew to the hospital, the more the city dissolved into chaos. Streets clogged with twisted cars. Burned-out storefronts, their awnings sagging in ashes. The air carried not just smoke now, but something worse, a sour, meaty stench that clung to the back of my throat. Claire stayed glued to my side, eyes darting at every noise. Her knuckles had gone white around the bat. She hadn't said a word since the man with the entrails. We followed a back alley, stepping over trash bags and shattered glass. My boots squelched in something I didn't dare identify. Halfway down the alley we heard it, voices. Human. Two men crouched behind a dumpster, rifles resting on the lid, scanning the street beyond. Their clothes were stained, one in camo pants, the other in a leather jacket. For a split second, relief surged through me. Survivors. Armed. Maybe even organized. Then I saw the pile. 3 bodies at their feet, stripped of packs, shoes, jackets. Bullet holes in their chests. Not infected. Just people. One of the men spotted us. He raised his rifle. Stop right there. I froze, shotgun raised halfway. Claire stiffened beside me. We don't want trouble, I called. The man in the jacket smirked. Out here trouble finds you. Drop the bag. My stomach nodded. Supplies. Ammo. Water. Everything we had. Claire whispered, Tom? I didn't lower the bag. The man's finger twitched on the trigger. I said. The sound cut him off. A scream, high and ragged, followed by the thunder of feet. Shadows poured from the street. Infected, dozens, surging fast, howling as they barreled toward the alley. The gunman spun, opened fire. The infected hit like a wave, dragging one down instantly, tearing his throat open in a spray of red. The second man shrieked, firing wildly, then disappeared under the mass. Claire grabbed my sleeve. Go. We bolted, boots hammering pavement, cutting down side streets as the feeding sounds chased us. By the time we slowed, my chest burned like fire. We ducked into a narrow stairwell between 2 apartment blocks, pressing against the wall, listening. Claire's eyes glistened with panic. People are worse than them. Sometimes, I said, breath ragged. She laughed bitterly on the edge of tears. So who do we run from? Everyone? I didn't answer, because I didn't know. The hospital loomed close now, only a few blocks uphill. The sight made my stomach twist. Ambulances sat wrecked in the lot, their lights still flashing faintly. The glass doors had been smashed out, jagged edges catching the smoke-dimmed light. The sound coming from inside wasn't human. Growls. Snarls. The wet slap of something feasting. Claire gripped my arm. Tom, we can't go in there. I stared at the entrance, heart pounding in my ears. Karen was in there. Or what was left of her. Either way, I had to know. I racked the shotgun, the sound echoing in the empty street. Claire shook her head, tears streaking her cheeks. Please, don't make me go in there. You don't have to, I said softly. But I do. Her grip tightened, trembling. I'm not letting you go alone. We stood together, staring at the gaping black maw of the hospital doors. The wind shifted, carrying the reek of blood and decay. I took a step forward. And from deep inside the hospital, something screamed, long, high, and hungry. The sound froze my blood. Still, I whispered more to myself than to her. She's still in there. And then we walked into the dark. The glass doors were shattered, the entrance yawning wide like a broken mouth. I stepped over the jagged edges, shotgun raised, every muscle tensed. Claire followed close, her bat gripped so hard her knuckles had gone pale. The hospital lobby was wrecked. Chairs overturned. A wheelchair on its side, one wheel spinning slowly. Papers littered the floor in drifts, footprints smeared in blood across them. The smell hit first, sharp disinfectant undercut by copper and rot. It was the kind of smell that clung to your clothes, crawled into your lungs. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering at random, casting long, stuttering shadows across the walls. Somewhere deeper inside, a machine beeped weakly, out of rhythm like a dying heartbeat. Claire's whisper broke the silence. "Oh my God." I didn't answer. My eyes scanned everything: stairwells, corridors, broken doors. The hospital was alive, but not with people. Something scraped against tile in the distance. A dragging sound. We froze. Another sound followed, a wet, sucking noise like meat torn from bone. Then a low groan. Claire trembled beside me. "They're in here. Stay close." "No noise," I murmured. We crept past the reception desk. The glass partition was shattered, the counter smeared with handprints. Behind it, a monitor flickered static, throwing ghostly light across a shape slumped in the chair. At first, I thought it was another corpse. Then the shape stirred. A nurse, or what was left of one. Her scrubs were soaked black at the stomach, her chin and chest slick with dried gore. Her head jerked up at the sound of our steps. Eyes wide. Mouth smeared red. She hissed, launching forward into the glass shards that had once been the partition. Her arms flailed, body convulsing as the shards tore into her skin, but she didn't stop. Claire gasped, stumbling back. I didn't waste a shell. I jammed the crowbar forward through the opening, drove it into her skull. She collapsed behind the counter with a wet thud. Claire gagged into her sleeve. Jesus Christ. I wrenched the crowbar free, wiping the gore on my jeans. Keep moving. We crossed the lobby into the main corridor. The walls here were worse. Smeared handprints, frantic messages scrawled in blood. Help. Trapped second FLR. Don't open. A gurney lay tipped over against the wall, and 4 bag dangling from its hook, fluid dripping slowly onto the tile. We passed an exam room with the door half open. Inside, a man lay strapped to a bed, leather restraints biting into his wrists. His chest rose and fell in jerks, breath rasping, but his skin was the same gray as the others. His eyes snapped open as we passed. He thrashed against the straps, snarling, teeth clacking together. The leather strained, creaked. Claire froze, staring in horror. "Leave him," I said. "But, leave him." She tore her gaze away, tears welling in her eyes. The deeper we went, the more oppressive it felt. Every hallway echoed with faint noises, something scuttling above the ceiling tiles, a door creaking shut in the distance, a low groan vibrating through the vents. The infected outside were loud. These weren't. They stalked. They waited. At the end of one hallway, a dark shape stood motionless. I raised the shotgun, sweat trickling down my back. It didn't move. We edged closer. Not a person. A mannequin. One of those CPR dummies from a training room, its plastic face smeared with bloody handprints. Claire let out a shaky laugh, half hysterical. Then we heard it, footsteps. Not ours. Soft, slow. Coming from the stairwell ahead. I signaled Claire back against the wall. The door creaked open. Something stepped out. A man in a lab coat, stethoscope dangling from his neck. His head lolled to one side, the skin at his throat torn open. His hands twitched spastically, fingernails scraped raw. He sniffed the air like an animal catching a scent. Claire's breath caught in her throat. I raised the shotgun. The doctor's head snapped toward us. His mouth opened wide, wider than it should have, jaw cracking, and he shrieked. From behind him, the stairwell erupted with movement. Dozens of them, spilling out in jerks and spasms. Claire screamed. "Run!" I shouted, firing into the first as we bolted back down the hall. The hallway erupted into chaos. My first shot tore through the doctor's skull, spraying bone and brain across the stairwell door. But more poured out behind him. Men in patient gowns, nurses, strangers, all twisted, all broken, all fast. Their feet slapped the tile like drumbeats. Their snarls filled the corridor, echoing in every direction. "Go!" I shoved Claire ahead of me. We sprinted, boots hammering against the blood-slick floor. Papers and 4 stands toppled as we barreled past. The fluorescent lights flickered, turning the chase into a strobe nightmare, shadows stretching, teeth flashing, hands reaching. Claire swung the bat behind her once, catching one across the face. It went down screaming, only for 2 more to leap over it. I fired again, the recoil slamming into my shoulder. One head burst like a melon, the body collapsing in a heap. Click. Empty. Shit. I dropped the shotgun to the sling at my side, yanked the crowbar free and kept moving. We rounded a corner and nearly collided with a barricade, a vending machine shoved across the hall, chairs piled on top. Over. I barked. I boosted Claire up, shoving her until she scrambled across the top. She landed hard on the other side, gasping. The infected surged closer. I climbed, hauling myself over, boots slipping on candy wrapper stuck to the glass. Hands clawed at my jeans, teeth snapping at my ankles. One nearly caught me, but I swung the crowbar down, caving its temple in. I dropped to the floor beside Claire. Run. We bolted again, our breaths ragged, hearts hammering. The corridor narrowed. Signs pointed the way, ICU, pediatrics, radiology. ICU. Karen. Upstairs, I panted. Claire shook her head, wild-eyed. They'll trap us. She's there. No time to argue. I grabbed her wrist and pulled. We found the stairwell and shoved through. The air inside was rank, humid, buzzing faintly with flies. Blood smeared the railing. I glanced upward. Dim light filtered down from the second-floor landing. Something moved up there. A silhouette, small. A child. My chest clenched. The figure stepped into the light. Not a child. Not anymore. Its face was chewed away, eyes milky, jaw gnawed to bone. It staggered to the railing, then shrieked. The sound echoed down the stairwell like a siren. From below, more shrieks answered. Up. I shoved Claire ahead of me and we scrambled up the steps 2 at a time. The child lunged, tiny fingers clawing. I slammed the crowbar down, crushing its skull. Claire gagged but didn't stop. We burst onto the second floor, shoving the door shut behind us. Something slammed against it immediately, shaking it on its hinges. The ICU hallway was worse than the first. Beds lined the walls, curtains half drawn. Some still had shapes under the sheets. One twitched faintly. Another lay perfectly still, chest cavity gaping open, organs missing. The beeping machines had mostly gone silent. The one still alive let out a weak, irregular tone, like flat lines that refused to end. Claire covered her mouth, tears brimming. This is hell. Stay focused, I said, scanning the doors. Each was labeled. ICU. 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 Karen's name had to be on one of them. But which? We crept down the hall, every shadow a threat. Somewhere behind a curtain, something shifted, followed by the wet slap of flesh on tile. We froze. A shape crawled out, dragging itself on hands slick with blood. Its legs were gone, torn away at the waist. It pulled itself forward with unnatural speed, leaving a black trail across the floor. Claire swung the bat with a choked sob. The skull split, spraying dark gore. She trembled afterward, gagging, but didn't drop the weapon. She was learning. I almost hated that. At the end of the hall, we found the ICU doors. Someone had tried to barricade them with a gurney, chairs, and a filing cabinet. Handprints smeared the walls around it, some in blood, some in dirt. I shoved the barricade aside, gritting my teeth against the screech of metal on tile. Claire hissed, "You'll bring them?" "I don't care." We forced the doors open. Inside, the lights flickered weakly. Monitors beeped faintly. And voices. Human voices. "Stop. Who's there?" A man appeared from behind a bed, a scalpel clutched in shaking hands. He wore a doctor's coat, his face gaunt, eyes wild. Behind him, more survivors stirred. 2 nurses, an older woman in a patient gown, a young man clutching his arm like it was broken. And then I saw her. Karen. My sister. She lay on a bed at the far wall, pale, sweat-soaked, her leg wrapped in makeshift bandages. Her eyes fluttered open when she heard my voice. Tom? I froze. My throat closed. Karen. She tried to sit up, pain flashing across her face. You came. I rushed to her side, ignoring the scalpel, ignoring the others. Her skin was burning hot. The bandages were soaked dark. Don't, one of the nurses said sharply. She was bitten. The words hit like a hammer. Bitten. Claire gasped behind me. I gripped Karen's hand, my jaw tight. No. She's alive. The nurse shook her head. For now. Karen's skin burned under my hand. She trembled, her breath shallow, every exhale rattling. Her eyes found mine, the same gray-green we'd shared since childhood. You shouldn't be here, she whispered. I had to, I said. My throat tightened. I couldn't just. Tom, she cut me off weakly, her voice a rasp. You should have stayed away. The doctor with the scalpel moved closer. His coat was torn, stained, his face hollow. She was brought in 3 hours ago. Bitten on the leg during the first wave. We tried to stop the spread, but... He hesitated, eyes flicking to me. You know what happens. I shook my head. No. Not her. The nurse, sharp-eyed, exhausted, maybe mid-30s, stepped forward. We've seen it over and over. Fever. Sweating. Then the tremors. Within 12 hours, they change. She hasn't changed, I snapped. Not yet, she said. Claire hovered near the door, clutching the bat, her face pale. She didn't meet my eyes. The survivors whispered among themselves. The young man with the broken arm muttered, We can't keep her. She'll turn. We're trapped in here as it is. The older woman shook her head fiercely. She's still alive. You don't kill someone just because you're scared. The group split down the middle, fear against compassion. The doctor rubbed his temples, the scalpel trembling in his grip. We don't have supplies to waste. And when she changes, she'll kill us all. It's not a matter of if, it's when. My jaw clenched. Then I'll watch her. She's my responsibility, not yours. He met my gaze, hollow eyes unblinking. That's what every brother, husband, parent says. And then they scream when it happens. The words cut deep. But I didn't let go of Karen's hand. She tugged weakly at my sleeve. Tom? I leaned close. Her lips quivered. You can't let me hurt anyone. Promise me. My throat closed. The room blurred. Don't say that. She coughed, wincing, and a fresh stain spread through her bandages. Promise. I couldn't speak. I just squeezed her hand tighter. The doctor sighed, turning away. Then it settled. She stays. But when the time comes, I'll handle it, I growled. His eyes lingered on me, then dropped. For a moment, the room went quiet, just the weak beeping of the remaining monitors and the faint hum of the backup lights. Then the pounding started. Something hammered against the ICU doors we'd slipped through. Art. Wood splintered. Metal groaned. The survivors froze, eyes wide. They followed us, Claire whispered. The doctor cursed under his breath. We can't hold them out. The barricade's gone. The nurse grabbed a tray of instruments, hands shaking. The young man clutched his broken arm tighter. The older woman whimpered a prayer. Karen's grip tightened around mine. Tom? I stood, cocking the shotgun. Nobody touches her. You hear me? The pounding grew louder. Snarls joined it. Claws scraped metal. And then, as if the building itself answered, the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then everything went dark. The beeping monitors died. The humming machines went silent. Only the pounding remained, echoing in the black. And from somewhere deep in the hospital, a chorus of screams rose, shrill, inhuman, dozens of voices crying out at once. Claire's whisper trembled in the dark. Tom, they're coming. The dark was absolute. Every breath sounded too loud, too close. Somewhere, a metal tray clattered to the floor. Someone stifled a sob. I forced my breathing steady, shotgun braced, ears straining. The pounding at the doors quickened, no longer steady blows but frantic, frenzied. Nails screeched down the metal. Snarls seeped through the cracks. "They'll break through," the young man muttered, panic rising. "We're trapped." "Shut up," the nurse hissed. A low groan came from the far side of the room. For one chilling second I thought it was Karen. But no. From a curtained bed near the corner, something stirred. The curtain shivered. Then it was ripped down, the rod clattering. A patient lay strapped to the bed, skin gray, eyes glazed white. His chest convulsed as he screeched, arms jerking against the restraints. Claire gasped. "They left one in here." The doctor lunged forward, stabbing the scalpel down into the patient's skull again and again, blood spraying his coat. The body went still, the echo of the wet stabs filling the silence. The doctor staggered back, chest heaving, eyes wild. The pounding at the door grew louder. The frame began to crack. "Listen to me," I whispered, voice low but firm. "When they break in, we don't run. We hold. We make them pay for every inch." Karen doesn't move. Claire's breathing quickened. "Tom?" I cut her off. "You stay by her. Anyone tries to touch her, you swing that bat until they don't get up. Got it?" She hesitated, then nodded, jaw tight. The nurse clutched a tray like a shield. The older woman gripped a broken four-pole like a spear. The young man trembled, useless with his broken arm. The doctor stared at me, face pale in the faint emergency light that flickered back to life. "We can't win this. We run now, we might survive." I shook my head. "You run, you die." He swallowed hard. The doors gave way. The barricade burst inward, chairs flying, metal shrieking. And they came. Dozens, maybe more, bodies twisted and broken, faces slack with hunger, jaws snapping, eyes rolling white. They poured into the ICU like a flood of teeth and claws. I fired. The blast lit the room in a strobe of gore, the nearest infected collapsing in a heap. "Hold them back," I roared. Claire swung the bat, cracking a skull wide open. The nurse shrieked, stabbing with scissors. The older woman jabbed the four-pole wildly, impaling one through the throat. The doctor slashed with his scalpel, eyes wide with terror. But there were too many. Hands clawed at the beds, teeth gnashing. One leapt onto the young man, biting into his shoulder. His scream was high and raw before blood filled it. Another barreled toward Karen's bed. "No." I slammed the crowbar down, caving its skull. Her eyes widened, tears streaking down her cheeks. "Tom, I'm here." I bellowed, firing again. Another head burst, but the blast left my ears ringing. The infected kept coming, crawling over each other, piling into the room. We were drowning in them. The nurse went down, dragged screaming into the swarm. The older woman vanished beneath a wall of bodies, her prayer cut short. The doctor hacked wildly, blood spraying his face, until one tore his throat out with a single bite. He gurgled, dropping to the floor. Claire stood her ground, swinging until the bat was slick, until her arms shook. "Tom," she cried, "I've got you." I reloaded, shells clattering, pumping, firing. The crowbar swung between shots, cracking bone, splitting faces. But it wasn't enough. For every one that fell, 3 more pushed forward. Karen's hand reached out, trembling, desperate. "Please?" I grabbed it, clutching tight with one hand, firing with the other. "I won't let them take you." Her tears mixed with sweat. Her voice broke. "Tom, if it happens, don't say it." I screamed, choking back the truth, rage and grief twisting in my chest. Her lips quivered. "Promise me." I fired again, the blast deafening, the recoil jarring my shoulder. "I promise." I roared. The room was a slaughterhouse. Blood slicked the floor. Bodies writhed and collapsed. Screams turned to gurgles, then silence. But somehow, Claire and I still stood. Breath heaving. Arms trembling. Weapons dripping. Around us, the infected corpses twitched, some still clawing weakly before going still. The ICU was destroyed. The survivors were gone. Only us and Karen. Still alive. Still burning with fever. Still bitten. I dropped the shotgun, chest heaving, ears ringing. I sank to my knees beside her, gripping her hand. Her eyes searched mine, filled with pain and love and fear. Tom? I brushed the damp hair from her face. My throat locked, my chest burning. You're not alone, I whispered. Claire leaned against the wall, shaking, blood smeared across her face. Her voice was raw. They'll be back. More will come. I knew she was right, but I didn't care. For now, all I could do was hold Karen's hand. For now, all I could do was keep my promise. The ICU hallway was a ruin. Smoke curled from scorched tiles, shattered monitors blinked erratically, and the floor was slick with blood that refused to dry. For a moment, we just sat there, breathing hard, crouched behind the overturned gurney. Karen lay between us, her hand in mine. The fever burned through her skin. Every shiver made her whimper. Her leg, wrapped in the blood-soaked bandages, throbbed. Tom, she whispered. Her voice was weak, rasping. I don't want to. Shoo, don't talk. Just stay with me, I said, pressing my palm to hers. Claire sat against the wall, bat still in hand, shaking. Her eyes darted to every shadow, every flicker of movement in the ruined ICU. We can't stay here. They'll come back. I know, I muttered. My fingers grazed the bite on Karen's leg, swollen, darkened. But we can't just leave her either. I could feel the weight of every choice pressing down. The hospital was collapsing. Fires burned in far wings. Floors groaned under the strain of smashed stairwells. Outside, the city was falling apart. And inside, she might not last the night. I knelt, examining her wound. Blood loss was significant, but not fatal yet. The tissue was torn cleanly. I could see the blackened bruising spreading. I thought back to my prepper manuals, survival guides, and the countless hours I'd spent researching emergencies. No zombie infection had ever been documented outside fiction, but I reasoned logically. Rapid onset. Fever. Muscle tremors. Bite location mattered. Time mattered. We had a small window, maybe a few hours, before the infection became irreversible. I tore a strip of cloth from my shirt and began to compress the bite, tying it as tightly as I dared without cutting circulation. Karen groaned, shivering. Tom, she said, voice trembling. If it happens, you have to. No, I interrupted sharply, gripping her hand. I won't. Not you. Not ever. Claire flinched. Tom, what if she turns? We can't just keep her here. I looked at her, eyes burning. Then we fight. Every step of the way. She's my sister. She stays alive as long as I do. We moved Karen into an office adjoining the ICU. The door was dented, but I shoved a filing cabinet against it, then overturned a supply cart. We pushed in a chair, a gurney, anything that could slow them. I leaned back against the wall, shoulders slumping. The blood-stained room smelled like rot and antiseptic, mixing with the metallic tang of panic. Karen rested her head on my shoulder. Her eyes fluttered closed, sweat dripping down her temples. I pressed my forehead to hers. We'll get through this, I whispered, though my voice wavered. Claire paced near the wall, hands gripping the bat. We can't last long here. There's no food, no water. If more of them come. I know, I said. I closed my eyes for a second, running a hand through my hair. My mind raced through options. 1. Stay, fortify the office, defend her at all costs. 2. Attempt to flee through the hospital to the rooftop helipad or back outside, risking the infection spreading in transit. 3. Isolate her completely, leaving me and Claire to survive without her. Each choice had consequences. Each one could kill us all. I remembered a memory from years ago, Karen and I playing in the backyard, laughing as we dodged sprinklers. The sound of her laughter had always been a tether to my childhood, a reminder of home. And now, she was lying here, pale, bitten, depending on me for every breath. I swallowed hard, voice tight. I can't leave her. I won't leave her. Claire stopped pacing. Her lips trembled. You're insane. Maybe, I said. But she's my family. That's all that matters right now. The sounds outside grew louder. Nails scraping metal. Groans. The low, wet thuds of bodies hitting walls. They were regrouping. I checked Karen's breathing. Fast, shallow. Fever rising. Eyes flickering. Her hand tightened around mine. Tom, if it happens. Don't say it, I whispered, gripping her wrist, shaking my head. A crash echoed from down the hall, the sound of furniture splintering under the weight of the infected. Another followed. And another. Claire pressed herself against the wall. We have to move. Now. I looked at Karen. Her eyes met mine, pleading, weak. Stay with me, I whispered. I won't leave you, I added, voice cracking. I searched the office quickly. Supplies were minimal. A first aid kit, 2 flashlights, half a box of batteries, a fire extinguisher. Not enough for long-term survival, but enough to buy a few hours. I tied Karen's legs loosely to the chair for stability, adjusted her bandages, and gave Claire a quick nod. We move. Keep her stable. Don't let her stumble. She swallowed hard, gripping the bat. What if she turns? I glared at her, voice low but deadly. Then we fight. Together. You, me, and her. Understand? She nodded, pale but resolute. I peeked through the cracked door. Hallway clear. For now. The shadows shifted as the emergency lights flickered weakly. Time was running out. The fever was rising. And every second brought the infection closer to taking her. Karen's hand twitched in mine. Tom, stay. I won't let go, I whispered. The building groaned, alarms flickering back to life for a moment before dying again. Somewhere in the distance, a door splintered. Nails scraped tile. Low growls echoed closer. I pressed my forehead to Karen's, shaking slightly. Whatever happens, I'm here. I'm not leaving. Not now. Not ever. Her eyelids fluttered. A faint groan escaped her lips. Claire's eyes widened. I held her tighter, whispering over the chaos. Stay with me, please. The hallway outside the office was a nightmare frozen in time. Floors slick with blood, overturned gurneys, and smashed monitors reflected the weak emergency lights in flickering patterns. Every shadow could hide death. Every echo was a warning. Karen leaned against me, shivering, her fever radiating heat that made the blood on my hands feel cold by comparison. Her breaths came in short, ragged bursts. I adjusted her bandages as best I could, wincing at the dark stains that spread through the cloth. We have to move, I whispered to Claire. We can't stay here. They'll break through. Her eyes were wide, panicked. Tom, she's burning up. What if she turns while we're moving? I shook my head. Then we fight. Together. We've survived worse. Trust me. We slipped the office door open slowly, peering into the hall. For a moment, it seemed empty. A stack of overturned chairs blocked the far end, giving us a small corridor to cross. I led, shotgun raised, crowbar ready. Karen leaned on me, weak but conscious, murmuring apologies. Don't, I whispered, gripping her hand tighter. You're not the enemy. Claire followed, bat raised, eyes scanning every shadow. Her face was pale but resolute. The first step into the hall made the floor groan. A low, wet thump echoed from the ceiling. Something fell, or someone. We froze, hearts hammering. The sound of crawling, dragging, groaning came from both directions. I motioned them forward, quick but quiet. Every hallway we crossed was a minefield. Broken glass, puddles of blood, and the occasional twitching corpse that had somehow remained animated enough to trip the unwary. We reached the elevator lobby. Elevators were dead, lights flickering, cables sparking. One car door hung open at a tilted angle, cables frayed inside. No luck, I muttered. Stairs. Up or down? Karen moaned softly. Her face was pale and damp with sweat. Her hand twitched weakly in mine. We have to go up, I said. Rooftop. Maybe a way out. Claire's face twisted. You mean outside? Through all that? Yes. Outside is safer than here. But we have to move fast. I glanced at Karen's leg. The bite had darkened and her tremors were worsening. Fever raging. I could feel the infection edging closer with every passing minute. I gritted my teeth. We'll get her out. That's all that matters. The stairwell was tight, narrow, concrete. Each step groaned under our weight. Every door we passed showed signs of horror. Smashed offices, beds stripped of linens, blood-smeared messages still faint on the walls. Help, don't open, they're everywhere. The smell was almost unbearable. The stench of rot, blood, and fever mixed into something sharp and clinging. Karen groaned softly, clutching my arm. Almost there, I whispered. One step at a time. A sudden crash echoed above. Something had fallen from the higher floors. Screams followed, mingled with snarls and the wet slap of infected feet. Move! I shouted, pushing Karen carefully. Claire was close behind, swinging the bat at a shadow that lunged at us from an open doorway. A body collapsed, twitching, then lay still. I felt Karen shiver violently. Her breaths came faster. Fever burning through her. Tom? I can't, she whispered. Yes, you can, I replied, voice steady but shaking. Hold on. Just a little longer. We reached the third-floor landing. The door to the roof was locked, a small barricade of furniture thrown against it. I yanked at the door, jammed. Sparks flew from a broken light above, illuminating the hallway for a second. And that's when we heard it, a low, guttural growl. From the other end of the hall. Slow, deliberate. Closer than it should be. Claire froze. They're here. I didn't answer. My heart pounded in my chest. I could feel the fever in Karen's skin, the tremors increasing. The infection creeping. Every second mattered. I shoved the barricade aside, swinging it open. The roof access was blocked with twisted metal, but just enough room for Karen to pass. I went first, guiding her, Claire close behind. The roof was open to the sky. Smoke from the city curled in spirals, a dim orange against the night. The wind was biting, carrying the smell of fires and rot. But it was open. Space. A momentary reprieve. Karen collapsed against the floor, weak. I knelt, gripping her hands. Stay with me, I whispered. I don't want to, she rasped. Fever burning her cheeks. I don't want to hurt anyone. You won't, I said firmly, eyes scanning the horizon. Not while I'm here. Not while Claire's here. I promise. Claire knelt beside us. We don't have much time, she said quietly. Her bat rested against her shoulder, eyes scanning the edges of the roof. More will come. I glanced over the ledge, city streets below littered with cars, smoke, fire, and the occasional twitching figure. The infected were moving, regrouping, hunting. Karen shivered violently, sweat dripping from her temples. Her eyes flickered, momentarily glassy. I can feel it, she whispered. Tom? I can feel it taking me. I gritted my teeth, brushing damp hair from her face. Not yet. Not while I'm here. You stay with me. Promise me you'll stay with me. Her hand tightened around mine. Weak but alive. I promise, she rasped. A sudden crash sounded from below. A portion of the roof railing gave way under the weight of a fallen beam. I spun, shotgun raised. Shadows moved along the edge. More infected, scrambling, climbing, surging toward us. Claire swung the bat, cracking a head open. Blood sprayed. I fired, recoil slamming into my shoulder, but the figures kept coming. Karen whimpered. Fever spiking. Tremors worse. Her skin flushed, face pale and hot. I pressed my forehead to hers. Stay with me, I whispered. Whatever happens, I'm right here. The wind howled, carrying the distant screams of the city. Fires burned. The infected swarmed. But for that moment, All that mattered was her hand in mine, and the promise I made I would keep even if it killed me. The wind tore across the roof, sharp and biting, carrying the distant screams of a city unraveling. Smoke swirled around us, burning my eyes, filling my lungs with ash and the metallic scent of blood. Karen lay trembling at my side, fever raging. Her skin glowed unnaturally in the emergency light's flicker, sweat slicking her hair to her temples. Every shiver made my chest ache. "Tom," she whispered, voice weak. I can feel it. I don't." I pressed my hand to hers. "She'll. Not yet. Not while I'm here. I'm not leaving you." Claire crouched near the ledge, bat ready, eyes darting to the edges of the roof. "They're climbing," she hissed. "More are coming." I raised the shotgun. A faint clatter, the scrape of nails along concrete. Shadows shifted along the rooftop's edge, climbing from the fire-ruined floors below. "Tom, what do we do?" Claire whispered. Her voice trembled, but she didn't look away. I didn't answer. I scanned the horizon. Fire. Smoke. Twisted metal. The city below was chaos incarnate. And behind us, or above us, the infected were relentless, pushing, clawing, surging. Karen's tremors worsened. Fevered eyes flickering, lips chapped and quivering. Her hand twitched in mine. I can't," she rasped. "Shoo, don't," I murmured, brushing hair from her face. "I've got you. I promise." She shivered violently, forehead damp, breath shallow and quick. The bite was darkening, the tissue around it swelling. Every instinct told me time was slipping. Every instinct told me to fight, to survive. But I had no plan if she turned mid-rooftop. I had only one choice. "Claire," I said quietly, voice firm, "we're going to move her. Roof to fire escape. That's our only chance." She swallowed hard, eyes wide. "And if she changes?" I shook my head. "Then we fight. We make it count. No one touches her before me. Understand?" Her nod was barely visible, but I could feel her resolve harden. I slid the first aid kit toward me, ripping gauze for quick wraps and compression. I tied Karen's legs as best I could to prevent stumbling, adjusted her bandages. Every motion counted. Every second mattered. I lifted her slowly. She winced, weak but alive. "Stay close," I whispered to Claire. "Cover us." The fire escape loomed at the edge of the building. Rusted, bent in places but solid enough to hold us, barely. I guided Karen carefully, one step at a time. Each step scraped metal, echoing across the rooftop. From below, a chorus of guttural growls rose. Nails scraped concrete. Hands clawed at walls. Shadows climbed. Claire swung the bat at the first figure to reach the edge. Blood sprayed. Another lunged. I blasted it with the shotgun, body collapsing. Still more kept coming. Karen groaned softly. Fever burning her. Tremors worsening. I can't," she whimpered. "You can," I said firmly, brushing her damp hair from her eyes. "Stay with me. I'm not letting go." Halfway down the fire escape, the metal groaned. A loose railing bent under our weight. One misstep and we could plummet dozens of feet onto the rubble-strewn streets below. "Careful," I snapped, keeping my shotgun raised. Below, the infected clawed at the walls, reaching. Some fell from the building, screaming, only to rise again. Claire swung the bat in tight arcs, taking down 2, then 3. I felt the sweat on my brow, the heat from Karen's fever radiating through my chest. Every heartbeat screamed, we might not make it. But I couldn't let go. We reached the rooftop of the next lower floor, a small ledge overlooking a side street. Smoke curled thickly below, fire licking through abandoned cars and debris. The infected below had stopped climbing. They swarmed in the streets like ants, unable to reach us for now. Karen's body slumped against me, weak and fevered. Her eyes fluttered, clouding slightly. I froze. Her lips parted. A low, wet growl escaped. Claire gasped, stepping back, bat raised. "Tom, she..." I gritted my teeth, holding her tighter. No, not yet. You stay with me. Fight it. I promise. Her eyes, clouding further, searched mine. I'm scared. I know, I whispered. I'm here. I won't leave you. The fire escape below creaked violently. The first of the climbing infected reached the edge. They clawed, hands slapping metal, eyes rolling white. I fired the shotgun, spraying the nearest one in a red mist. Another surged upward, teeth snapping. Claire swung the bat, cracking skulls as we descended. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever rising. Bite darkening. I pulled her closer. Stay with me. Don't let go. Not now. Not ever. Her hands twitched, weakly gripping mine. She moaned low, almost human, almost lost. The city burned below. The infected surged above. The rooftops swayed under our weight. And all I could do was hold her tight, whispering the promise that would drive me through whatever came next. I won't let you go. The fire escape shuddered beneath us, rusted metal groaning as we made the last stretch down to the side street. Smoke rose from burning cars and debris, curling into the night sky, but for the moment the street below was clear. The infected still swarmed, their groans echoing, but none had climbed all the way to us. I set Karen gently on the pavement, crouching beside her. Her body was trembling violently, fever blazing, pulse fast and shallow. She shivered in a way that made my chest tighten. Her lips were chapped, quivering, eyes flickering between focus and the clouded haze of infection. Tom, she whispered, voice weak. I don't. Shoo, I said, pressing my hand to hers. You're not alone. I'm right here. Claire's right here. I won't leave you. Claire crouched nearby, bat ready, eyes scanning the street. We can't stay here long, she said quietly, voice tight. They'll find us if we linger. I nodded, swallowing hard. Karen's tremors worsened. Her fever burned through her body, the bite spreading. Time was slipping. Every second mattered. We have to keep moving, I said. We can't let them corner us, not like this. But we go slow. I won't let her stumble. I ripped gauze from the first aid kit and pressed it tighter around the bite, trying to slow the swelling, to hold back the inevitable. Karen whimpered against me, shivering uncontrollably. Her eyes flickered, clouding slightly. I'm scared, she whispered. I know, I murmured, brushing damp hair from her forehead. I know, but you fight it. You stay with me. I promise. Her hand twitched weakly in mine. I can't. Yes, you can, I said firmly. I've got you. Every step. No matter what comes. I won't let you go. The infection crept closer with each moment, darkening the skin around her bite, trembling muscles threatening to buckle under its grip. The air carried the smell of smoke and decay, thick and choking. Every distant scream reminded me that time was short. Claire helped me guide Karen along the side street, careful of the rubble and broken pavement. Each step was a battle, for balance, for survival, for the fragile hope that we might make it. From a ruined storefront, a shadow moved. Infected, drawn to sound, clawing through glass and debris. Cover us, I shouted. Claire swung the bat, cracking a skull as the first figure lunged. I fired the shotgun, spray of red and bone scattering, but more surged from the darkness. Karen whimpered again, tremors increasing. Fever spiking. Her eyes flickered, clouding further. I pressed her closer. Stay with me, I whispered. You fight it. Don't let go. The street opened into a small plaza, partially barricaded by abandoned vehicles. A chance for temporary safety. I guided Karen behind a reinforced car door, crouching beside her, gripping her hand tightly. Her breath came in ragged bursts. I could feel her pulse racing, fever scorching. She looked at me with cloudy eyes. Tom, she rasped. I feel it, it's coming. I shook my head, voice tight with anger and fear. Not now. Not while I'm here. You fight it. Fight it for me. I'm not leaving you. Claire rested a hand on my shoulder, trembling. We can't hold them off forever. I know, I whispered, brushing Karen's damp hair from her face. But we hold on as long as we can. Together. I'll protect her. Even if it's the last thing I do. Karen's hand twitched in mine, weakly squeezing. A faint growl escaped her lips, soft, almost human, almost lost. I pressed my forehead to hers. Stay with me, I whispered. Whatever happens, I'm right here. I won't let go. I promise. Her eyes clouded further, but her grip on my hand remained fragile yet alive. From the ruins around us, the groans of the city's dead grew louder. The fire burned higher. Smoke spiraled into the sky. And through it all, I held her hand, a lifeline in the chaos. We had reached temporary safety for now. But the infection in Karen was reaching a tipping point. And the next choice, whether to flee, fight, or face what was coming, would determine if any of us survived the night. I whispered one final promise into the smoky night, gripping her hand tighter than ever. I won't let you go. Not now. Not ever. The city burned around us, and the smoke stung my eyes, sharp and bitter. Streets were littered with abandoned cars, overturned trash bins, and bodies, some still twitching, some silent, already gone. The groans of the infected carried through the ruins, echoing off concrete and glass, a choir of hunger and death. Karen leaned against me, shivering violently. Fever burned her skin, tremors racking her body. Her grip on my hand was weak but unbroken, the only tether keeping me focused. Tom, she rasped, voice barely audible. I can't. Yes, you can, I whispered, pressing my hand to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. I'm not leaving you. Claire crouched beside us, bat raised, eyes scanning the streets. We can't linger here. They'll find us. We need to move, now. I nodded, forcing my body to stand despite the weight of fatigue, fear, and the searing heat of Karen's fever through my arms. Roof to street, then south. There's a fire escape down the alley. It might take us to the main road. The first step onto the street was a risk. Broken glass crunched underfoot, and I could hear faint shuffles behind us. A group of infected had gathered near a collapsed building. They hadn't seen us, yet. Keep her low, I murmured. Move slow, quiet. Karen leaned weakly against me, and I adjusted my grip on the shotgun. Claire followed, swinging the bat toward anything that shifted in the shadows. The street was chaos. Cars burnt to husks, fires licking the walls of abandoned storefronts. Smoke rose in thick clouds, obscuring the stars. And through it all, the low moan of the city's dead carried on the wind, chasing us, mocking us. Halfway down the block, a figure lunged from behind a car. Its skin was gray, lips torn, teeth snapping. I fired the shotgun, the blast deafening in the night. The figure collapsed, twitching, and then lay still. Claire swung the bat at another that lunged toward Karen. Its skull split, blood spraying onto the pavement. Karen whimpered, tremors increasing. Fever rising. Her eyes flickered, clouding slightly. Stay with me, I whispered, brushing damp hair from her face. I've got you. Fight it. Don't let go. Her hand twitched, weak but alive. We reached the alley leading to the fire escape. Rusted metal, twisted in places but solid enough. I guided Karen carefully, every step a careful negotiation with the uneven ground. The infected were still behind us, drawn by the sound of our movement. Almost there, I whispered. One step at a time. The fire escape swayed as we climbed. Metal groaned under our weight. Each step echoed, a warning to the city's dead. From the shadows below, figures clawed at the wall, snapping teeth, reaching. I fired, taking down 2, then 3 more. Claire swung the bat, her arms shaking, cracking skulls as we ascended. Karen shivered violently, fever burning, tremors worsening. At the rooftop landing we paused. Smoke curled thickly, fire burned below, but for now the street beyond was clear. Karen collapsed against me, weak and trembling. "I can feel it," she whispered, voice cracking. "It's coming?" "No," I said firmly, pressing my forehead to hers. "Not yet. You fight it. Stay with me. I'm right here." Her eyes, clouding further, searched mine. I could see the struggle inside her, humanity clawing against what the infection wanted to take. Claire crouched beside us. "We need to move. Now." I nodded, swallowing hard. Every step, every decision carried life or death. I lifted Karen carefully, guiding her toward the edge of the building. Below, the street stretched like a gauntlet, rubble, fire, and the ever-present groans of the infected. But a narrow alley offered a chance, a corridor to reach the main road. "Cover us," I whispered to Claire. "Anything that moves, you stop." She nodded, bat at the ready, eyes scanning shadows. I adjusted Karen's grip in my arms. Her body was hot, trembling, fever burning. Every step was a careful balance, every breath measured. The infection was close, creeping, darkening the bite on her leg. But I would not let go. As we reached the edge of the rooftop, a shadow moved below. The infected had climbed onto a collapsed scaffold. Their eyes rolled white, teeth snapping. I fired the shotgun, the blast deafening. One fell, twitching, then still. Another lunged. Claire swung the bat, cracking its skull open. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever blazing. Her eyes flickered, nearly clouded. "Stay with me," I whispered, holding her tighter. "I won't let you go." She weakly squeezed my hand. "I'm scared." "I know," I said. "But fight it. Stay with me. I won't leave you." The city burned around us. The infected closed in. And all I could do was hold her hand, a lifeline in the chaos, whispering the promise I would keep, no matter what came next. "I won't let you go." We dropped carefully from the fire escape to the alley below, rubble crunching underfoot. Karen leaned weakly against me, fever burning her skin, tremors racking her body. Each breath she drew was shallow, fast, fragile. I pressed her hand tighter, unwilling to let go. "Stay close," I whispered to Claire. "Cover our rear." Her bat swung in tight arcs, every shadow treated as a threat. The city beyond the alley was a maze of ruin, burnt-out cars, shattered storefronts, and piles of debris. Smoke from fires mixed with the acrid scent of blood and rot, choking and thick. I scanned ahead. The alley opened to a side street leading toward the main road. A chance, maybe our only one, to escape. But every second the infected behind us grew louder, their snarls echoing off the walls. Karen groaned softly, tremors increasing. Her eyes flickered, clouded with fever and infection. "Tom, I can feel it," she rasped. "It's coming?" "Not now," I said firmly, brushing damp hair from her forehead. "Fight it. Stay with me. I'm right here." Claire glanced back at the shadows creeping into the alley. "We don't have long," she said, voice tight. "They're climbing the buildings." I nodded, lifting Karen slightly to help her over a pile of debris. Her weak body nearly slipped from my arms. I gritted my teeth. Every step was a risk, every second critical. Halfway down the alley, a shadow lunged from behind a burnt-out car. Its skin gray, lips torn, teeth snapping. I fired the shotgun, spray of red and bone scattering. Another surged, teeth snapping at Claire's shoulder. She swung the bat, cracking its skull open. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever burning her through and through. Her eyes flickered again, nearly clouded. "Stay with me," I whispered. "Don't let go. Fight it." Her hand twitched weakly, but she gripped mine. Fragile. Alive. The alley opened onto the street. Smoke and fire painted everything orange and black. Rubble and abandoned vehicles blocked direct passage, but a narrow corridor offered a way to the main road. I scanned for threats. From the shadows, a group of infected surged toward us, climbing over debris, drawn to movement. "Cover us," I shouted. Claire swung the bat like a whirlwind, skulls cracking with wet impact. I fired the shotgun, bodies collapsing, twitching. But more kept coming, relentless. Karen trembled violently, fever blazing. The bite on her leg darkened, swollen, spreading. Her lips parted, a low growl escaping, faint, wet, animalistic. "Shoo," I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. "I won't let go. You fight it. Stay with me." Her eyes met mine, clouded but still tethered to me. We moved carefully through the corridor of rubble, one step at a time. Each shadow could hide death. Each sound a threat. A fire truck lay overturned at the next intersection, its twisted metal blocking our path. Behind it, figures scrambled, climbing over the wreckage, drawn by noise. "Go around," I muttered, scanning for a side alley. We ducked through a narrow gap between buildings, Karen leaning weakly on me. Her tremors worsened. Fever scorching. Bite darkening. "Almost there," I whispered. "One step at a time." The narrow alley opened into a larger street. The main road stretched ahead, empty, twisted, ruined, but our only chance. Suddenly, a wall of infected surged from a side street, cutting off our path. Hundreds, maybe more, eyes white, teeth snapping, snarling. Claire froze. "Tom, we can't." "Yes, we can," I growled. "We fight. Every step. Every inch. Protect her. Protect each other." I fired the shotgun, blast deafening in the night. Two fell, twitching, then still. Claire swung the bat, cracking skulls. I used the crowbar to smash another, blood spraying, teeth snapping. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever raging. Her eyes flickered again, nearly glassy. I pressed my hand to hers. "Stay with me," I whispered. "I'm here. I won't let go. Fight it." The infected pressed closer, surrounding us. Rubble, fire, smoke, chaos. The city itself seemed to close in. Karen's grip on my hand faltered slightly, tremors more violent, fever spiking. "I can't," she rasped. "Yes, you can," I said firmly. "You stay with me. Don't let go." Her eyes flickered, clouded, but she squeezed my hand. Fragile. Alive. Claire swung the bat at a figure lunging from the left. Crack. Skull split. She didn't look back. I fired the shotgun at a group surging from the right, bodies collapsing, twitching, relentless. Karen whimpered again. Fever scorching. Tremors increasing. Bite darkening. I pressed my forehead to hers. "Stay with me," I whispered. "Whatever happens, I'm here. I won't leave you." Her eyes clouded further, but her grip remained. Weak but alive. The main road was in sight, a chance, our only one. But the horde before us blocked the way. Hundreds of bodies, gnashing teeth, eyes rolling white. We had to move. No. I glanced at Claire. "We go together. Protect her. Fight through." She nodded, jaw tight, eyes blazing. I lifted Karen carefully. "Hold on," I whispered. "One step at a time. Trust me." The city burned. Smoke curled in thick clouds. Fires licked abandoned cars. The infected pressed closer. And all I could do was hold Karen's hand, a lifeline in the chaos, whispering the promise I would keep no matter what came next. "I won't let you go." The main road stretched before us like a river of death. Hundreds of infected swarmed between the ruined buildings, teeth snapping, eyes rolling white. Smoke and fire painted the night orange and black, casting grotesque shadows across the pavement. I tightened my grip on Karen. Her body trembled violently, fever blazing, her legs swollen and dark around the bite. Every step she took risked collapse. Every breath was a battle. "Hold on," I whispered, pressing my hand to hers. "I've got you. Stay with me." Claire crouched beside me, bat ready, scanning the edges of the horde. "There's a gap up ahead," she hissed. "But it's tight. You'll have to push through." I glanced. The gap was barely wide enough for us to slip past. A narrow stretch between two burnt-out cars, a flickering lamppost overhead. The infected pressed on both sides, snarling, snapping, trying to reach us. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. "I can't," she rasped. Fever scorching her skin, eyes flickering, nearly clouded. "Yes, you can," I said, voice firm. "Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let go." She squeezed my hand weakly, a fragile tether. Alive. I adjusted my grip on the shotgun, motioned Claire to move. "We go together. Cover her. Don't let them touch her." Claire nodded, jaw tight. "Ready." The first step into the gap was chaos. The infected lunged, claws snapping. I fired the shotgun, the blast deafening. Two collapsed in a twitching heap. Claire swung the bat, cracking skulls. Karen shivered violently, fever burning through her. "Stay with me," I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. "I'm right here." Her eyes flickered, clouded, but her grip remained. Weak but alive. We pushed through the narrow corridor, the infected pressing on both sides, teeth snapping, snarls filling the night. Rubble and fire slowed our pace. Karen stumbled once and I caught her, holding her upright. "Almost there," I muttered, sweat burning my eyes. One step at a time. A sudden screech came from behind. More infected had climbed from the ruins, cutting off any easy retreat. The street seemed to close in, walls of smoke and fire, groaning figures. Claire swung the bat in tight arcs, cracking skulls, hacking through anything that lunged toward us. I fired the shotgun, clearing a path, bodies collapsing around us. But the horde was relentless. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever spiking. Her bite darkened further, tissue swelling, veins spreading black. "Stay with me," I whispered again. "Fight it. Don't let go." Her hand twitched, weakly squeezing mine. Alive. For now. We reached the end of the narrow gap. The street opened onto a slightly wider block, a chance to break through. But the horde pressed closer, every shadow hiding death. "Run," I hissed. "Push through. Don't stop." I lifted Karen as carefully as I could, adjusting her weight to prevent her collapse. Her body burned against mine, tremors violent, fever raging. Claire swung the bat at a figure lunging from the left. Crack. Another from the right, shotgun blast. Bodies collapsed, twitching, but more surged forward. "Hold her," I shouted. "We fight together." The next stretch was the hardest. Rubble, burning cars, and fallen streetlights blocked our path. The infected pressed from all sides, clawing, snarling, relentless. Karen whimpered, lips quivering. "Tom, I can feel it. It's coming." "No," I said firmly, voice tight. "Not yet. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let go." Her eyes, clouding further, searched mine. Fragile. Alive. Claire hacked through another wave with the bat, arms shaking, sweat dripping down her face. I fired the shotgun, clearing a narrow corridor for us. Karen trembled violently, fever scorching her skin. The bite spread. Dark, angry veins crawling up her leg. I pressed my forehead to hers. "Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let go. Not now. Not ever." Her hand twitched, but she gripped mine. Alive. The block opened onto an intersection. Temporary safety. Fewer infected in sight, the path partially clear. Smoke swirled in thick clouds, flames licking abandoned vehicles. I set Karen gently on the pavement, crouching beside her. Tremors violent. Fever blazing. Bite spreading. Every breath shallow, every heartbeat fragile. "We made it," I whispered, pressing her hand tighter. "For now. Stay with me. Fight it." Claire crouched beside us, bat resting, eyes scanning shadows. "We need to keep moving. They'll regroup." I nodded, scanning the ruins. Main road ahead, chance for real escape. But Karen's condition was worsening fast. Infection creeping. Time slipping. And all I could do was hold her hand, whispering the promise that drove me forward, through smoke, fire, and death. "I won't let you go." The intersection stretched before us, smoke and fire painting the night in orange and black. Fewer infected were in sight, but the groans and shuffles of the horde still echoed through the ruins. The street beyond was our only chance, a path toward temporary safety, toward air, space, and life. Karen leaned against me, trembling violently. Fever burned through her skin, tremors racking her body by darkening veins spreading black. Every breath she drew was shallow, fragile. Every second felt like a lifetime. "Tom," she rasped, voice weak. I can feel it. I can feel it coming." "No," I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. "Not yet. You fight it. Stay with me. I'm right here. I won't leave you." Her eyes, flickering, clouded, searched mine. Fragile. Alive. Claire crouched nearby, bat ready, scanning the street. "We don't have long. They're regrouping. More will come." I nodded. We push forward. Together. We fight. Protect her. Every step. We moved slowly, carefully, through the rubble-strewn street. Every shadow could hide death, every sound a threat. The smell of smoke and decay was thick, choking, filling my lungs with fire and rot. Suddenly, a group of infected lunged from the left, teeth snapping, eyes rolling white. I fired the shotgun, blast deafening. Two collapsed, twitching, then still. Claire swung the bat, cracking another skull. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever spiking. Her body burned against mine. "Stay with me," I whispered. "Fight it. Don't let go." Her hand twitched, weakly squeezing mine. Alive. For now. The main road was within sight, a narrow corridor between burnt-out cars and debris. But the horde had surged again, hundreds of bodies, snarling, teeth snapping, claws reaching. I swallowed hard, scanning for the gap we needed. It was risky, a sprint through a gauntlet of death. "Ready?" I whispered to Claire. She nodded, jaw tight, eyes blazing. "Let's go." I lifted Karen as carefully as I could, adjusting her weight to prevent collapse. Her tremors were violent, fever scorching her skin, bite darkening. "Hold on," I murmured. "Trust me." We ran. One step, then another. The horde lunged, teeth snapping, hands clawing. Claire swung the bat in tight arcs, cracking skulls, holding the wave back. I fired the shotgun, red mist spraying, bodies collapsing, twitching. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever burning through her, eyes flickering, nearly clouded. I pressed my forehead to hers as we ran. "Stay with me," I whispered. "I won't let you go. Not now. Not ever." Her hand twitched weakly, squeezing mine. Alive. Fragile. Fighting. Halfway across the street, Karen's body faltered. Tremors violent, fever scorching, the bite dark and angry, spreading fast. She collapsed against me, groaning low, animalistic, a faint growl escaping her lips. "Tom, I can't," she rasped, voice breaking. "Yes, you can," I said firmly, gripping her tighter. "Fight it. Stay with me. I won't leave you." Claire hacked at an infected reaching from the right. Crack. Skull split. Another from the left. Shotgun blast. Bodies collapsed. I felt Karen's grip weaken. Tremors worsening. Fever spiking. Bite spreading. Her eyes fluttered, clouding further. I pressed my forehead to hers, whispering, "I'm here. I won't let you go. Fight it. Stay with me." The horde pressed closer, surrounding us on all sides. Smoke thickened, flames licking abandoned vehicles. The city itself seemed to collapse around us. Karen whimpered, tremors violent, fever blazing, lips quivering. A growl escaped her lips, faint, wet, animalistic. I gritted my teeth. "Not now. You fight it. Stay with me. I'm right here." Her hand twitched, weakly gripping mine. Alive. Fragile. Claire hacked at another lunging figure, arms shaking, sweat dripping. I fired the shotgun, blasting a path forward. We pushed through step by step, inch by inch, the street a gauntlet of fire, smoke, and the relentless dead. Finally, we reached a temporary safe zone, an abandoned parking lot, barricaded by overturned cars and rubble. Fewer infected, at least for now. I set Karen gently on the pavement, crouching beside her, pressing my hand to hers. Her body trembled violently. Fever blazing. Bite darkening, spreading rapidly. Every breath shallow, every heartbeat fragile. I can feel it, she rasped. Shoo, I whispered. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her eyes flickered, clouded. Tremors violent. Fever raging. But her hand twitched, gripping mine. Alive. Claire rested beside us, bat ready, eyes scanning the streets. We need to move again, she said quietly. They'll regroup. I nodded, swallowing hard. Every decision now carried life or death. Karen's infection was at the tipping point. One more wrong step, one more delay, and she could be lost. I pressed my forehead to hers again, whispering through the smoke and chaos. I won't let you go. Not now. Not ever. The parking lot was a patchwork of abandoned vehicles, twisted metal, and rubble. Smoke curled into the night, mingling with the acrid smell of fire, blood, and rot. For the first time since leaving the hospital, there was a momentary lull. Fewer infected lurked nearby, giving the illusion of safety. I lowered Karen gently onto the cracked pavement, pressing my hand to hers. Her body trembled violently, fever burning through her skin, tremors racking her legs. The bite on her leg had darkened further, veins spreading black, aggressive. Shoo, I whispered. Stay with me. You fight it. I won't let you go. Her eyes flickered, clouded, but her weak grip on my hand remained. Alive. For now. Claire crouched beside us, bat ready, scanning the perimeter. We need to barricade this place, she said quietly. They'll regroup. It won't stay quiet for long. I nodded, glancing around. Abandoned cars, piles of debris, and an old chain-link fence could serve as temporary fortification. But Karen's condition was worsening fast. Every second counted. I tore gauze from the first aid kit, pressing it tighter around Karen's bite, trying to slow the swelling. The infection spread. Her shiver intensified, tremors worsening with every pulse of her fever. I can feel it, she rasped, voice breaking. It's coming? Not yet, I whispered, brushing damp hair from her face. Stay with me. Fight it. I'm right here. Claire began stacking rubble and abandoned furniture to form a barrier at the lot's perimeter. Each sound, a metallic clang, a distant groan, made Karen flinch. I held her closer. Her fever burned through my arms, searing against my chest. We were safe for now. But safe in this city was temporary. And Karen's infection was advancing with alarming speed. Tom, Claire whispered, lowering her voice. What do we do if she turns? I shook my head, jaw tight. We fight. Together. But I won't leave her alone. Not ever. She swallowed hard. This is insane. You can't just keep her alive like this. It could kill all of us. Then we make sure it doesn't, I said firmly. We stay alert, we stay together. She's not just anyone. She's my sister. And I won't let her go. Karen whimpered softly, tremors worsening. Fever scorching her skin, lips quivering. Her eyes flickered, almost lost, almost beyond reach. Stay with me, I whispered. I'm right here. You fight it. Her hand twitched weakly, squeezing mine. Fragile. Alive. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning in the ash and blood city. Claire patrolled the perimeter while I stayed crouched beside Karen, adjusting her bandages, pressing damp cloths to her forehead. The fever raged, and I could feel the infection crawling through her veins like ice and fire at once. I thought back to my prepper manuals, medical guides I'd studied for emergencies. Nothing like this existed. A real, fast-moving infection, turning human tissue into aggression in hours. Every technique I knew could only slow it, not cure it. And yet I kept fighting. For her. Karen shivered violently, moaning low. Tom, I can't. Yes, you can, I said firmly. You hold on. Fight it. Stay with me. Her eyes flickered, cloudy but tethered. Her hand twitched against mine. Alive. Fragile. Claire returned, setting down a box of canned food she'd scavenged from a nearby store. We'll have enough to last a few hours, maybe a day, she said. Her voice was low, tense. But Karen, she's burning up. This isn't slowing down. I nodded. I know. I'm doing what I can. Karen whimpered again, tremors worsening. Fever blazing. Bite darkening. Veins black, spreading like a map of infection. Tom, she whispered, voice weak, almost animalistic. I can't. Shoo, I said, pressing my forehead to hers. You can. You fight it. I'm here. I won't leave you. Her hand twitched, weakly squeezing mine. Alive. For now. Night deepened, smoke thickening. Fires burned in distant streets, the city alive with groans, shuffles, and distant screams. Temporary safety felt fragile, fleeting like a mirage. I kept watch beside Karen, alternating between adjusting her bandages, pressing damp cloths to her skin, and scanning the perimeter. Claire patrolled quietly, bat-ready, eyes scanning shadows. The silence between the distant groans was deceptive. It wouldn't last. The infected would return. And Karen's infection was at the tipping point. Every instinct screamed, move, flee, or isolate her. But my heart would not let me abandon her. I won't let you go, I whispered again, gripping her hand. Not now. Not ever. Her hand twitched, weak but still alive. Tremors violent, fever blazing, bite darkened. And for the first time since the outbreak began, I realized survival wasn't just about escaping the dead. It was about holding on to what made us human, even when everything around us had gone to hell. The night stretched long, thick with smoke and the distant groans of the city's dead. The temporary barricade offered some comfort, but every rustle, every echo of metal, made my chest tighten. Karen trembled violently beside me, fever scorching her skin, the bite on her leg blackening and spreading. I can't, she rasped, voice weak, trembling. Yes, you can, I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. You fight it. Stay with me. I won't let go. Her hand twitched weakly, gripping mine. Fragile. Alive. But for how long? Claire patrolled the perimeter silently, bat in hand, eyes scanning for movement. Every time a distant groan echoed, Karen flinched, trembling harder. The infection wasn't just a sickness, it was a countdown. I tore another strip of gauze, pressing it tightly over the bite. Swelling had advanced, tissue dark, veins spreading like ink. Every instinct screamed at me, it was getting worse, faster than I could manage. Karen whimpered, fever burning through her. Tom, I feel it, it's taking me. No, I said firmly, brushing damp hair from her face. Not now. Fight it. Stay with me. I won't leave you. Her eyes, flickering and glassy, searched mine. Weak, fragile, alive. I could feel the moral weight pressing down on me. If the infection fully took her here, in this small, barricaded lot, it could turn her into a threat, a lethal one, to Claire, to me, to anyone who came near. Every second I hesitated, every minute I tried to hold her life in my hands, I risked all of us. Claire returned, exhausted but tense. Tom, she's burning up. This is faster than anything I've ever seen. We need to think, maybe isolate her? No, I said immediately, voice tight. I'm not abandoning her. Not like that. Her eyes narrowed. Tom, if she changes here, you'll get both of us killed. This isn't a game. She's infected, and it's only a matter of time. I swallowed hard, knowing she was right. But my heart refused to let go. I don't care, I said firmly. I'll do whatever it takes. We survive together or not at all. I won't let her go. Karen whimpered again, tremors worsening. Fever blazing. Bite darkening. Veins spreading. Her grip on my hand faltered, weak, fragile. I pressed my forehead to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. You're alive. I won't let go. Minutes became an eternity. I alternated between applying damp cloths to her forehead, adjusting bandages, and scanning the barricade for threats. The city outside groaned with the restless dead, every distant scream a reminder of our fragility. Karen's tremors worsened, and suddenly she gasped, a low, guttural growl escaping her lips. Her eyes flickered, momentarily glassy, almost animalistic. "Tom," she rasped. I can't." "Yes, you can," I whispered, gripping her tighter. "You hold on. Fight it. Stay with me." Her hand twitched, weakly gripping mine. Alive. Fragile. But her body was betraying her, each pulse of fever and infection inching closer to transformation. I looked at Claire, tension etched across her face. "We can't stay here long. If she fully turns, we're dead. We need a plan." I swallowed, knowing the moral choice I was facing. Isolate her in the lot and risk losing her to the infection, or move her through the city's chaos in hopes of medical help, risking all of us. I hesitated, chest tight. "We move. She stays with me. We take her to safety, somewhere isolated, somewhere we can treat her. I can't leave her." Claire's eyes softened just slightly. "Then we move fast. But you have to know, if she turns, you'll have to do what needs to be done. There won't be another choice." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Every second counted. Karen's tremors worsened, fever blazing, bite spreading, veins blackening. She whimpered softly, hand twitching weakly in mine. I lifted her carefully, adjusting her weight to prevent collapse. Her body was hot, trembling violently. Fever raging, bite darkening, infection spreading. "Hold on," I whispered. "Trust me. We move. We survive. Together." Claire took point, bat swinging in tight arcs, clearing debris and holding back any stray infected. I carried Karen through the barricade, every step slow, careful, desperate. The city beyond was a gauntlet, fires, rubble, shadows, and the relentless dead. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening, fever spiking, eyes flickering, nearly clouded. I pressed my forehead to hers. "Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let go. Not now. Not ever." Her hand twitched weakly, gripping mine. Alive. Fragile. The temporary lot faded behind us as we navigated the streets. Smoke thickened, fires burning higher. The horde roamed the city, but the narrow alleys and debris-strewn streets gave us a corridor, slim, dangerous, but our only chance. Karen trembled violently, fever scorching her. Bite darkening. Her low growl escaped, almost animalistic. I whispered again, pressing my hand to hers. "I won't let you go. Fight it. Stay with me." She twitched, fragile but alive. Every step, every breath, every heartbeat mattered. Survival wasn't just moving through the dead city. It was holding on to what made us human, hope, love, and the impossible promise that I wouldn't abandon her, even if it killed me. And I would keep that promise no matter what came next. The city was a cage of fire and ruin. Smoke clung to every street, swirling with the metallic scent of blood and ash. The distant groans of the infected echoed off the concrete walls, a relentless chorus of death. Karen lay against me, trembling violently, fever scorching her skin. The bite on her leg had darkened further, black veins spreading, aggressive. Every breath she drew was shallow, every tremor a countdown. I can't," she rasped, voice weak, trembling. "Yes, you can," I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. "Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go." Her hand twitched, weakly gripping mine. Fragile. Alive. For now. Claire scanned the street ahead, bat ready, eyes sharp. "We need to move fast," she said. "The lot won't stay quiet. Others will come. People or infected. Doesn't matter. Danger's coming." I nodded, lifting Karen carefully. Her body was trembling violently, fever blazing, bite darkening. The first blocks were quiet, deceptively so. The silence pressed against our ears, thick and oppressive. Every shadow seemed to twitch, every echo a threat. And then we heard it, a shout, human, desperate. Help. Please. Don't leave me. I froze. Claire tensed beside me, bat raised. It's a trap, she hissed. But instinct won over caution. I knew what it felt like to be left behind, alone in this nightmare. I stepped forward. A figure emerged from the alley ahead, young, maybe my age, ragged, eyes wide with fear. Please, he shouted. I can't survive alone. I glanced at Claire. She shook her head subtly. We can't risk it, Tom. It's too dangerous. Could be infected, could be a trap. I swallowed hard. I can't leave him. The young man ran toward us. I caught him by the shoulders. He was shaking, covered in grime and blood, but human. Claire didn't lower her bat, eyes sharp. Thanks, he gasped. I thought I was done for. I nodded. We're not out of danger yet. Stay close. Karen whimpered beside me, tremors worsening. Fever blazing. Bite darkening. Veins black spreading. We moved cautiously, the streets narrowing, debris piling up. Every sound, a groan, a metallic clang, a distant scream, pressed the tension tighter around us. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning in the ruined city. We moved cautiously, scanning every alley, every doorway. And then it happened. A shout behind us, human, sharp, angry. You have food. Give it. Now. I spun. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Scavengers, desperate and armed with crude weapons. Their eyes were wild, hungry. Not infected. Not quite. But dangerous enough. Claire stepped in front, bat raised. Step back. Stay where you are. One of them sneered. We said now. Food. Water. Or we take it by force. I glanced at Karen. She shivered violently, fever raging, bite darkening. The weight of responsibility pressed down harder than ever. We don't want trouble, I said calmly. Move along and no one gets hurt. The leader laughed, low and bitter. Too late for talk. The confrontation escalated quickly. One swung a pipe. Claire blocked, bat clanging against metal. Another lunged at Karen, tremors violent, fever scorching her skin. I fired the shotgun, bodies collapsing, twitching. The young man we'd saved froze, terrified, wide-eyed. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever blazing. Bite darkening. Veins spreading black. Her low, guttural growl escaped, faint, wet, animalistic. I pressed my hand to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched weakly, gripping mine. Alive. Fragile. The scavengers faltered at the shotgun blast. I motioned for the young man to stay low, grabbed debris for cover. Claire hacked at another figure, arms shaking, cracking skulls. Karen trembled violently beside me, fever raging. Bite spreading. She whimpered, voice cracking, nearly animalistic. The leader cursed, backing off. This isn't over, he shouted. You'll regret it. We didn't wait to find out. I lifted Karen carefully, adjusting her weight to prevent collapse. Claire covered our rear. The young man ran close beside us. The streets ahead were still treacherous, rubble, fire, shadows, and the ever-present threat of the dead. But we had momentum, fragile and fleeting. Karen whimpered again, tremors worsening. Fever blazing. Bite darkening. Veins black spreading like ink. I pressed my forehead to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Not now. Not ever. Her hand twitched, weak but alive. We reached a partially collapsed building, temporary refuge. I set Karen down carefully, crouching beside her. Her tremors were violent, fever blazing, bite darkening rapidly. Every breath shallow, every heartbeat fragile. Claire barricaded the entrances with rubble and overturned furniture. The young man helped quietly, shaking, eyes wide. I looked at Karen. This is it, I whispered. We hold on. We survive. Together. Her hand twitched weakly, gripping mine. Alive. fragile. And for the first time since the outbreak, I realized the true cost of survival, the moral weight, the impossible choices, the betrayals, and the losses. Because in this city, survival wasn't just about escaping the dead. It was about holding on to what made us human, and hoping it would be enough. The collapsed building offered temporary shelter, but the air was thick with smoke, dust, and the stench of decay. Karen trembled violently beside me, fever scorching her skin, the bite on her leg blackening and spreading. Each breath she drew was shallow, every heartbeat fragile. I can't, she rasped, voice weak, trembling. Yes, you can, I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. Fight it. Stay with me. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched weakly, gripping mine. Fragile. Alive. For now. Claire and the young man moved quickly to reinforce barricades. Every sound outside, a distant groan, a metallic clang, a scream, pressed tighter around us. The city was alive with chaos, and the horde would return. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning here. I alternated between holding Karen, applying damp cloths to her fevered skin, and scanning the barricade for threats. Her tremors worsened. Fever spiked. Bite darkening. Veins spreading black. A low, guttural growl escaped her lips, faint and wet, almost animalistic. I feel it, taking me, she whispered. Not now, I said firmly. Stay with me. Fight it. I'm right here. Her eyes flickered, clouded, searching mine. Weak, fragile, alive. Suddenly, a crash came from the barricade. The young man screamed. They're breaking through. Claire shouted, swinging the bat at a scavenger who had forced a gap in the rubble. I grabbed Karen, shielding her as another figure lunged. I fired the shotgun, blast deafening, bodies collapsing, twitching. But more kept coming, relentless. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever scorching. Bite darkening. Veins spreading. I pressed my hand to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her grip twitched, weak but alive. The chaos forced us into a corner of the building. Debris and furniture formed a crude barrier. Claire hacked at a scavenger lunging from the gap, arms shaking, cracking skulls. Karen trembled violently, fever blazing. Bite darkening. Veins spreading black. Her low growl grew louder, closer to human speech, guttural, animalistic. I can't, she rasped. Yes, you can, I whispered. You fight it. Stay with me. Her hand twitched, weak, but she squeezed mine. Alive. Fragile. Then it happened. Karen's body convulsed violently. Tremors worsening, fever scorching, bite darkening rapidly. Her eyes flickered, glassy, clouded. And then, a scream, sharp, wet, animalistic, tore from her throat. I froze, heart hammering. Karen, I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched, weakly gripping mine. Alive. But the infection had reached a tipping point. Claire swung the bat at a figure lunging from the debris, but her voice shook. Tom, she's turning. I knew she was right. One wrong move, one delayed decision, and Karen could become a lethal threat. The young man gasped, stepping back in fear. She's changing. I swallowed hard, chest tight. Every instinct screamed, isolate her, risk losing her, or try to escape with her in my arms through the chaos. Either choice could cost lives. I pressed my forehead to hers again. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her eyes flickered, a final, fragile tether to humanity. Her tremors worsened, fever blazing. The bite darkened further, veins blackening. I knew what had to be done. Claire, I whispered, voice tight. We move? No. She's too far gone to stay. If we stay, we lose everyone. Claire nodded, eyes blazing. Right. We move fast. Protect her. I lifted Karen carefully, adjusting her weight to prevent collapse. Her tremors were violent, fever raging. Bite darkening, veins spreading rapidly. We navigated through the gaps in debris, barricade behind us compromised, scavengers and infected pressing closer. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening, fever blazing. Low growl escaping her lips, faint, wet, animalistic. I pressed my hand to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched weakly, gripping mine. Alive. Fragile. We broke through the building's shattered doorway, stumbling into the streets. Smoke thickened, fire burning higher. The city groaned with the restless dead. Karen shivered violently, fever scorching her skin. Bite darkening. Veins spreading black. Her growl grew louder, closer to animal than human. I whispered again, pressing my hand to hers. I won't let you go. Fight it. Stay with me. Her hand twitched, weak but alive. And then, in the chaos, it happened. She convulsed violently, tremors so severe I could barely hold her. Fever raging. Bite spreading aggressively. I knew the moral weight of the moment. Move, flee, risk everyone, or stay, isolate, and hope she survived the infection. Tears stung my eyes. I gritted my teeth. Survival wasn't just escaping the dead. It was holding on to what made us human. And I wouldn't let her go. The streets of the city were a tomb. Smoke choked the skyline, twisted metal jutted from collapsed buildings, and fires burned in distant blocks like small suns. The groans of the dead echoed endlessly, a symphony of hunger and despair. I carried Karen through the rubble-strewn streets, her body trembling violently, fever scorching her skin. The bite on her leg was blackened, veins spreading aggressively. Each breath she drew was shallow, every heartbeat fragile. I can't, she rasped, voice weak, trembling. Yes, you can, I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched weakly, gripping mine. Fragile. Alive. For now. Claire ran beside us, bat ready, scanning every shadow, every flicker of movement. Behind us, the faint groans of the dead and the angry shouts of scavengers reminded us that safety was temporary. The first blocks were treacherous. Collapsed cars, fire, debris, and shadows hiding threats on every side. Each step was a gamble. I adjusted Karen in my arms, careful to prevent her collapse. Her tremors worsened, fever raging, bite darkening further. We need to make it to the bridge, Claire shouted over the chaos. It's a straight shot out of this district. Fewer horde concentrations. I nodded, swallowing hard. Every instinct screamed that Karen's infection was at a tipping point. One misstep, one delay, and she could turn, a lethal threat. Stay with me, I whispered, pressing her hand tighter. We survived together. A fire truck lay overturned across the street ahead, flames licking its metal frame. Through the smoke, a horde of infected surged toward us, drawn by the movement. Go around? I shouted. We can't fight them all. Claire swung the bat, taking down one that lunged toward us. I fired the shotgun, blast deafening, bodies collapsing, twitching. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening, fever blazing. Her low, guttural growl escaped, faint, wet, animalistic. I pressed my forehead to hers. Fight it. Stay with me. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched, weakly gripping mine. Alive. Fragile. We found a narrow alley to bypass the horde. The fire and smoke made it nearly impassable, but it was our only chance. I moved carefully, every step measured, adjusting Karen's weight to keep her upright. Karen groaned, tremors violent, fever raging. Bite darkening, veins black spreading rapidly. Almost there, I whispered. One step at a time. Stay with me. Claire led the way, swinging the bat at shadows and debris, keeping the path clear. Every second felt like an eternity. The alley opened onto a highway overpass, our route to the bridge. But the path was littered with abandoned vehicles and burned-out barricades. From the shadows, a scavenger appeared, weapon raised. Drop her, he shouted. She's infected. You'll get us all killed. I froze, heart hammering. Every instinct screamed, fight, flee, or risk everything. She's not lost yet, I said firmly. We survived together. Claire stepped forward, bat swinging. Move or die. The scavenger hesitated, then lunged. I fired the shotgun. Collapse. Twitching. So. Karen whimpered, tremors worsening. Fever scorching. Bite darkening. Veins spreading black. I pressed my hand to hers. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched, weak but alive. The bridge loomed ahead. Fewer infected here, but the open space was dangerous. No cover. Every step exposed us to both the horde and potential scavengers. Karen shivered violently, tremors worsening. Fever blazing. Bite darkening, veins spreading. Her low growl escaped, closer to animal than human. Almost there, I whispered, pressing my forehead to hers. We just need to make it across. Claire scanned the overpass, swinging her bat at any approaching threat. I adjusted Karen, moving as quickly as I could without letting her fall. Every heartbeat was a countdown. Halfway across, a figure emerged, scavenger or survivor, armed, desperate. Stop. She's infected. You'll die if you go further. I shook my head, voice tight. No. We move. She stays with me. We survive together. Karen trembled violently, fever raging, tremors worsening. Bite darkening rapidly. Veins black spreading. I pressed my forehead to hers again. Stay with me. Fight it. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched, weakly gripping mine. Alive. Fragile. Claire swung the bat, cracking the figure's skull. Blast from the shotgun cleared another approaching threat. Bodies collapsed, twitching, relentless. Karen whimpered again, tremors worsening. Fever blazing. Bite darkening. The far side of the bridge was in sight. Temporary safety, open road, less chance of ambush. But Karen's tremors were worsening faster. Her fever raged, bite spreading aggressively. Every second counted. I pressed my forehead to hers. Fight it. Stay with me. I won't let you go. Her hand twitched, weak but alive. We stumbled forward, one step at a time, until we reached the far side. The city behind us burned, the horde and scavengers left in chaos. Karen collapsed into my arms, trembling violently. Fever blazing. Bite darkening rapidly. Her growl grew louder, guttural, closer to animal than human. I held her, pressed my forehead to hers, whispering again, I won't let you go. Not now. Not ever. Her hand twitched weakly, gripping mine. Alive. Fragile. For the first time since the outbreak, I realized the true cost of survival. Not just the dead, not just the chaos, but the impossible choices, the moral weight, the fragile tether of humanity in a collapsing world. And I would keep that promise. Through fire, blood, and ruin, I would not abandon her. Because survival wasn't just escaping the dead. It was holding on to what made us human. And in that moment, as the bridge stretched ahead and the city burned behind, I knew we had survived, together for now. The sun was barely rising, a pale smear of orange through the smoke-filled sky. The city behind us was a wasteland, streets littered with abandoned vehicles, rubble, and the lingering stench of fire and decay. For months it had been chaos, the dead, the desperate, the infected. And yet, somehow we had survived. I sat on the cracked asphalt of the overpass, Karen resting in my arms. Her tremors had slowed, her fever broken temporarily, though the bite on her leg remained blackened, aggressive. Every heartbeat was fragile, a reminder of what could happen with the next pulse of infection. Claire was nearby, tending to the supplies we'd scavenged along the way. She moved quietly, bat resting at her side, eyes scanning the horizon, always alert. She didn't speak much anymore. Words felt heavy in a world where every sound could mean death. I ran my fingers through Karen's hair, pressing my forehead gently to hers. You're alive, I whispered, though the words felt thin against the weight of everything we'd lost. You fought it. We survived. Her eyes flickered, still clouded in places but tethered to me. Alive. Fragile. A miracle I dared not take for granted. Months of preparation, of instinct, of desperate choices had brought us here. Every decision, every moral compromise, every life we had taken or spared, had been a thread woven into the fragile tapestry of survival. I thought back to the early hours of the outbreak. The chaos that had overtaken the streets, the hospital, the abandoned lots, and the countless faces, human and inhuman, that had passed through my world in a matter of hours. The first time I had realized the infection wasn't just a disease, but a force of destruction, I had clung to my prepper manuals, my supplies, my rules for survival. They taught me strategy, tactics, and logistics. But they didn't teach me what to do when survival meant watching someone you loved tremble in your arms, fighting an infection that would consume them if given a single moment of weakness. And yet we had survived. Somehow we had survived. The city behind us was quiet now, but that quiet was deceptive. Smoke still curled from burning blocks. Fires smoldered. And beyond the horizon, the groans of the dead never truly stopped. Claire spoke softly, breaking the silence. "Do you think it'll ever be safe again?" I shook my head slowly. "Not like it was. Not ever. But maybe we can be safe enough. Enough to live. To breathe. To keep going." Her eyes met mine, fierce and tired. "We're lucky to be alive." I glanced at Karen, tremors now faint, fever still present but less intense. She coughed softly, murmuring something incomprehensible, a word or a name, a reminder that humanity still clung to her, fragile as it was. "Alive," I whispered again, brushing her hair back. "That's what matters." The moral weight of survival lingered like a shadow. Every choice, every life spared or taken had consequences. I thought of the scavenger we had killed on the overpass, of the city's dead, and the ones we had abandoned to save ourselves. Of the moments I had clutched Karen to my chest, whispering that I wouldn't let go, even knowing the infection might claim her. And yet, despite it all, humanity had persisted in the cracks, in the fragile bonds, in the choices to protect, to fight, to survive together. That thread of humanity was what had kept us alive. I stood slowly, carrying Karen in my arms, and looked out over the ruined city. The bridge ahead led to open roads, a chance for refuge, maybe for life beyond the ashes. But the horizon was uncertain. Smoke and fire stretched as far as the eye could see, the dead would always be there, and the world we had known was gone forever. But we had survived. And in a world where survival was a battle against death itself, that was enough. I glanced at Claire, who gave a small nod. We were tired, scarred, haunted, but alive, together. And sometimes that was the only victory that mattered. Karen stirred in my arms, eyes meeting mine. A faint smile flickered across her face, fragile but real. She whispered a single word, barely audible. "Home." I pressed my forehead to hers, tears stinging. "For now," I whispered, "we'll find a new home. Together." The road ahead was uncertain. The dead would always be there. The moral weight of survival would never fully leave me. But for this moment, this fragile, precious moment, we were alive. And that was enough. I took a deep breath, the smoke stinging my lungs, the wind carrying the faint scent of burning asphalt and ash. And I knew we would keep moving, keep surviving, keep fighting for each other. Because even in a world consumed by death, even when everything familiar was gone, the human heart could still hold on. And as long as it did, there was hope. I never thought the world could change overnight. I mean, everyone says things like that in hindsight, but you never really know it until you're living it. My name is Andrew Whitman. I'm 28, a freelance journalist in Portland, Maine, and until yesterday my biggest concern was whether my coffee was too bitter or if I'd finally finish editing that article about lobstering laws. Yesterday, though, was the day the news started whispering about something wrong. Not the usual political nonsense or storms, but something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The first reports came through on local news, A violent outbreak in Boston. People attacking others in the streets, biting strangers, eyes black with rage. At first, I thought it was a hoax, some viral internet joke. But the footage was real. I called Emily, my sister, who lives in South Portland. Her voice was tight, nervous. "Andrew, have you seen this?" she said, her tone sharp, almost trembling. We spent an hour sharing updates, both of us brushing off the unease at first, laughing at the absurdity, but that laughter faded fast. By nightfall, social media was flooded with videos. People screaming, news anchors running from scenes, emergency sirens echoing through city streets. I couldn't sleep. I went to my apartment window overlooking Congress Street and watched. Normally, the city lights are comforting, warm. Last night they felt like a trap. Somewhere out there, people were losing their minds. Somewhere out there, they were dying. By morning, the virus, or whatever it was, had reached Maine. The first confirmed case in Portland was reported around 9 a.m. I remember the name, Harold Grimes. He had bitten his neighbor during an argument over parking. The details were surreal, like something from a horror movie, but every news clip confirmed it. Every video, every tweet, every phone call from friends added pieces to a puzzle that didn't make sense. This wasn't a flu. This wasn't some isolated incident. It was spreading. Fast. I packed a small bag, water, canned food, some cash, a flashlight, and called Emily again. "We need to think about leaving," I said. My voice shook more than I wanted to admit. She agreed immediately. We didn't have a plan, but instinctively, we both knew staying in the city was suicide. Before we left, I glanced around my apartment. Books scattered, laptop open, coffee cup cold on the counter. It looked abandoned even though I hadn't left yet. I took one last look at the skyline, the familiar streets I had walked 1,000 times. And then I left. The streets were eerily quiet. Usually, Portland hums with cars and tourists and fishermen loading their boats. Now only a few cars moved, aimless and reckless. I saw the first infected on my way to Emily's apartment. Harold Grimes, I assumed. He lurched down the street, growling, his mouth smeared with blood, eyes completely black. I froze, a cold weight pressing down on my chest. Emily grabbed my arm, shaking me out of it. "We need to go, Andrew, now." We ran, not the dramatic, cinematic run, but the desperate kind that comes from pure, instinctive fear. Our small SUV shuttered down empty streets. Emergency broadcasts crackled through the radio. Curfews, martial law, warnings to stay inside. But who was inside safe anymore? I don't know exactly when I realized that life as I knew it was gone. Maybe it was seeing Harold Grimes crash through a glass door behind a pharmacy, or maybe it was the sight of an entire city block abandoned, cars overturned, windows smashed. The rules had changed, humanity had changed, and if we didn't change too, we were already dead. That night, we stayed in Emily's apartment. We couldn't sleep. The sound of distant screaming and sirens was constant. Every so often we'd hear banging on doors, people trying to escape or maybe already turned. I didn't know, all I knew was that for the first time in my life, the world felt like a predator and we were prey. I made a decision that night. We needed somewhere isolated, somewhere we could see the danger coming and prepare. Somewhere that couldn't be overrun. A lighthouse. My mind went to Portland Head Light, a historic lighthouse on Cape Elizabeth. It was remote, sturdy, with cliffs surrounding it. If anyone could survive, maybe it was there. Little did I know that choice would define the next 199 days of my life. And I had no idea what we were walking into. 7 days. 7 long, crawling days since we first left Portland. I've lost track of normal time. Days are measured now by food, water, and the number of screams echoing through the empty streets. Emily and I didn't speak much during the drive. Words felt useless. The highway north toward Cape Elizabeth was a ghost highway. Abandoned cars, overturned trucks, smashed storefronts. Every few miles we passed people or what used to be people. I can't describe the sight without feeling my stomach twist. Bodies twisted unnaturally, faces frozen in silent screams, eyes dark and soulless. And the sounds, the low guttural growls that seemed almost human yet not. We scavenged when we could. A small grocery store in Scarborough provided a few cans of beans and bottled water. We didn't linger. I remember noticing a man at the end of the aisle, staring blankly at us. He didn't blink, didn't speak, just watched. When I stepped closer, he lunged. We ran. The memory of his outstretched hands still shakes me at night. Logic has replaced panic as our guide. Food is scarce. Fuel is precious. Water is essential. Every decision is calculated. Stop too long and you risk death. Stop too little and hunger or dehydration becomes the enemy. We've had to learn quickly which roads are blocked, which buildings are safe to scavenge, which towns have already fallen. We started seeing other survivors. Some were cautious, like us, hiding in basements or abandoned houses. Others, not so cautious. One group, armed with baseball bats in desperation, tried to force our SUV off the road. I remember locking eyes with Emily as I floored the accelerator. We swerved past them, tires squealing, heart pounding. The road ahead was clear for now, but I knew the world had changed forever. At night, we camped in the woods outside Kennebunkport. It was quiet, almost peaceful, if you could ignore the distant screams and the occasional sound of branches snapping. Too deliberate, too human. Emily slept fitfully. I stayed awake, flashlight in hand, scanning the darkness. Every shadow seemed like a threat. Every distant noise a potential death sentence. I keep thinking about why this happened. Scientists on the news claimed a mutated virus, possibly engineered, possibly natural. But explanation doesn't matter anymore. The truth is this: the world is broken. People are dying. People are turning. And we are running out of time. That's when I saw it first, the swarm. A small pack, moving together with horrifying coordination, almost like a hunting pack. Their eyes were black voids, their movements deliberate and predatory. We hid behind an abandoned barn, holding our breath. They passed by, noses twitching, growls low, and I realized with a sick clarity, hiding might keep you alive for now, but it can't last forever. Emily squeezed my hand. Andrew, where are we going to go? Her voice cracked, but she tried to sound brave. I didn't have an answer. The truth is, I didn't know. But I forced myself to speak with conviction. Somewhere safe. Somewhere they can't reach us. I thought of Portland Head Light. The cliffs, the isolation, the sturdy stone walls. Maybe it's crazy, maybe it's naive, but it's better than running in circles through dying towns. Better than hiding in basements waiting for the inevitable. I don't know what awaits us there. But I do know this: the world outside is no longer ours. And if we don't find a stronghold soon, we won't survive long enough to see the sun rise again. That night, I promised Emily and myself that I would find that lighthouse. And that promise would come to define every desperate choice, every calculated risk, every heartbeat for the next 199 days. We had been moving for 3 days straight, sticking to back roads and side streets whenever possible. The main highways were chaos incarnate, abandoned vehicles, burned-out trucks, and the occasional monster. I don't think of them as people anymore. Not really. There's something else now, hollow shells driven by hunger and instinct. Emily slept in the passenger seat for short stretches, her head lolling against the window. Every time I glanced at her, my chest tightened. She had always been the brave one between us, but the fear in her eyes these days was unmistakable. She tries to hide it, but I know her too well. I've been trying to stay focused on the road, but my mind keeps wandering to Portland Head Light, imagining the stone walls and the beam cutting through the fog over the Atlantic. That's our hope. That's our plan. The first town we passed was Cape Elizabeth proper. Normally it's a quiet, picturesque place. White clapboard houses, manicured lawns, sailboats bobbing in the harbor. Today it was a tomb. Doors were ripped off hinges, windows shattered. I could see movement inside a house as we slowed, something shambling in a dark hallway. I gripped the wheel tighter. Emily stiffened beside me. "We can't stop," I whispered, more to myself than to her. A few miles later, we came across an abandoned gas station. Logic dictated we stop. Fuel was our lifeline. We crept around back first, checking for danger. No sign of them. I don't even know what to call them anymore. Zombies, infected, whatever. Still, I felt that familiar cold dread. I grabbed a few jerry cans and Emily went inside for canned food. That's when I heard it, a low growl from the convenience store. Not from the front. From the basement. I froze. Emily froze. "Andrew, what is that?" Her voice barely rose above a whisper. "I don't know," I said, "but stay close." We backed out slowly and I made the split-second decision to leave the food. Logic had replaced every instinct except survival. If we got trapped, we'd die anyway. Some things just weren't worth the risk. By late afternoon, we reached Fort Williams Park. The cliffs rise sharply here, overlooking the Atlantic, and for a brief moment, I allowed myself to imagine what life might be like on those rocks. Safe, distant from chaos, with the ocean between us and the world gone mad. We camped in the woods near the park, setting up a makeshift tent and barricading it with branches and debris. The ocean wind was cold, carrying the tang of salt and something else, something faintly metallic like blood. Every night it's the same, the growls, the shuffling, the distant screams. I lay awake, listening, wondering how long before the sound comes closer, or before we make a mistake. I think about the logic of it all constantly. Every route we take, every town we avoid, every building we enter, it's calculated. Stop too long and they find you. Stop too little and starvation becomes the enemy. We've had to learn this quickly, painfully. That night, Emily finally spoke. "Andrew, do you think we'll make it to the lighthouse?" I didn't answer immediately. The truth was terrifying. I didn't know. But I forced myself to speak with conviction. "Yes," I said. "We have to. It's our only chance." She nodded, and I could see a glimmer of hope in her eyes. That small spark, it's fragile, but it's enough to keep us moving. I don't know what we'll face on the way. The world outside Portland Head Light is broken, unpredictable, and merciless. But for the first time in days, I allowed myself to believe that we might actually reach the lighthouse. That maybe, just maybe, we could survive. We saw it just after sunrise. Portland Head Light rose from the cliffs like a silent sentinel, its white tower gleaming against the fog-drenched Atlantic. For a brief moment, I couldn't breathe. We had made it. Against the odds, against everything that had tried to stop us, we had made it to what felt like the last refuge in the world. The drive up the narrow, winding road to the lighthouse was tense. Every turn brought the possibility of encountering them. But there was nothing. Just the roar of the waves crashing against the cliffs below and the occasional cry of a seagull. The lighthouse seemed untouched, as if it existed in a bubble separate from the chaos that had consumed Maine. Emily's grip on my arm was tight. "It's beautiful," she whispered. I didn't respond. I was too busy scanning the perimeter, calculating vulnerabilities, imagining every way this sanctuary could fail us. We approached the keeper's house first. It was abandoned, doors creaking on rusted hinges. The windows were intact, but the interior smelled of damp wood and salt. I moved cautiously, checking every corner. Logic dictated we clear the building before claiming it as our base. Emily followed behind me, flashlight in hand, face pale but determined. Nothing. No signs of life, no blood, no them. Just empty rooms and dusty furniture. Relief was fleeting. I knew the calm was temporary. We spent the rest of the morning fortifying the lighthouse. Boards over windows, locks on doors, barricades made from the furniture we could move. Emily worked beside me, her hands shaking but steady. We found old lanterns and a stockpile of matches in the keeper's house. A storm could come at any moment and we needed light, fire, and warmth. The view from the top of the lighthouse was stunning. The Atlantic stretched endlessly, fog rolling over the water in ghostly waves. But the beauty was deceptive. From this height, I could see the ocean, the cliffs, and the rocky beaches below. I knew any attempt to approach us would be visible long before they arrived. The lighthouse wasn't just a home, it was a fortress. We scavenged the surrounding area cautiously. A few abandoned boats, a small dock, and some storage sheds held minimal supplies, mostly rusted cans and old fishing gear. But the logic was simple. This was a start. We could survive here if we rationed carefully, fortified wisely, and avoided unnecessary risks. That night, as Emily slept fitfully in the keeper's quarters, I stayed awake in the lighthouse tower, watching the dark waters. I thought about the past 2 weeks, the chaos, the violence, the constant fear, and I felt a strange mixture of relief and dread. Relief that we had reached this safe place. Dread because I knew this was only the beginning. From this height I could see for miles, but the world beyond remained uncertain. Every sound, every shadow, every distant scream reminded me that survival here wouldn't be easy. It would require vigilance, logic, and the ability to make choices no one should ever have to make. I wrote it all down in a small notebook I kept in my pocket. Supplies, observations, strategies. Every day here would count. Every decision could mean life or death. Emily stirred beside me, and I felt a pang of protectiveness stronger than anything I've ever known. I promised silently that I would keep her safe no matter what. For the first time in 15 days, I allowed myself a flicker of hope. Portland Head Light was our refuge, our fortress. If we could survive here, maybe, just maybe, there was a chance to see another sunrise. But the lighthouse didn't guarantee safety. It only offered a fighting chance. And in this new world, a fighting chance was all we had. 30 days. A month since we first barricaded ourselves in Portland Head Light. It should feel like a victory, like we'd conquered the chaos outside, but it doesn't. Isolation is its own kind of terror. Days blur into each other here. The lighthouse stands tall, a fortress against the Atlantic winds and the horrors beyond, but inside, the walls close in. Emily and I have settled into a routine, rationing food, checking the perimeter, maintaining the barricades, and keeping the few lanterns we have burning at night. Every noise, every creak of the old lighthouse wood, sets our hearts racing. The logic of survival is simple. Conserve energy, ration supplies, avoid unnecessary risks. But the emotional toll is more complicated. Emily has started waking in the middle of the night, nightmares etched across her face. She whispers about shadows moving outside, about faces at the windows. I tell her it's the wind or maybe the fog playing tricks, but deep down I know her fear is real. And so is mine. Food is our constant concern. The supply we scavenged in the first week is dwindling. We've started fishing from the cliffs below and gathering rainwater in barrels, but it's never enough. Every day we calculate how long the remaining food will last. I mark each day in my notebook, a reminder of our mortality. The lighthouse is alive in its own way. The creaking of the floors, the groan of the stone walls against the wind, the occasional distant crash of waves against rocks, all of it is a constant reminder that we are not in control. We adapt, we survive, and yet the world outside has a rhythm we cannot influence. Sometimes I sit at the top of the lighthouse, looking out over the fog-shrouded Atlantic, and I wonder if anyone else is left. The towns we passed on the way here were empty or overrun. We never saw organized groups, never saw signs of resistance or rebuilding. Just silence punctuated by the occasional scream or low growl. I try to keep Emily occupied. We talk about trivial things, memories from before, stories that don't matter anymore. It's a fragile thread of normalcy, but it keeps her anchored, keeps me anchored. Without it, I don't know what either of us would become. Isolation is teaching me things I didn't want to know about myself. Fear becomes a tool, but also a weapon. Logic keeps me alive, but emotions, they make me reckless in ways I cannot always control. I am both protector and prisoner, bound to this lighthouse and to Emily's survival. At night, when the fog rolls in thick from the sea, I hear it, the shuffling, the low guttural growls. They are out there, somewhere below, moving along the cliffs or the abandoned beaches. The lighthouse protects us physically, but it cannot shield us from what we have become. Humans stripped of society, forced to confront fear in its purest form. I checked the barricades one last time before going to bed. Every plank, every lock, every nail is a barrier between life and death. Emily sleeps, trusting me to keep her safe. I close my eyes, knowing that outside these walls, the world has ended. Inside, survival is the only law. And somewhere deep down, I fear that even here, the lighthouse may not be enough. I knew it was coming. I just didn't know when. Day 45. The lighthouse had felt safe for weeks, a fortress of stone against the chaos beyond. But tonight, the wind carried with it a new sound, a low, guttural growl that didn't belong to the ocean. It was deliberate, patient stalking. My stomach twisted as I realized we were no longer just isolated observers. They had found us. Emily stirred beside me, sensing my tension. "Andrew, what is it?" she whispered, voice trembling. "They're out there," I said quietly. "Down by the cliffs. They're moving toward the lighthouse." The logic of survival kicked in instantly. We had prepared for this, but theory is different from reality. Every plank on the doors, every barricade, every nail mattered now. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd scavenged, checking the edges of the tower windows for any vulnerability. Emily clutched a fireplace poker, trying to look brave. She wasn't. I wasn't either. It started with a single shadow at the base of the lighthouse, then another, and then dozens. They moved in packs, coordinating instinctively, drawn to sound and scent. The wind carried our presence to them, and they came with patient persistence, like predators testing a fortress before breaching it. Logic dictated that we stay inside, conserve energy, and wait for them to leave. But instinct screamed at me, if they find a weak point, even a single plank giving way, we could be overrun in seconds. The first impact came with a shattering crack, one of the lower windows. Emily screamed, and I struck the first one with the bat, knocking it back with a sickening thud. Another one slammed against the door, and I could feel the vibrations through the stone floor. "We can't hold them off forever," Emily yelled, panic creeping in. I forced myself to stay calm. "Listen to me. Stay inside the stairwell. Don't come up here unless I call." We moved like clockwork, barricading the windows, checking locks, using the height to our advantage. From above, we could see them clearly, dark forms moving deliberately, not mindless, but driven by pure instinct. I realized in that moment, their intelligence wasn't human, but it wasn't mindless either. They were hunters. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost all meaning. Every crash, every groan, every scratch against the wood set my nerves on fire. Emily held tight to my arm, shaking, whispering prayers I didn't understand. I didn't have time for prayers. I had time for survival. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the sounds faded. The pack had moved on, or at least retreated for now. We emerged cautiously, surveying the damage. Planks splintered, locks loosened, but we were still standing. Alive. Emily collapsed against me, sobbing quietly. "I thought we were done for," she whispered. I held her tight. "We're not. Not yet." That night, I understood something crucial. The lighthouse was more than stone and wood. It was a symbol of what we were fighting for. Safety was temporary. Vigilance was permanent. And fear was a tool we had to master, not succumb to. We repaired the barricades as best we could, using whatever materials we had. Every nail, every plank, every makeshift lock became a lifeline. Logic dictated every decision. The higher the barricade, the better our chances. The more vigilant we worked, the longer we survived. By the time we finally fell into restless sleep, I knew the truth. The world outside had already adapted, hunted, and we had to learn fast or become prey. Portland Headlight had kept us alive today. But tomorrow would be another test. 60 days. 2 full months barricaded in Portland Headlight. We were alive, but the world outside didn't care. The lighthouse kept us safe, but it also kept us isolated, and isolation was dangerous in its own way. That morning, I spotted movement on the cliffs below. At first, I thought it was a trick of the fog, a shadow cast by a rock or drifting clouds. But then I saw them, humans. Real people, not the infected. They were ragged, gaunt, desperate. Their clothes were torn, their eyes darting as if expecting predators at every turn. Emily froze beside me. "What do we do?" she whispered. Her voice was small, fragile. I didn't answer immediately. This was a problem I hadn't fully prepared for. Logic dictated caution. We didn't know if they were friendly, armed, or infected. But they were moving closer, making it obvious they were aware of our presence. I motioned for Emily to stay behind the barricades while I observed them through the binoculars. There were 3 of them, 2 men, 1 woman. They carried backpacks and sticks fashioned into crude weapons. They looked as tired and hungry as we were. But desperation makes people unpredictable. After a tense hour, I decided to signal them. I built a small fire on the lower platform, carefully controlled, smoke minimal, and waved a white cloth. The fire drew their attention immediately. One of the men raised a hand in what I hoped was a gesture of peace. Logic dictated we still stay cautious. We couldn't afford mistakes. I called down in a loud, steady voice, "We mean you no harm. Stay where you are." The humans hesitated, then approached slowly, keeping to the shadows. When they reached the bottom of the cliff path, I climbed down cautiously, keeping my bat ready. Emily stayed at the top, watching our exchange, tense and ready to retreat. The first words they spoke were desperate, clipped. "Food. Water. Shelter. Please?" The woman's voice cracked, tears streaking her dirt-smudged face. I nodded slowly. "We have limited supplies, but we can help you. One at a time. Be honest with me, no lies, no tricks." They agreed, though I could see the tension in their eyes. I knew the survival logic all too well. Trust could kill you. But I also knew this: humanity had value even in the apocalypse. If we abandoned empathy entirely, we lost something essential. We brought them inside the lighthouse cautiously, one at a time. Every corner checked, every window and door monitored. I noticed Emily stiffen at the newcomers, uncertainty in her gaze. This wasn't just fear, it was fear for us, for our fragile existence. Over the next few hours, we rationed food, filled empty water bottles, and listened to their story. They were from Portland, like us, caught in the chaos, surviving however they could. It was a sobering reminder: the virus didn't just take lives, it forced morality into survival, forced decisions that should never have been necessary. By nightfall, they were quiet, resting in makeshift cots. Emily finally allowed herself to relax slightly. "They're like us," she whispered. "Just trying to survive." I nodded, though the logical part of me remained alert. Trust is dangerous, but so is isolation. This world was teaching me that survival isn't just about avoiding death. It's about navigating the dangerous gray area between fear and empathy, between logic and instinct. That night, I wrote in my notebook, "Survivors are unpredictable. They may be allies or liabilities. We must remain vigilant but not lose ourselves completely. Isolation saves lives, but humanity preserves them." Portland Head Light remained our fortress, but now it carried a new risk: humans. Outside threats weren't just monsters. Sometimes they wore familiar faces. And sometimes, survival required choices we might never forgive ourselves for. 90 days. 3 months trapped in Portland Head Light, and the reality had begun to settle in like a weight pressing on my chest. Supplies were running dangerously low. Every can of beans, every bottle of water, every scrap of dried fish had to be accounted for. We had rationed carefully from the beginning, but this was the moment I had feared: scarcity. Logic dictates that preparation is survival. I had gone through our stores multiple times, calculating what we had left and how long it would last. Even with careful rationing, we had barely enough for another 2 weeks. After that, hunger would become as dangerous as the infected outside. Emily noticed it first. Her hands trembled slightly as she sorted cans, counting them over and over. "Andrew, we won't have enough," she whispered. Her eyes were wide, haunted. I didn't answer. Words wouldn't help. Only action would. I had to think. Fishing trips alone weren't enough. Rainwater had limits. We needed to scavenge. The cliffs and beaches surrounding the lighthouse had small amounts of debris, driftwood, some old crates, perhaps a hidden stash of food from past visitors. But venturing outside meant risk. Logic dictated a careful plan. That morning I crafted a route, plotting a path along the cliffs where the infected were least likely to reach us. I armed myself with a bat, a hunting knife, and the small flare gun we had found in the keeper's house. Emily refused to come. "I can't, Andrew. Not today." I didn't argue. She had stayed too long inside and I needed her alive. The outside world was worse than I remembered. Towns along the coast were gutted, their streets littered with abandoned cars and broken signs. Occasionally, a pack of infected roamed the streets. I kept to the shadows, moving quickly and quietly, eyes scanning constantly for movement. I found a small convenience store partially intact, its door hanging on broken hinges. Inside there were a few cans of food, a dusty crate of bottled water, and some fishing nets. I loaded what I could carry, careful not to make too much noise. Every step was a risk. Every sound could draw attention. Returning to the lighthouse, I felt the weight of what scarcity had done to us. Hunger sharpens fear and fear sharpens instinct. Emily's eyes lit up when I returned with supplies, but I could see the toll this constant struggle had taken on both of us. We were surviving, but at what cost? We ate sparingly that night, sharing a small portion of canned beans. Every bite was a reminder that nothing was guaranteed anymore. Logic dictated conservation, but emotions reminded me that life itself, no matter how small or meager, was worth holding on to. I wrote in my notebook, "Scarcity forces choices. Choices shape character." Survival is more than avoiding death. It's managing fear, hunger, and the fragile remnants of humanity. The lighthouse felt colder that night. The wind was sharper, the shadows longer. I sat by the window, watching the fog roll across the Atlantic, thinking of the people we had left behind, of towns swallowed by silence. Scarcity was more than a lack of food or water. It was the constant reminder that the world we had known was gone, and that every day we survived here was a day stolen from inevitability. Emily's hand found mine. "We'll make it," she whispered, though I could hear the uncertainty behind her words. I squeezed her hand back, offering comfort I didn't fully feel myself. Logic and hope, intertwined like threads holding us together against the unraveling world. Tomorrow I would plan another foray. Tomorrow I would calculate, strategize, and prepare. Scarcity wouldn't wait. Hunger didn't negotiate. And neither would the infected lurking beyond our fortress walls. Day 120. 3 months and 3 weeks since we barricaded ourselves in Portland Head Light. I thought we had seen everything the world could throw at us. I was wrong. The storm came suddenly, rolling in from the Atlantic like a living, malevolent force. Winds shredded the fog, sending icy rain lashing against the lighthouse walls. The ocean rose angrily, waves smashing against the cliffs with a violence I had never witnessed. Logic told me the lighthouse could withstand it. It had weathered centuries of storms, but instinct screamed that this one was different. Emily and I moved quickly, reinforcing the weaker boards, securing the shutters, and dragging extra furniture against the doors. The wind screamed like 1,000 voices, rattling the windows and shaking the stone walls. Every crash of a wave felt like an assault on our fragile sanctuary. And then I heard it, a sound beneath the roar of the storm. A shuffling, scraping noise from the cliffs below. The infected. They had been drawn by the wind, by the smell of us, by the noise of our frantic preparations. The storm had no effect on them. They moved with grim determination, climbing and scrambling along the rocks, desperate for any sign of life. Emily clung to me, whispering prayers I didn't share. Logic told me to stay calm, to think clearly, but the combination of wind, rain, and the sounds from below frayed my nerves. I could feel the lighthouse shudder under each impact of a wave, and I realized with a cold certainty, if this storm destroyed the barricades, we could be done for. We spent hours fighting the elements. Boards ripped free, windows cracked, and water seeped in through the roof. I used every nail, every piece of furniture, every ounce of strength to hold the fortress together. Emily worked beside me, soaked to the bone, her face pale but resolute. Neither of us spoke much. Words were useless. Survival required focus, endurance, and a clear mind, even when everything inside screamed panic. At the storm's peak, lightning illuminated the cliffs in jagged bursts. In those moments I saw them clearly, dozens of infected, silhouetted against the ocean spray, moving like shadows in a nightmare. My heart raced. Logic dictated patience. Panic dictated action. I chose both. I hurled makeshift barricades and shouted, keeping them at bay as best I could. When the storm finally subsided, we were battered, exhausted, and soaked to the bone. But we had survived. The lighthouse still stood, though battered and leaking in places. We sat on the floor, shivering, holding each other in silence. The storm had tested us, tested the fortress, and tested the fragile thread of hope that still kept us alive. I realized something crucial. The lighthouse is more than stone and wood. It is a symbol of resilience, of human determination in the face of chaos. But symbols cannot protect you from fatigue, fear, or hunger. Only vigilance, preparation, and a refusal to surrender can. That night, as Emily finally slept beside me, I wrote in my notebook, "Nature is indifferent. The storm does not choose. Survival is not granted. It is earned moment by moment, breath by breath." I stared out at the Atlantic, waves still raging but calmer now, and knew that the world outside would continue to test us. Every storm, every pack of infected, every scarcity, these are the rules now. And if we fail to respect them, the lighthouse, our sanctuary, will become a tomb. 135 days. Almost 5 months. And I had thought the worst of the storm was behind us. I was wrong. Life inside Portland Head Light had been tense but manageable. Emily and I had our routines, our small victories, and the occasional scavenging trip that kept hope alive. Then came the newcomers, the 3 survivors we had cautiously let in weeks ago. At first they were quiet, cooperative, and careful. But survival changes people. Scarcity, fear, and desperation twist even the best intentions. It started subtly. Extra rations disappearing, tools misplaced, small signs that something wasn't right. I confronted one of them, a man named Carl, about a missing bottle of water. His response was defensive, jittery, and evasive. Logic told me to monitor him, to watch the group closely. But human intuition, the instinct we all try to suppress, warned me of something worse. Then it happened. I was in the tower, keeping watch as usual, when I heard the noise, a plank scraping against the outer barricade, faint but deliberate. My heart froze. I ran downstairs and saw Carl, crouched low, signaling to someone outside. Not the infected, another human. A scavenger or raider trying to breach our sanctuary. Betrayal. Emily was behind me, panic in her eyes. "Andrew, what is he doing?" "Trying to get them in," I said through gritted teeth. "He's trying to bring them here." Logic dictated immediate action. I grabbed my bat and confronted Carl before he could open the door. He froze, but desperation made him reckless. Words failed, survival instincts took over. He lunged. I struck him with the bat hard and he collapsed, unconscious. Emily screamed, and I realized in that moment that moral clarity was a luxury we no longer had. The other 2 survivors, Janet and Leo, had no idea what was happening. I explained the situation, keeping my voice calm but firm. If we let outsiders in, if we trust the wrong person, we all die. Janet's eyes were wide, horrified. Leo nodded, too afraid to speak. Logic and survival had become the only language that mattered. Betrayal wasn't just a threat, it was a lesson. Trust is precious, but in this world it can also be lethal. We restrained Carl, tying him in the keeper's house and monitoring him closely. He raved about desperation, survival, and necessity, but I knew better. Logic must govern action. Survival requires vigilance, not sentimentality. That night, I wrote in my notebook, "Betrayal is inevitable when fear outweighs morality. Humans are unpredictable. Trust is a tool and a weapon. Every decision carries weight. Every mistake may be fatal." Emily stayed close, shivering, her trust in humanity shaken. I held her tight, silently vowing to protect her no matter what. Betrayal had shown us how fragile our sanctuary really was, and how quickly the rules could change. The lighthouse is still our fortress, but it is fragile and weighs stone and wood cannot defend. The real threat isn't just the infected, it's us. It's the human instinct to survive at all costs, even when it destroys those around us. Tomorrow we would face another test. I didn't know if we would survive it. But I knew this. Logic, vigilance, and ruthlessness were now as necessary as the walls that kept the infected at bay. Day 150. 5 months. And yet, the lighthouse no longer felt like a sanctuary, it was a cage. Supplies were running dangerously low again. The storm had destroyed some of the rainwater barrels, and our rations were nearly gone. Emily was exhausted, her strength waning. Logic dictated that I could not stay idle. Survival demanded action. I packed lightly for the trip beyond the cliffs. A backpack with a few cans, a flashlight, the flare gun, and my hunting knife. Emily protested, but I shook my head. "I have to do this," I said. "We can't survive by waiting. I need to find more supplies or we'll starve." The cliffs were treacherous. Fog clung to the rocks, the Atlantic roared below, and every step required balance, concentration, and calculation. But survival is about risk management, not fear. Every movement was deliberate. Every sound analyzed. The infected roamed below, but logic gave me a path. Higher ground, minimal noise, direct route to abandoned areas. I made my way to the small town of Fort Williams, just north of the lighthouse. Normally, it's a tourist area, peaceful, with trails and historic buildings. Today it was a graveyard. Cars overturned, windows shattered, the faint stench of decay lingering in the air. I moved carefully, searching abandoned stores, homes, and sheds. Food, water, anything. I found a small convenience store partially intact, canned goods scattered but salvageable. My relief was short-lived. A low growl echoed from a corner. I froze, scanning the shadows. 2 infected shuffled toward me, their eyes black voids of hunger. Logic dictated caution, and instinct screamed survival. I used a heavy plank as a barrier, then struck them swiftly with the bat. One fell, the other retreated into the shadows. I collected what I could carry and began the journey back. Every step was tense, every shadow a potential threat. I thought of Emily, of the lighthouse, of our fragile survival. The weight of responsibility pressed down on me. Logic had brought me this far, but instinct would determine if I returned. Returning to the lighthouse was no less dangerous. The cliffs were slick with fog, rocks unstable, and the infected persistent. But I pressed forward, keeping low, moving slowly, relying on the path I had memorized. The fog played tricks on my mind, turning shadows into threats, but I couldn't afford hesitation. When I finally reached Portland Head Light, exhausted and drenched, Emily ran to meet me. Her relief was palpable, her fear mixing with hope. I handed her the supplies, noting the slight tremor in her hands. Survival was never just physical. It was emotional. Every day spent here tested not only our bodies but our minds, our hearts. That night, I wrote in my notebook, "Going beyond is necessary. Logic guides us, but instinct saves us. Every trip into the world outside risks death, but without it, survival is impossible. The lighthouse may be a fortress, but life exists beyond its walls." We sat together, listening to the ocean, the fog rolling over the cliffs. The lighthouse still protected us, but the world outside continued to challenge us. And I knew that sooner or later, we would be forced to confront not just the infected, but the choices, the dangers, and the moral dilemmas that survival demanded. Day 170. Nearly 6 months since the world ended. I should have felt relief returning from my scavenging trip, victory in supplies secured, another step toward survival, but something was wrong. Emily was gone. At first, I thought she was in the top of the lighthouse tower, maybe looking out at the ocean, lost in thought. But the stairs were empty. Her makeshift bed in the keeper's quarters was undisturbed. Panic hit me like a physical blow. I called her name, my voice echoing through the empty lighthouse. Only silence answered. Logic, the part of me that had kept us alive for months, kicked in immediately. She didn't wander off on her own. She wouldn't. That left 2 possibilities, the infected or another human. But I'd left no one else in the lighthouse while I scavenged. I searched the perimeter, checking the cliffs, the beaches, the storage sheds. Nothing. No sign of struggle, no blood, no footprints, only the lingering sense of absence, like a void pressing against my chest. My mind raced. The world outside our fortress was unpredictable. Trust is fragile. Isolation teaches fear. And now I had to confront both. Logic dictated caution. I couldn't rush blindly into the foggy cliffs or the rocks below. I armed myself, bat, knife, flare gun, and began a systematic search. Every shadow, every rock, every abandoned shed was a potential hiding place, or a death trap. Hours passed. Panic warred with reason. Every instinct screamed to run blindly, to call for her, to chase shadows. But experience had taught me that haste could be fatal. I moved deliberately, calculating every risk. The infected were still out there, drawn by sound, scent, and movement. Any mistake could cost me everything. I found small clues, her scarf caught on a jagged rock, a handprint in the mud, but they led nowhere concrete. My chest tightened with guilt. I should have been there. I should have noticed something. Survival had been my priority, but now, if she was lost, I might have failed the most important mission of all. By nightfall, I returned to the lighthouse, empty-handed and exhausted. I barricaded the doors, every sound outside making me jump. I sat in the tower, flashlight in hand, staring out into the foggy Atlantic, grappling with fear, guilt, and hopelessness. The lighthouse had protected us from the infected, from storms, from scarcity, but it could not shield me from the consequences of isolation. I wrote in my notebook, isolation teaches hard truths. Even in safety, the world outside finds a way to punish mistakes. Every absence, every silence, every unknown is a test of endurance, reason, and humanity. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the lighthouse, every gust of wind, every distant growl reminded me that Emily might be out there, alone, vulnerable. Logic could only take me so far. Beyond that, all I had was fear, hope, and the desperate drive to survive and find her. The lighthouse had been our sanctuary, but now it felt like a cage. And I realized for the first time that survival might not be enough. Sometimes survival demands more than strength and vigilance. It demands courage, sacrifice, and the willingness to face the unknown. Day 180. 6 months in the lighthouse, and for the first time, I realized that survival was no longer just about rationing, vigilance, or strategy. It was about combat. The horde came without warning. Fog rolled in thick from the Atlantic, muffling the usual sounds of the cliffs and the waves. At first, I thought it was a storm, but then I heard it. The low, guttural growls, multiplied 100-fold, rising from the beaches below. My stomach dropped. They had found us. Emily was at the top of the tower, scanning the fog through binoculars. "Andrew, it's so many," she whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't answer. Words were useless. I moved quickly, securing every barricade, checking weapons, and preparing for the inevitable assault. Logic dictated action. Panic would be fatal. I positioned planks, reinforced doors, and barricaded weak points with furniture. Every window was secured, every gap was filled. Emily moved beside me, carrying the flare gun and a knife, her determination masking terror. Survival demanded we act as one. The horde surged closer. Shadows emerged from the fog, dozens, then hundreds, their black eyes reflecting hunger and instinct. They attacked the lower barricades first, fists and claws pounding, snapping wood, rattling stone. The lighthouse shuddered under the assault. I fought at the front, bats swinging, knocking one back after another. Logic dictated conserve energy, but instinct demanded aggression. Emily fired the flare gun, the light and noise scattering some of them, buying us precious seconds. Every strike, every movement, every breath counted. Ours felt like days. The horde was relentless. They tested our defenses, found weaknesses, and returned. My arms ached, my body trembled, but retreat was not an option. Logic dictated that we hold the high ground. Fight or flight, but there was nowhere to flee. At one point a plank gave way. One of the infected surged inside. Emily screamed and I swung, hitting it with all my strength. It fell, but the reminder was clear. One mistake could be fatal. Finally, as dawn broke, the horde receded, driven back by fatigue, light, and the natural tide of instinct. The lighthouse was battered, splintered wood, cracked windows, shattered barriers, but it stood. We were alive. Emily sank to the floor, exhausted, and I held her. "We made it," she whispered. Her voice was hoarse, but relief and fear intertwined in every syllable. I sat in the tower afterward, surveying the damage. The fight had shown us the truth. Survival was no longer passive. The world outside was no longer just a threat in shadows. It was an active force, testing our strategies, courage, and endurance. I wrote in my notebook, "Fight or flight is not a choice. It is the rule of this world. Strength, logic, and courage are the only weapons. Failure is fatal. Survival demands vigilance, adaptability, and relentless action." The lighthouse had protected us, but it had also taught us a brutal truth. Safety is temporary. The world outside is patient, relentless, and unforgiving. And so are we, if we intend to survive. Day 190. 10 days after the horde attacked Portland Head Light. The lighthouse still stands, but so much else has been stripped away. Comfort, hope, and a sense of normalcy we had clung to. We spent the day repairing the damage. Splintered wood, cracked windows, and weakened barricades demanded constant attention. Each repair was exhausting, physically and mentally, but it was necessary. Logic dictates that the fortress must be maintained. Survival depends on it. Yet the cost of survival is not only measured in wood and stone. Emily is quieter now, haunted by what we endured. I see it in the way she flinches at shadows, the way her hands tremble when she touches a weapon. And I am not untouched. My dreams are fractured, visions of the horde, of the cliff's edge, of the infected reaching in and taking everything from us. Sleep is a luxury I can no longer afford. We found Carl's body outside the lighthouse, pinned between rocks along the cliffs. He had tried to escape, but the horde had claimed him. Betrayal, desperation, and miscalculation had cost him his life. It was a harsh reminder that survival requires more than strength. It requires constant vigilance, foresight, and the willingness to act decisively. I rationed our supplies again, calculating what we had left. Food, water, and fuel were scarce. Every decision mattered. Every misstep could be fatal. Emily and I discussed strategies, contingency plans, and potential escape routes, even though the cliffs and the Atlantic offered little hope beyond the lighthouse walls. That night, the fog rolled in thick, and the waves crashed angrily against the cliffs. I sat in the tower, watching, thinking. Survival has a cost. It exacts more than physical exhaustion. It erodes innocence, fractures trust, and shapes who we become. I realized that in this world, the lighthouse does not simply protect us from the infected. It protects us from becoming them, but only barely. Emily came up to join me, shivering from the cold. I wrapped my arms around her. "We're still here?" I whispered. "Yes," she said, voice trembling. "But at what cost, Andrew? How long can we keep this up?" I had no answer. Logic and instinct can preserve life, but they cannot erase the emotional toll, the fear, or the constant shadow of mortality. Every day, every decision, every breath carries weight. The cost of survival is measured not only in lives saved but in humanity tested, hope stretched, and the knowledge that the world we knew is gone forever. I wrote in my notebook, "Survival has a price. Every victory is paid for with exhaustion, fear, and the erosion of normalcy. Humanity is fragile. Isolation is a teacher. The lighthouse shelters us from the world, but it cannot shield us from the consequences of surviving it." That night we slept fitfully, knowing that tomorrow the world would test us again. The horde may retreat, storms may pass, and supplies may run low, but survival demands vigilance, courage, and the relentless will to endure. And every day that cost grows heavier. Day 199. Almost 200 days. Almost 200 days of fear, rationing, vigilance, and the slow erosion of what it means to be human. Portland Headlight still stands, battered, scarred, but unyielding. Emily and I are still alive, but the world outside has changed beyond recognition. The horde returned at dawn. Not a few scattered infected, but hundreds, perhaps more. The fog rolled in thick from the Atlantic, concealing their numbers until they surged forward with terrifying coordination. I could see them from the tower, moving over the cliffs like shadows, their guttural growls a chorus of inevitable death. Emily gripped my arm. "Andrew, we can't hold them." Logic kicked in immediately. We had prepared for this: barricades, weapons, makeshift traps, flares, but this was different. This was the culmination of everything we had survived, the ultimate test. We fought. Every plank, every nail, every swing of the bat counted. Emily fired flares into the fog, illuminating the horde and buying us precious seconds. I defended the lower barricades, striking any infected that came close. Hours passed, or minutes, time lost all meaning. The wind, the rain, the screams, the pounding of waves against cliffs, it all blurred into a nightmare of survival. At one point, a section of the lower barricade gave way. A surge of infected reached inside. Emily screamed. Logic screamed. Instinct screamed. I struck them down, one by one, using every ounce of strength and desperation I possessed. We realized we could not survive by defense alone. Logic dictated a risky countermeasure. I set fire to a small cache of debris outside the lighthouse, creating a wall of flames. The horde hesitated, slowed by instinctual fear of fire, and we used the moment to reinforce the barricades and regroup. Hours passed. Exhaustion clawed at every fiber of my being. Emily collapsed beside me, soaked, trembling, but alive. We had survived the onslaught, but barely. The lighthouse was scarred, splintered, and leaking, but it stood just as we had. In the aftermath, silence returned. Only the ocean remained constant. I held Emily, both of us shivering, exhausted, and emotionally raw. Nearly 200 days of survival had brought us here, alive but forever changed. I wrote in my notebook, hands shaking, "The lighthouse is more than stone. It is resilience. It is logic, vigilance, and courage made tangible. Survival has a cost, fear, exhaustion, and humanity, but here we endure. Here we are not broken." Emily looked up at me, tears streaking her face. "We made it," she whispered. "Yes," I said, voice hoarse. "We made it. But only because we fought, planned, and survived. And only because we never gave up." Outside, the Atlantic raged and the fog drifted across the cliffs. The world may have ended, but in the lighthouse, we had carved a sliver of hope, a fragile, human, unyielding hope. And as night fell, I realized something profound. Survival is not just about living. It is about enduring, about facing fear, about making impossible choices, and about holding on to humanity even when the world demands its abandonment. Portland Headlight had been our sanctuary, our fortress, and our teacher. And after 199 days of relentless fear, terror, and survival, Emily and I remained together, standing against the darkness. We were alive. And that, in this world, was everything. My name is James Carter, and I'm 61 years old. At least, I think I am. Time has a funny way of slipping away when the world around you is dead. Keene, New Hampshire, my hometown, is no longer a town. It's a graveyard dressed as a city. The streets are choked with weeds, cars rusting like old tombstones, and the wind carries a hollow whistle that feels almost like voices, mocking, distant, maybe real. I survive by remembering what the world used to be, and by clinging to what remains. Food is scarce, warmth is scarce, and trust is rarer than clean water. For 29 years I've been wandering, scavenging, hiding. Some nights I swear I can hear laughter on the wind. Other nights, the silence is worse than the moaning outside. It was on one of those silent nights that I found the radio. I was searching through the ruins of a general store on Main Street, the shelves long emptied by whoever came before me. Dust settled in thick layers, and the smell of mildew mixed with the faint tang of iron from broken cans. I almost missed it, the small, battered radio sitting on the counter, wires exposed, antenna bent. I plugged in a car battery I'd found in a dumpster, and after a few static-filled moments, it came alive. Static. Endless, crackling static. I almost threw it across the room. But then, I heard it. A faint, broken voice. It sounded human. Survivors, if you're listening, stay in motion. I froze. My hands shook. I hadn't heard a human voice in years that wasn't screaming. Not in real life. My heart hammered in my chest, and for the first time in decades I felt hope, mixed with the strangest sense of fear, like being watched. The voice was gone as quickly as it had appeared. Only the static remained. I adjusted the dial, turned knobs, held my breath. James Carter, remember? My blood ran cold. I jerked the radio away from my ear. My name, how could it know? I checked the streets outside the boarded-up windows, half expecting to see someone or something watching. Nothing. Only shadows. Only silence. And yet I couldn't turn it off. Something inside me demanded I listen, demanded I understand. Maybe it was madness. Maybe it was the sheer loneliness that had hollowed out my mind over decades. Or maybe someone somewhere was reaching out to me. I scavenged what supplies I could carry and settled in the back room of the store, listening to the static-filled broadcasts. Hours passed. Days. Sometimes the voice returned, faint and broken, sometimes just a single word. Occasionally, I heard fragments of music, songs from a time I barely remembered, songs that reminded me of my family, my wife, my daughter. Lost. All gone. I pressed my ear to the radio, willing it to speak, willing it to tell me that the world wasn't entirely empty. And for the first time in nearly 3 decades, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time, the pull of connection. Whatever, or whoever, was on the other end of that radio, I knew my life had changed. The static wasn't just noise anymore. It was a lifeline, and I was going to follow it. The next morning, sunlight filtered weakly through the grime-streaked windows of the abandoned store. The streets of Keene outside were silent except for the occasional groan of metal twisting in the wind. I kept the radio on, propped against a shelf as I sorted through the meager supplies I had scavenged. And then it happened again. Survivors, listen, caution. The static gave way to a human voice, clearer this time. It was raspy but deliberate. Each word felt measured, almost like a warning. I froze, my fingers tightening around a crowbar I kept for protection. James Carter. Trust no one. Route clear, north of river. I dropped the crowbar. My name again. Every hair on my arm stood on end. I knew 2 things. The world had gone insane a long time ago, and somehow this voice knew more about me than it should. I spent hours tuning the dials, adjusting the antenna, experimenting with frequencies. Patterns emerged. Certain words appeared repeatedly, North, safe, river, avoid. Occasionally there were fragments of songs from decades ago, played over the static. It felt deliberate, coded. I wrote everything down in the notebook I carried. If this was a game I didn't intend to lose. The logic was simple. Someone, or something, was broadcasting instructions. Maybe they were helping survivors. Maybe they were luring us into traps. Either way, it demanded attention. By mid-afternoon, I had traced some signals to a rough line pointing toward the Ashuelot River, not far from town. My gut told me it was dangerous, but curiosity gnawed at me. I was alone. I had been alone for years. And for the first time in decades, someone, something, was trying to reach me. The radio crackled again, shorter this time. North, avoid, don't trust, shadows. I shivered. Shadows. That could mean anything. Zombies, humans, or both. Logic told me to be cautious, but my mind kept circling back to the possibility that the broadcasts were genuine. They could be a lifeline. I packed lightly, taking only essentials: canned food, water, a crowbar, a small pistol, and the notebook. I left the store as quietly as I could, the radio clutched under my arm. Every step I took down the empty streets felt like walking through a graveyard, but the radio's faint crackle gave me purpose. As I followed the river north, I saw evidence of those who had come before me. Abandoned campsites, burned-out cars, and signs etched into trees, arrows, warnings, names. Logic dictated caution. Patterns emerged not just in the radio but in the world itself. The signs, the remnants of others, the warnings whispered through static, they all connected. I didn't know who was broadcasting or why it called me by name. But I understood one thing: I had to follow it. For survival. For sanity. And maybe, for the first time in nearly 30 years, for hope. The road to Manchester, New Hampshire was no longer a road at all. Asphalt cracked, grass growing in thick seams, trees claiming the edges like silent sentinels. The further I went from Keene, the heavier the sense of abandonment became. The towns I passed weren't towns, they were tombs, monuments to a world that had ended long before I could truly understand it. I kept the radio on low, tuning it between static bursts and whispered fragments. Every now and then the same voice returned, guiding, warning, taunting. Manchester, streets empty, trust your eyes, North Bridge. I didn't know if this was a lifeline or a trap, but instinct told me to follow it. There was no one else left to ask. No one to tell me what to do. Only the voice, the road, and my own shadow. Manchester was worse than I expected. Cars rotted in the streets, windows shattered, tires flattened. Shop signs hung crookedly, the paint peeling like dead skin. I passed a grocery store where the doors had been forced open, shelves stripped bare. The smell of decay hung in the air, faint but persistent, a reminder that life, once vibrant, had turned sour. I entered an old elementary school on the outskirts of town, looking for supplies and shelter. Desks lay scattered across the floor, some overturned. Graffiti covered the walls, messages scratched in desperation decades ago. One in particular caught my eye. Survivors don't stay. Move north. Shadows follow. I paused. The logic was unsettling. The messages I was finding in the world were mirroring the radio. Someone, or something, was connecting the dots. Or maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I was reading too much into it, but my gut told me otherwise. I scavenged what I could. A few cans of long-forgotten food, a half-empty water bottle, a flashlight, and an old radio battery. The quiet pressed down on me, heavier with each step. I could feel eyes watching me, or maybe that was just paranoia. After nearly 3 decades alone, fear had a way of burrowing under your skin. As night fell, the city became a cathedral of shadows. Streetlights no longer worked. The wind rattled broken windows, sounding like whispers. I crouched in a corner of the school gym, huddled with the radio on, trying to piece together what the voice had meant by North Bridge. And then, in the middle of static, I heard it. Shadows, do not trust, keep moving. The hair on my neck stood up. My mind raced. Was it warning me about zombies? Human threats? Or some hidden danger I couldn't yet understand? Logic demanded caution. Emotion demanded action. I had to keep moving. Sleep came in fragmented bursts, haunted by memories. My wife, Emily, smiling in the garden before the outbreak. My daughter, Lily, playing with a worn doll I still carried in my heart. Memories were sharp, bitter, and impossible to ignore. They were the chains that bound me to humanity, or maybe the weights that would drown me if I lost my mind. When dawn came, I stepped outside, the radio crackling faintly. I followed the voice's instructions, toward the bridge that spanned the river cutting through the city. Every step through Manchester reinforced the truth I had long suspected. The world I once knew was gone. But the logic of survival, patterns, signs, broadcasts, gave me purpose. And as I moved, I felt it, the unshakable, chilling certainty that someone, or something, was watching me, guiding me, or testing me. The 29th year of this outbreak had begun like every year before it. Silent, terrifying, and impossible to forget. Yet somehow, I still had a reason to move forward. By the time I left Manchester, the city's shadows had already begun to stretch across the broken streets. The bridge over the river was silent, except for the wind whistling through twisted metal and the occasional creak of a loose plank. I paused mid-crossing, holding the radio tightly, adjusting its dials for what felt like the 100th time. The static had become a kind of language, a rhythm I could almost understand. Each burst of crackle and hiss was a fragment of something bigger, and I was determined to decipher it. I found a safe spot on the other side of the bridge in what used to be a small storage warehouse. Inside, dust motes floated in beams of sunlight, and crates leaned against walls like skeletons. I set the radio down on a crate, opened my notebook, and began recording every fragment of sound I could catch. North, river, avoid the shadows. James, Carter, trust the line. Safe, coordinates, hidden. I paused. Coordinates. My pulse quickened. Could it be a map hidden in the broadcasts? Some survivor network still functioning after 29 years? Logic demanded caution, but also curiosity. If someone, or something, was guiding me, I had to know why. I began experimenting systematically. I adjusted the antenna in tiny increments, slowly turning the tuning knob in quarter-degree steps. Certain frequencies brought long stretches of static, while others produced faint background noises, low humming, distant footsteps, or the faint echo of voices. Sometimes the same voice repeated my name, almost like it was tracking my movements. Hours passed. I was exhausted, but the breakthrough came unexpectedly. Hidden in the static, I discerned a pattern. Pauses of different lengths, repeating sequences that resembled Morse code. I wrote it down, dots and dashes, long and short bursts. Then I translated them. Follow river north. Bridge safe at dawn. Shadows move at night. Logic confirmed it. The voice wasn't random. It was sending instructions. Every warning, every fragment of music, every cryptic sentence had a purpose. The system was deliberate. Someone, or something, had thought this through, anticipating where survivors like me might travel. I checked my supplies, securing food and water for the next leg of the journey. The warehouse was quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching. Maybe it was paranoia. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, I kept moving cautiously, guided by the decoded instructions. Night fell. The shadows crept along the walls of the warehouse and beyond into the empty streets. I kept the radio close, listening. The voice came again, almost a whisper through the static. North Bridge, shadows, trust your eyes, and only your eyes. I shivered. The warnings were becoming more precise, more urgent. The logical conclusion was undeniable. The world was full of threats, human or otherwise, and this broadcast was both a map and a shield. I felt a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. For the first time in decades, I had direction. And yet, the unknown loomed larger than ever. If the voice was right, dawn would bring a safe crossing. Night would bring shadows that I could not afford to ignore. And every frequency I tuned, every signal I deciphered, was another step deeper into a mystery I wasn't sure I was ready to understand. But there was no turning back. The night was unnervingly quiet as I left the warehouse, the radio snug in my pack. The signal had pointed me north, toward a stretch of forested land lining the outskirts of Concord, New Hampshire. Every step I took crunched over broken asphalt and shattered glass, and every shadow seemed alive. My crowbar felt heavy in my hand, my senses sharpened by years of solitude and survival. I had almost convinced myself the warnings were overcaution, until I heard it, a low, guttural growl that didn't belong to any animal I'd ever known. I froze, heart hammering. My eyes darted through the darkness. There, just beyond the edge of the streetlight, I saw a figure. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, and it had that unmistakable stench, the decayed perfume of the dead. Logic told me to retreat, but years of experience had taught me that hesitation could be fatal. I backed slowly toward a nearby alley, trying to keep a barrier between myself and the creature. The growls grew louder, closer. It lunged. I swung the crowbar instinctively, hitting its shoulder. It didn't falter. Its grip was relentless, a raw force of hunger and instinct. I stumbled backward, heart racing, adrenaline pumping. Every nerve screamed survival. I ran. Through empty streets, over toppled cars, past abandoned houses. The creature followed, slow but unstoppable, its groans echoing in the night. Logic dictated one thing: find high ground. I spotted a partially collapsed fire escape leading to a rooftop and scrambled up, dragging myself onto the rusted metal platform. The creature reached the base of the building and roared, swiping at nothing but air, its growls vibrating through my chest. I caught my breath, shaking, staring at the horizon. Concord looked like a city frozen in decay, broken streets, hollow buildings, and the occasional flicker of movement that made my stomach knot. I realized then why the radio had warned me about shadows. This wasn't just a random encounter. The world was crawling with threats, and logic was my only weapon. Stay alert, stay mobile, stay alive. I spent the rest of the night on that rooftop, listening to the radio. Static, then the familiar voice. Shadows move at night. Trust your eyes. North Bridge safe at dawn. The warning had been real. The logic of survival had saved me tonight, but the emotional weight was heavy. Fear had clawed at me like the thing that had chased me, and yet the need to keep moving, to follow the signal, burned stronger than ever. As dawn broke, washing the city in a pale, gray light, I climbed down from the rooftop. The streets were empty again. The creature had vanished, perhaps hunting someone else, or returning to wherever it came from. I checked my supplies, took a deep breath, and started moving north again. Every sense alert. Every shadow suspect. Every crackle of static on the radio a possible lifeline. I had survived the first night in years against a living nightmare. Logic had carried me through, but the emotional cost, fear, exhaustion, the gnawing loneliness, was almost unbearable. Yet I kept walking. Because following the voice, following the pattern, was the only thing that still made sense in a world that had lost all sense. And somewhere ahead, the 29th year of this outbreak had more tests waiting for me. The air smelled of salt and decay as I approached Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The radio crackled faintly, stronger now, almost guiding me like a compass. Logic told me the signal had to originate nearby. No survivor could broadcast so consistently from farther away with the equipment I'd been able to scavenge. The streets were narrower here, older. Brick buildings leaned like weary old men, their windows gaping and broken. The harbor was silent, boats rotting in the shallow water, gulls circling overhead with their raucous cries. Portsmouth was a city frozen in time, a museum of what humanity had lost. I followed the signal to a partially hidden warehouse near the docks. Rusted chains hung across the entrance, and the door had been forced open long ago. Every sense on edge, I stepped inside. The radio was louder here, crackling with urgency. "James Carter, welcome." The voice was familiar, but something in it had changed, more deliberate, more commanding. I moved cautiously, scanning the shadows. Then I found it. A journal lying atop a crate, its leather cover cracked. I flipped it open. The handwriting was neat, precise, someone methodical. The name at the top, Rachel Morgan. Rachel had survived years of the outbreak in this bunker. Her entries described experiments with the infected, studying their behavior, patterns, weaknesses. She wrote about luring them, testing responses, even attempting communication. Some of her methods were cruel but meticulous. Logic had guided her, not emotion. I understood then why the radio messages were so calculated. They weren't just warnings. They were instructions informed by years of observation and experimentation. Some were designed to protect, some to manipulate. Survival had a price, and the world had no room for mistakes. A sound made me freeze. From the shadows, a figure emerged, thin, pale, alert. Rachel. Her eyes scanned me as I raised my hands. "You're not infected," she said, voice steady. "Good. The radio brought you here." I nodded cautiously. You're the one broadcasting?" She smiled faintly. "Partially. I coordinate the signals. Some are automated, some manual. The patterns keep survivors moving safely. Sometimes. Sometimes?" The word tasted bitter. She glanced at the journal. "Sometimes survival demands sacrifices. Some messages are tests. Some are traps. Logic dictates the outcome." I swallowed. Logic. Always logic. Survival had never been about emotion, not really. But I felt it anyway, fear, relief, suspicion, and something like hope. Rachel had survived by using reason, by controlling chaos, by understanding the infected. And now, for better or worse, she had drawn me into her web. "James," she said quietly, "you've made it this far. That means you can follow rules. That means you can survive. But survival is never simple. The world out there, it will test you again." I nodded, understanding without fully agreeing. Logic could guide me, but it couldn't prepare me for every choice, every shadow, every moral dilemma. The voice on the radio had been a lifeline, but the truth behind it was far more complicated. And as I stood there in that abandoned bunker by the harbor, I realized something chilling. The 29th year of the outbreak was far from over. Rachel led me through a narrow, dimly lit corridor behind the bunker. The walls were lined with shelves of supplies, medical kits, and stacks of canned food, evidence of decades of careful survival. The faint hum of generators echoed, and I realized this was more than a hideout. It was a community, small but organized. As we stepped into a larger room, I saw them. Men and women of all ages, some weathered like me, others younger, almost born into this nightmare. They moved quietly, efficiently, performing tasks with an ease born of long practice. A few glanced at me warily, weapons close at hand. "This is the network," Rachel said softly. "People who have survived by following the patterns, by trusting the signals, and by understanding the risks." The logic was clear. Years of living in a world overrun by the infected had shaped strict rules, routines, and a hierarchy. Each survivor had a role: scouts, hunters, medics, signal operators. Cooperation was essential. Emotion, though present, was secondary. Survival came first. Among them was a young girl, no more than 10, sitting quietly by a generator, scribbling in a notebook. Rachel introduced her as Emma. She had sharp eyes and a calm demeanor that belied her age. Something in her reminded me of my daughter, lost long ago. A pang of grief struck me, a reminder that no amount of logic could erase the wounds of the past. "Hello," I said cautiously. Emma looked up, studying me. After a moment, she nodded. "You follow the signal too?" she asked. I nodded. "Yes. It brought me here." Her eyes softened slightly. "It brought some of us. Some didn't make it." The truth was heavy but logical. The network existed because some followed instructions, some failed, and some had learned the hard way that mistakes were deadly. Every decision, every movement was a calculation. Over the next few days, I learned their routines, the rules of their survival, and the logic behind every broadcast. Rachel explained how signals were sent, how certain frequencies were used to communicate, and how they observed patterns in zombie behavior to protect the community. But emotional tension persisted. Trust was fragile. Bonds were tentative. Everyone had scars, physical, mental, and emotional. Some survivors resented newcomers. Others distrusted authority. I understood immediately that survival was not just about avoiding the infected, but navigating the delicate web of human relationships. I spent hours with Emma, showing her some of the patterns I had noticed in the radio signals. Her eyes lit up with understanding. For a moment, I felt a flicker of connection, the kind of warmth I hadn't felt in decades. It was fleeting, fragile, but it reminded me why I kept moving, why I listened, why I survived. That night, as I lay on a cot in a corner of the room, the radio crackled softly. Rachel had activated it for the nightly broadcast. James, network, learn the patterns, survive together. I realized then that the signals had a purpose beyond mere survival. They were meant to teach, to connect the fragments of humanity that remained. The 29th year of the outbreak had given me more than directions or warnings. It had given me a glimpse of community, and with it, a fragile sense of hope. But hope, I knew, was dangerous. And in this world, danger was never far away. I had settled into a routine with the network, scavenging by day, deciphering the broadcasts by night. The signals were becoming more sophisticated, with coded instructions, Morse fragments, and even subtle warnings embedded in the music snippets. The logic behind them was precise, calculated. I had come to trust the patterns. And then the first warning came too late. It was mid-afternoon when I received the message through the portable radio I carried during supply runs. Bridge unsafe. Avoid the northern route. The problem was the northern bridge was the only practical route to the next supply cache. Trusting the signal, I rerouted along a narrow, overgrown road. At first it seemed clear, safe. But as I moved deeper into the woods, I began to notice signs I had learned to read over the years. Broken branches, scattered clothing, deep gouges in trees, evidence of struggle. And then I saw them. Another survivor, or what was left of one, caught in a trap meant for the infected. The body was barely recognizable, and the road ahead was now littered with tripwires and snares. Logic screamed betrayal. Someone had used the signal to manipulate the movement of survivors, and the consequences were deadly. I ran back to the bunker as quickly as I could, heart hammering. The network was waiting, tense and silent. Rachel's expression was unreadable as I told her what had happened. Some broadcasts are automated, she explained quietly. Some are tests. Some are traps created by other groups. The world didn't end cleanly, James. There are humans who survived by preying on others. The words hit me harder than any zombie attack ever had. For decades, I had feared the infected more than the living. But here, in this fragile network of logic and survival, I realized the truth. Humanity itself had become a threat. Survival depended not just on skill, but on understanding human nature, on deciphering deception as carefully as I decoded signals. I spent that night restless, examining the patterns of previous broadcasts, cross-referencing with maps and known safe zones. Every message, every fragment of static had potential meaning. Some were instructions, some were tests, some were lies. Emotion clawed at me, anger at the cruelty, fear for the innocent, grief for those lost, and the nagging question, could I trust the radio at all? The thing that had once been my lifeline now felt like a double-edged sword. And yet, logic dictated I couldn't ignore it. Even if some messages were traps, the radio still held the key to survival, to navigation, to understanding the world that had become a labyrinth of shadows. I had to learn to distinguish between guidance and manipulation. I had no choice. The 29th year of the outbreak had taught me one hard truth. Trust cautiously, act deliberately, and expect betrayal. And somewhere out there, hidden among the static, the next test was already waiting. The bunker was quieter than usual that night. Most of the network had gone to sleep, huddled in corners or makeshift bunks. I stayed awake, the radio crackling softly beside me. Static filled the room, a constant reminder that even in silence, The world was never truly empty. I pressed my hand against the radio, as if I could feel the pulse of the world beyond these walls. The voice came again, faint but deliberate. Remember, North River, trust your eyes. And suddenly I was back to the early days of the outbreak decades ago when the world had been alive, loud, and full of ordinary worries. I remembered Emily, my wife, standing in the kitchen of our home in Keene, her hair tied back, laughing at some trivial thing I'd said. Lily, my daughter, running across the lawn, clutching a worn doll she refused to leave behind. That morning the air smelled of cut grass and sunlight. Normal. Safe. Gone. Logic had saved me in those early days too. I remembered barricading our house after the first news reports, checking doors, windows, keeping a meticulous record of supplies. But emotion had betrayed me, fear, indecision, and the desperate hope that our family could survive together had cost us dearly. One night, the infected broke through the perimeter. Emily didn't make it. Lily. I never found her. I closed my eyes. Memories can be a form of logic too. They teach you what works and what fails. That early trauma had trained me to read patterns. In people, in the infected, in the signals that might mean life or death. The radio's instructions, the network's routines, even Rachel's moral compromises, all of it now made sense in the context of the lessons I had learned too late. Yet, emotion remained unavoidable. Grief was a constant shadow, sometimes sharp as a knife, sometimes dull and lingering. Loneliness was a second skin. And hope was a dangerous thing, a spark that could save you or blind you. I opened my notebook and wrote carefully, "Memory is survival. Logic is survival. But memory without logic can kill you. Logic without memory can make you forget why you survive." The radio crackled again. A faint melody this time, one I remembered from Lily's favorite childhood record. My chest tightened. For a moment, hope and grief collided, a bitter mixture of comfort and pain. Logic demanded I keep moving, to continue decoding, surviving, planning. Emotion demanded I remember, to honor those lost, to hold on to fragments of humanity. And in that quiet night, surrounded by static and shadows, I realized they were not mutually exclusive, they were intertwined. The 29th year of the outbreak was more than survival. It was memory, logic, and the fragile thread of emotion, all woven together into the delicate fabric of life I still clung to. And I had no intention of letting go. The radio had been quiet for nearly 2 days, except for the occasional bursts of static. I had almost convinced myself that the last incident, the trap near Concord, was a warning to slow down, to remain cautious. But then the broadcast returned, louder, sharper, more urgent than before. Boston, northeast, follow the river, signal strongest near city ruins. Boston. The name felt like a challenge, a promise, and a threat all at once. Logic told me the journey would be dangerous. Boston was a sprawling urban landscape, long overrun, densely populated with the infected and likely hostile human survivors. But the signal was precise. It wasn't random. Someone wanted me to follow it. I spent hours planning, poring over maps I had scavenged, calculating distances, supply needs, and likely hazards. I packed lightly: water, rations, my crowbar, pistol, notebook, and the radio. Every item had a purpose. Logic dictated I move efficiently and deliberately. The first leg of the journey took me through the forests north of Portsmouth, along winding rivers and overgrown roads. The sun was my ally, giving me visibility while shadows could conceal threats, both living and dead. The further I traveled, the clearer the pattern became. The voice on the radio not only guided me, but also predicted areas of danger and safety. On the second night, I camped near a ruined farmhouse. The radio crackled again. "Avoid the main road. Travelers may not be friendly. Trust your eyes. Observe before moving." I understood immediately. Logic over emotion. Every step in this world was a calculation. Every decision carried weight. Along the way, I encountered the first evidence of human conflict. A roadblock, burned cars, scattered supplies. The signs were subtle. Footprints, improvised barricades, symbols etched into walls. Some were warnings, some traps. But they all followed patterns, and patterns were predictable if you observed carefully. The closer I got to Boston, the more fragmented the landscape became. Towns were reduced to skeletons of their former selves, highways overgrown and cracked. I navigated by rivers, ruins, and the intermittent signals from the radio. Each day was a test of endurance, vigilance, and judgment. And yet, beneath the logic, the emotional tension remained. I felt the weight of isolation, the echo of my family's absence, the unrelenting pressure of survival. But I also felt determination. Following the signal was more than survival, it was purpose. By the third night, the Boston skyline, skeletal and shadowed, appeared on the horizon. The radio signal was strongest here, crackling with a sense of urgency. The city promised answers or perhaps more danger. Either way, I had no choice but to move forward. The 29th year of the outbreak had pushed me from the shadows of isolation into the heart of uncertainty. Logic dictated movement, observation, and preparation. Emotion drove persistence, hope, and the fragile spark of human connection. And somewhere within the ruined streets of Boston, the signal awaited, ready to test both. Boston was a city of skeletons. High-rises leaned precariously, bridges were fractured, and the streets were overgrown with weeds and twisted metal. The skyline, jagged against the gray sky, felt more like a tomb than a city. Every shadow seemed alive, every alley a trap. Logic dictated caution, observation, and patience. It didn't take long before I realized I wasn't alone. From a distance, I saw movement, figures cautiously navigating the debris-strewn streets. Not infected. Not exactly. Humans. Survivors. I watched from the safety of a partially collapsed building. There were at least 5 of them, armed with scavenged weapons and makeshift armor. They paused at intersections, checking for threats, communicating in hushed whispers. I recognized the signs: territorial behavior, signs of previous conflict. Logic screamed that any interaction could be dangerous. Yet I had no choice but to approach. I needed supplies, knowledge, and perhaps allies. And sometimes, survival demanded calculated risk. I made my move slowly, hands raised, showing I meant no harm. One of them, a woman with sharp eyes and a scar across her cheek, stepped forward, weapon trained on me. "Who are you?" she demanded. "James Carter," I said, voice steady. "I'm following a signal. I mean no harm." The group exchanged glances. Logic dictated caution on both sides. After tense moments, the woman lowered her weapon slightly. "Signal?" she asked. "You mean the radio?" I nodded. "Yes. The patterns, the broadcasts. They led me here." Her eyes widened slightly. "You're not the only one. But don't think for a second that following it guarantees survival. It's complicated." Over the next hours, I learned why. The city was divided between several survivor factions, each with different rules, ethics, and levels of trust. Some were cooperative, others predatory. Some listened to the radio, others ignored it entirely. Logic dictated observation first, engagement second. Mistakes were fatal. Emotion complicated things further. One of the younger members of the faction, a boy no older than 15, reminded me painfully of Lily. The sight of him, terrified yet determined, triggered a surge of protectiveness I hadn't felt in decades. My instinct was to shield him, to guide him, to preserve a fragment of innocence in this fractured world. But logic reminded me, attachments could be dangerous. Trust had to be earned, carefully measured. By nightfall, I had learned enough to navigate the group's hierarchy, observing alliances, weaknesses, and patterns of behavior. I stayed on alert, aware that one wrong move could turn me from ally to target. The radio crackled softly that evening. The voice returned, familiar and urgent. "Boston, network expands, shadows move, choose your path." I realized the signal was more than guidance, it was a test. Every decision, every interaction, every step in the ruined streets of Boston would determine survival. Logic would guide my actions, emotion would influence my choices, and both would be tested in the days ahead. The 29th year of the outbreak had thrown me into a world of complex human interaction, where survival depended not just on avoiding the infected, but on understanding the living. And in Boston, every shadow, every signal, every human face could mean life or death. The heart of Boston was a labyrinth of collapsed streets and skeletal skyscrapers. Following the radio signal brought me to an old government research facility, long abandoned and partially flooded. Its steel doors were rusted, but I managed to pry them open. Inside, the air was thick with mildew and the metallic tang of decay. The radio crackled incessantly, more insistent than ever. Its signal was strongest here, almost overwhelming. Logic told me that this was the source, the origin of the broadcast that had guided me, warned me, and tested me for weeks. I descended into the facility, flashlights slicing through darkness. Hallways were lined with faded signage, quarantine labs, restricted access, biohazard. Each step echoed in the empty corridors. The logic of survival demanded caution. Traps, structural weaknesses, or the infected could lurk anywhere. In one lab, I found a series of government archives. Files, computers, and recordings. Dust-covered terminals flickered weakly with residual power. I started combing through the data, and what I discovered chilled me to the bone. The outbreak hadn't been natural. A series of experiments aimed at weaponizing a virus had gone catastrophically wrong. Containment protocols failed. Early attempts to quarantine cities had collapsed. And in the chaos, the government had deployed automated broadcasts to guide survivors, maintain order, and in some cases, manipulate human behavior for controlled testing. I realized then why some messages had been traps, why patterns were deliberate, and why Rachel's network existed. The signals were a combination of survival instructions, experimental testing, and control mechanisms designed to shepherd humanity, or parts of it, through the collapse. Logic, efficiency, and observation were the core of this system. Emotion, morality, and human connection were secondary, often expendable. A recording played automatically, faint and static riddled. A voice, official yet distorted, explained, "If you are hearing this, the containment failed. The survivors must be guided. The infected are beyond control. Follow the signals for survival or perish." The weight of knowledge pressed down on me. Logic and morality collided. The 29 years of the outbreak, the deaths I'd witnessed, the betrayals, the loneliness, they were all consequences of human error and calculated survival strategies. Emotion surged despite the logic. Anger at the deceit. Grief for the lost. Fear for the future. And beneath it all, a spark of understanding. This knowledge, as horrible as it was, gave me power, the ability to navigate the chaos, to make choices, to survive with awareness. Rachel's warnings echoed in my mind. Survival is never simple. The world out there, it will test you again. I left the facility with the recordings and archives, careful to note every detail, every pattern. The radio continued to guide me, but now I understood why and how it worked. It was a tool, a lifeline, a weapon, and a test. The 29th year of the outbreak had revealed a truth I hadn't expected. Humanity had failed itself, but logic, observation, and careful choice could still carve a path forward. The next steps would not be easy, but at least now I knew what I was facing. I sat in the corner of the Survivor Network's main room, the government archives spread before me. Every file, every recording, every fragment of data pressed a single truth into my mind. Knowledge was power, and with power came responsibility. But responsibility in this world was a dangerous thing. Rachel watched me quietly. "You've seen it," she said. "Now you have to decide what to do with it." I rubbed my face, exhaustion pressing down. Logic dictated multiple options. Option 1, share everything. The survivors would gain unprecedented understanding, how the outbreak started, how the infected behave, and how the signals are constructed. This could save lives, but it could also make them targets. Knowledge in the wrong hands was a weapon. Option 2, selective sharing. I could provide just enough information to guide survival, withholding the deeper truths of manipulation and government testing. Fewer lives might be at risk, but some survivors would be left in ignorance. Option 3, secrecy. I could keep the information to myself, using it to protect only a small group, Rachel's network, or even just Emma and me. Morally questionable, but strategically safe. Emotion clashed with logic. I thought of Emma sitting quietly in a corner, her sharp eyes following my every move. I thought of the boy I had seen in Boston, terrified but alive. I thought of Lily and Emily, lost decades ago, victims of chaos and human error. Could I risk more loss? Could I bear the guilt? Rachel broke the silence. Logic will get you through most days. Morality will get you through the nights. But here, you need both. I closed my eyes and drew a deep breath. Logic and morality didn't always align, but I had survived this long by balancing them carefully. The decision I made now would ripple outward, affecting lives I couldn't predict. I opened my eyes. We share what we can safely use, I said. We teach the patterns, the signals, the survival strategies. But the origins, the traps, the experiments, the government, that stays hidden. For now. We give people tools to survive, not reasons to die. Rachel nodded slowly, a mixture of relief and approval in her eyes. Then we prepare. The next phase is coming. I turned to the radio. The crackle seemed almost impatient, as if aware that I now understood more than ever before. The signal wasn't just guidance anymore, it was a test of judgment, of character, of the balance between logic and emotion. The 29th year of the outbreak had taught me many lessons: fear, loss, grief, and betrayal. But it had also taught me that survival was about more than escaping death. It was about choosing what kind of person you would be, and what kind of world, even in fragments, you would protect. As night fell, I set the archives aside and prepared to teach, to guide, and to protect. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and shadows. But I had made my decision. And for the first time in decades, I felt something stronger than fear. I felt purpose. I was in the central hall of the bunker, teaching the network how to interpret signals safely. Emma sat close, scribbling notes as I explained patterns, warnings, and what to look for in the static. The others listened intently, some skeptical, some eager. Logic dictated precision. Emotion dictated patience. Both were necessary. Then the radio changed. The usual static erupted into a sharp, crackling crescendo. I froze, recognizing the voice immediately, but this time it was different, layered, almost pleading. James Carter, final, prepare, the shadows, converge, truth awaits. The words cut through the room like ice. The network fell silent. Even Rachel, usually composed, stiffened. I felt my chest tighten. The signal was urgent, deliberate, impossible to ignore. Logic kicked in. The message implied movement, a convergence, perhaps a trap, but possibly the last opportunity for vital information. I had to act. I packed the radio, notebooks, and essential supplies. Emma grabbed my hand instinctively. Her eyes, wide with fear, mirrored my own memories of Lily decades ago. I squeezed back a silent promise. As we stepped outside, the city of Boston lay in shadow. The ruined streets were eerily quiet. Broken buildings loomed like tombstones. And in the distance, I could see figures moving, shadows as the message had warned. They weren't all infected. Some were human, survivors testing us, tracking us, waiting. Trust your eyes, trust. The voice crackled one final time before fading into static. The logic of survival screamed. Observe, calculate, advance cautiously. The radio was silent. No further guidance. No reassurance. Just us, the network, and the shadows converging from every direction. I took a deep breath. Fear was there, sharp, cold, but so was determination. I had learned, over 29 years, to combine observation, pattern recognition, and moral choice. I had learned to act even when the outcome was uncertain. I glanced at Emma and the others. They were counting on me, and I was counting on myself. The 29th year of the outbreak had brought me full circle. From isolation to community, from blind survival to guided action, from fear to purpose. The shadows moved closer. I raised my crowbar, checked the pistol, and stepped forward into the ruined streets. And I walked because that was all any of us could do. The streets of Boston stretched before us, fractured and silent, save for the occasional groan of the infected and distant echoes of human activity. Shadows moved in every corner, some hunched and shambling, others cautious and deliberate. Logic dictated observation, stealth, and calculated movement. Emotion demanded courage, care, and the protection of the fragile bonds I had rebuilt over weeks of travel and survival. Emma held my hand tightly, her trust both a comfort and a responsibility. The network followed, tense but disciplined, each survivor aware that a single mistake could mean death. The radio remained silent. The final transmission had ended, leaving only static and memory. I realized something fundamental. The guidance had always been a test, not a guarantee. Survival was never about blind obedience. It was about interpretation, decision-making, and resilience. As we moved through the skeletal city, I reflected on everything that had led to this point. The early days of isolation, when fear and grief were constant companions. The patterns and logic that had kept me alive, step by step, signal by signal. Rachel's network, a fragile but organized structure of human resilience and morality. The betrayals, traps, and manipulations that taught me caution and discernment. The memory of my family, which guided my moral compass, even when logic demanded cold calculation. Boston was a test of all of it. Every ruined street, every building, every shadow demanded that I combine reasoning with instinct, knowledge with emotion, and observation with courage. We reached a vantage point atop a collapsed overpass, overlooking the city. The sun broke through the gray clouds for the first time in days, casting long, jagged shadows. The network paused, silent, taking in the ruined horizon. I raised the radio, letting the static fill the quiet moment. No instructions came. That was the lesson. Survival was now entirely ours. The signals had guided us, tested us, and prepared us, but the future would be forged by the choices we made in the shadows. I looked at Emma. "We move forward," I said. "Together." She nodded, and for the first time in 29 years, I allowed myself a small measure of hope. Logic, memory, morality, they had carried me here. And while the world remained broken, haunted, and dangerous, we still had agency, still had purpose, and still had each other. The 29th year of the outbreak was not the end. It was the beginning of a new calculus, a fragile balance between life and death, fear and courage, logic and emotion. And in that balance I realized we could survive, not just as isolated fragments of humanity but as something more. A network, a family, a story still being written. The radio crackled faintly in the distance. Perhaps it was static. Perhaps it was a signal. Perhaps it was a warning. We moved forward anyway. I never thought a normal Tuesday morning could feel so fragile. The alarm on my phone buzzed at 6:15 a.m., its shrill tone bouncing off the walls of our small Atlanta apartment. Liam, my 7-year-old, was already stirring in the next room. His soft whimpers reminded me how much responsibility weighed on my shoulders. As a single dad, mornings were a balancing act between coffee, cereal, and making sure he actually got dressed before the bus came. I poured myself a cup, the bitter aroma grounding me in a sense of normality that now feels almost laughable. I glanced at the window. Peachtree Street stretched below, cars moving at their usual pace, the city humming in its sleepy rhythm. Nothing seemed wrong. Nothing at all. Liam ran into the kitchen wearing his favorite Spider-Man pajamas, clutching his worn red backpack. "Dad, can I have pancakes?" he asked, eyes wide. "Sure, champ," I said, forcing a smile. "But eat quickly, we don't want to miss the bus." He grinned, completely unaware that the world outside was about to change forever. I flicked on the news while flipping the pancakes. The anchor's voice was monotone, the same as every morning. Reports of unusual disturbances in downtown Atlanta. Police urge citizens to remain calm. I frowned. Disturbances? Unusual? The footage on the screen showed a street corner I knew well. People shoving, shouting, a man hitting another man with what looked like nothing. I shook my head. Probably just a fight. City life, right? I muttered to myself. But my gut twisted. Something about the movements, the screams, the vacant stares. It didn't look like a normal fight. I checked my phone. Social media was buzzing with videos from people streaming live downtown. I hesitated, scrolling. Faces twisted in unnatural ways, jerking movements, snarls. People biting. "Dad." Liam's voice broke through my thoughts. He was staring at the screen. "Nothing, buddy," I said quickly, swiping it off. "Just a weird fight downtown. That's all." I hugged him, feeling his small body tremble. It wasn't just his imagination. There was a tension in the air I couldn't shake. My heartbeat quickened, a subtle alarm I didn't want to acknowledge. Outside, the city's normal hum continued. But I knew the calm was deceptive. Somewhere in those streets, something had already started, and the world we knew was slipping, second by second, into chaos. And I had a feeling that by tonight, nothing would ever be the same. By the time Liam left for school around 7:30 a.m., the city still seemed normal. People rushing to work, buses crawling through traffic. But something in the back of my mind screamed that normal was a lie. I switched on the TV again while sipping the last of my cold coffee. The same anchor from before was back, but now his tone had changed. Quieter. Edgier. "Residents are advised to stay indoors if possible," he said, scrolling through a live feed of Peachtree Street. "Authorities are investigating reports of multiple violent incidents. Citizens are urged to remain calm." Calm. The word made me laugh bitterly. Calm was the exact opposite of what I felt. I scrolled through my phone while the pancakes cooled. Videos were popping up everywhere. People running, screaming, sometimes into open traffic, and in every clip you could see it. Faces twisted in ways that made your stomach turn. Not rage. Not anger. Hunger. I paused on one video from Midtown. A man had latched onto another like a predator, teeth sinking into flesh. My stomach flipped. I couldn't unsee it. "Dad." Liam's voice came through the phone. His school called. My heart skipped a beat. "Yeah, buddy?" I answered, forcing calm into my voice. School? They said there's a lockdown?" The words hit me like a punch. Lockdown. Not a drill. Not an announcement about snow or construction. A lockdown. I rubbed my temples, trying to process. The news was vague. No clear explanation, just orders to stay put, barricade doors, avoid contact. And yet the chaos outside seemed to grow. On my building's security cameras, the streets below were moving differently. The usual morning crowd was gone, replaced by a crawling, erratic mass. People pushing, biting, scratching, shouting. I grabbed Liam's backpack from the counter. The little bag suddenly felt unbearably heavy. I kissed him on the forehead. "We'll be okay, Liam," I said. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure if I believed it. I made a snap decision. We couldn't stay put. Staying inside felt like waiting for a predator to find its prey. We had to move. I packed what I could grab in seconds. A first aid kit, bottled water, some protein bars, flashlights, and a small baseball bat I kept under the bed. It wasn't much, but it had to be enough. By 8:15 a.m., the streets were no longer familiar. Cars abandoned mid-intersection. Smoke curling from a tipped-over trash bin. People running, some screaming, some moving unnaturally. And in the distance, a sound I'll never forget. Guttural, wet, animalistic. I didn't know what it was, but I knew one thing. The world as we knew it was gone, and for Liam and me, survival wasn't optional, it was the only choice. The first scream cut through the morning air like a knife. Liam and I had barely made it out of our apartment building. The lobby was empty, except for the occasional discarded backpack or spilled coffee cup. Outside, the streets were a nightmare in slow motion. People ran in every direction, bumping into cars, dragging suitcases, screaming for loved ones. At first, I thought it was just chaos, normal panic after some terrible accident. But then I saw him. A man mid-30s, his eyes wide and blank, moving stiffly toward a woman trying to push a stroller. And then he bit her. Just like that, sinking his teeth into her shoulder. The stroller tipped over, the baby screaming, and the mother fought back. But it was useless. Liam gasped beside me, clutching my hand so tightly I could feel his small bones press against my skin. "Dad, what's happening?" I didn't have an answer. Not a real one. I could only pull him back, away from the street, away from the throng of people turning into something else. Something I couldn't even name yet. Logic kicked in. Panic wasn't helping. Observing patterns, what I knew from survival shows, news stories about riots and disasters, was people closest to the chaos were either fleeing or attacking. No one was stopping the infected. And those infected? They didn't just bite. They didn't hesitate, they didn't slow down, and they didn't care who was in the way. I grabbed Liam's small backpack and slung it over his shoulder. "We need to move. Quietly. Slowly. Stick to the side streets." He nodded, eyes wide, the kind of wide-eyed terror you never forget as a parent. We ducked into a narrow alley, the smell hitting us before the sounds. Coppery, metallic, blood. Fear made my heart hammer in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. One wrong move, one loud noise, and we'd be next. Through the alley, I saw other small groups, just as scared, just as unprepared. Some people tried to help each other, but the infected were relentless. A man ran past, carrying a small child, screaming for his wife, only to be tackled by one of the creatures. The child dropped to the ground, crying. I had to look away. I couldn't let Liam see this. Logic told me we couldn't go back. Our apartment, once a safe haven, was now a trap. The streets were a web of chaos, and the only path was forward, toward safety, wherever that meant. I pressed Liam close. "Follow me. Don't look back." We moved as silently as we could, the city around us transforming into something unrecognizable. My mind raced, trying to anticipate the next move, calculating every risk. Every decision mattered now. One mistake, 1 second of hesitation, and it could be the end. As we slipped past another overturned car, I heard it again, the guttural, wet sound, the unmistakable moan of something inhuman. I clenched the bat tighter. This was no longer a normal day. This was survival. And it had only just begun. By the time we reached the main street, the chaos had multiplied. Sirens wailed in the distance, echoing off the brick buildings. Smoke drifted from a nearby convenience store, the windows shattered. And the streets were no longer streets, they were hunting grounds. My phone buzzed again. It was Liam's school. My stomach sank. I answered, my voice tight. "Hello? Mr. Reynolds?" A calm but tense voice said. "This is Jefferson Elementary. We're implementing an immediate lockdown. All students are being kept inside. Do not attempt to come get your child until we say it's safe. Repeat, do not come to the school. There are incidents nearby. We're trying to protect everyone." My chest tightened, panic clawing up my throat. Protecting Liam had always been my responsibility. Always. And now someone else was telling me I couldn't. Lockdown? What's happening? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a pause. "Sir, there have been reports of violent attacks near the school. Please stay safe. We'll contact you as soon as we can." I hung up, my hands trembling. Liam was looking at me, worry etched into his little face. "They said, School, bad things, he whispered. I forced a calm voice. It's okay, Liam. They're keeping you safe. You're safe. But safe? The word felt hollow. Safe didn't exist anymore. I could hear the chaos just a few blocks away, the screams, the guttural moans. Safe was a lie. I looked around, scanning the streets. Cars abandoned, people running, some staggering like they didn't even recognize themselves. I saw it in their eyes, the blank, hungry stare. That same hunger I'd glimpsed before. I knew then what I had to do. We couldn't stay in the open. We had to find shelter, temporary, fortified, somewhere we could regroup, somewhere I could plan. I grabbed Liam's hand. Come on. We're going to find somewhere safe, okay? He nodded, but I could feel his tiny body trembling. I swallowed hard. I couldn't let him see me falter. If I showed fear, he'd feel it, and that could be worse than any danger outside. Logic kicked in. First, we needed a barricade. Second, we needed supplies. And third, we needed to understand what we were dealing with. I remembered the abandoned convenience store we'd passed earlier. Broken windows but solid walls. Not ideal, but it could hold. I could barricade the doors, grab what food was left, and figure out our next move. As we ran toward it, I glanced back at the streets. Shadows moved where there shouldn't have been shadows. People, or something else. My heart pounded, but I focused on Liam. On survival. On keeping him alive. Because if I failed, he was all I had left. The convenience store wasn't perfect, but it was ours. For now. The windows were shattered, yes, but the walls were solid. I could hear the faint groans outside, and the closer we got, the clearer the pattern became. Whoever, or whatever, was out there moved with purpose, relentless and hungry. I set Liam down behind the counter, my hands shaking slightly as I shoved shelves against the doors. He watched me silently, his wide eyes reflecting fear, but also trust. Trust that I couldn't betray. Dad, will they come in? He whispered. I forced a calm smile. Not if we make sure they can't. The bat felt heavier in my hands now, the weight of responsibility settling over me. Every decision from here on mattered. One slip could mean the end. I scavenged quickly, bottled water, protein bars, a few cans of soup. Nothing fancy, but enough to keep us alive for hours. I checked my phone. No signal. The city's chaos had already knocked out communication. We were completely cut off. I found a small first aid kit in the back. Bandages, antiseptic, scissors, even a few leftover painkillers. I packed it tightly. Logic dictated that injuries would happen. Fear dictated that I hoped we wouldn't need it, but I knew better. Next, I checked the layout of the store. One main entrance, a back door leading to an alley, and two small windows. I barricaded the front and back, leaving one escape path in case we had to run. I stocked some heavy items near the windows. Weapons of opportunity. Liam helped quietly, stacking cans and bottles. I glanced at him, trying to smile. You're doing great, buddy. He nodded, his small hands trembling but steady. Then came the sound that made my stomach drop. A soft tapping at one of the windows. Slow. Curious. Deliberate. I froze, listening. Liam pressed against me. My mind raced. No one was outside, at least no one normal. Logic screamed that this was our first real test. The tapping stopped. Silence. Then a low, guttural moan. I whispered, "Stay behind me. Don't make a sound." My plan crystallized. We weren't staying here long. This was a temporary stop. Supplies in, barricade up, assess the streets, move when it's safe. Every choice from here on had to follow that plan. I crouched behind the counter, bat in hand, eyes scanning the broken windows. Every noise, every shadow mattered. I felt my chest tighten, adrenaline surging. But the most important part, the part that kept me steady, was Liam. His small face, trusting me, depending on me to survive. I had no idea how far we'd make it today. No idea how many others were out there. But I knew one thing, for him I would do whatever it took. Even if it meant stepping into the nightmare outside. The streets were unrecognizable. What had once been a bustling Atlanta morning, coffee shops filling up, buses crawling through traffic, joggers on sidewalks, had transformed into something out of a nightmare. People ran like their lives depended on it, because they did. I held Liam close, steering him down a side street, away from the main avenue. Trash cans tumbled into the road, car alarms screamed endlessly, and the smell of smoke and blood clung to the air. Somewhere behind us, a bus had crashed into a storefront. The driver. I didn't want to know. It wasn't just panic, it was mob logic. People weren't thinking. They weren't cooperating. They were moving randomly, bottlenecking at intersections, screaming over each other. And in the chaos, the infected moved with terrifying efficiency. I saw a man, maybe mid-20s, lunge at another, teeth sinking into flesh. The victim screamed, clawing at him, but the man didn't stop. He moved like a predator, jerky, relentless, leaving blood on the pavement. I pulled Liam behind a parked car. He whimpered and I kissed the top of his head. "It's okay, buddy. Just keep close." Logic dictated our next move: avoid the crowds. Use the alleys, stay out of sight, don't make noise. But the city had become a labyrinth of chaos. Streets clogged with abandoned vehicles, people screaming in panic, and the occasional infected wandering aimlessly, snapping at anyone nearby. We ducked into a narrow alley. The sound of our footsteps echoed too loudly and I froze. Around the corner, a woman stumbled into the alley, hands outstretched, eyes wild. She collapsed, muttering incomprehensible words, drooling. Something about her movements didn't feel human. I pressed Liam behind me. "Don't look," I whispered. But he already had. His little hand squeezed mine tightly. "Dad, what's wrong with her?" "Something very sick," I said carefully, forcing calm into my voice. "We just need to get away." We continued down the alley, but each turn brought more chaos. People pushing each other, screaming for family, trying to escape, but the panic was multiplying, and the infected were finding their way through the cracks. At one point, a man tried to force his way past us, panicked and screaming. I shoved him away. Logic and instinct collided. I couldn't let him knock us into danger. Survival didn't allow hesitation. By the time we found another safe stretch of street, my arms ached from carrying Liam, my hands burned from gripping the bat, and my mind raced. We were only a few blocks from our temporary shelter, but the city felt endless, like a living nightmare with no edges. And yet, amidst all this chaos, I clung to one certainty: I had to keep Liam alive. That was the only thing that mattered. Because in a city where reason had collapsed and survival was all that mattered, one wrong step could be the difference between life and death. And I wouldn't let that happen. Not to him. Not to us. We'd been moving for what felt like hours. My legs ached, my hands burned from gripping Liam, and my mind spun with every horrifying image I'd seen on the streets. And then it happened. I saw it first. A man in a red hoodie stumbling down a side street. At first, I thought he was just another panicked civilian. But the way he moved, jerky, uncoordinated, yet purposeful, made my stomach twist. His head snapped toward a woman carrying groceries, and before I could even blink, he lunged. Teeth sank into her arm. She screamed, kicked, tried to push him away, but he didn't stop. And then, the woman's eyes went blank. Her screams turned into something wet and guttural, the same sound I'd heard in the alley earlier. I grabbed Liam, pulling him behind a dumpster. His small body shook. "Dad, what is that?" I swallowed hard. I don't know," I admitted. And even as I said it, the reality hit me. These weren't just sick people. They weren't just violent. They were something else entirely. Logic clicked in, survival instinct sharpening every sense. Noise attracts them. Movement draws them. Weakness is exploited. I peered around the corner. Another one appeared, staggering toward us from a blocked street, dragging a limp arm behind him. I felt bile rise in my throat, but I forced it down. Panic wouldn't save us. Strategy would. I whispered to Liam, Stay low, stay quiet. Do exactly what I say. He nodded, eyes wide and terrified, but trusting me completely. That trust, it was heavier than any weapon, heavier than fear itself. I scanned the alley. We had options. I could try to run straight down, risking exposure. I could try to hide and wait, but supplies and time were limited. My mind raced, calculating every possible move. Then I saw it. An open fire escape on the side of a building just high enough to climb out of immediate reach. It was risky. If the infected noticed, we'd be trapped, but it offered cover, a chance to reassess, and maybe a path forward. Liam, I said quietly, we're going up. Hold my hand tight. His small fingers locked with mine, squeezing as if his life depended on it, which it did. I lifted him first, then climbed after, every creak of metal making my heart hammer. Below us, the infected groaned and thrashed, but they didn't see us, yet. We made it to the rooftop, panting, hearts racing. The city sprawled before us, broken and chaotic. Smoke, abandoned cars, and shadows moving in every direction. I set Liam down, pulling him into a protective hug. We're safe, for now, I said, trying to believe it myself. But even as I said the words, I knew they were only temporary. The world had changed, and the rules were different now. And if we were going to survive, we would have to learn them, fast. The rooftop offered a fleeting sense of safety. From up here, I could see the city sprawled in chaos. Abandoned cars, smoke rising from overturned trash bins, and shadows moving in ways that made my skin crawl. But we couldn't stay up there forever. Exposure, limited supplies, and sheer exhaustion meant we had to find a proper shelter. I scanned the skyline. A few blocks over, an old convenience store, one we'd passed earlier, looked like it could serve as a temporary refuge. Broken windows, yes, but solid walls, aisles for barricades, and enough supplies to last a few hours. I turned to Liam. We're going down. Stick close. Do exactly what I say, okay? He nodded, clinging to my hand like I was the only anchor left in a world gone mad. We descended carefully, using fire escapes and side alleys to avoid the worst of the crowds. Every step required attention, every sound, every shadow. A misplaced footstep could mean death. Inside the store, I quickly assessed the layout. The front doors were shattered, yes, but the aisles and shelves offered opportunities for barricades. I pulled over what I could. Canned goods, crates, anything heavy. Liam helped where he could, stacking cans to reinforce the front entrance. Almost done, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But even as I spoke, the guttural moans outside reminded me of the danger lurking just beyond. Once the barricades were in place, I crouched next to Liam, pulling him close. We're going to be okay, I whispered. But even as I said it, I wasn't entirely sure I believed it. I rummaged through the shelves, gathering bottled water, more canned food, and a small first aid kit I'd spotted in the back. Every item had to count. Every decision could be the difference between life and death. Then came the silence. Not the calm silence of peace, but the tense, waiting silence that made your skin crawl. Outside, the infected moved, stalking, searching, waiting. I could hear footsteps, groans, a soft scratching at the broken glass. I gripped the bat tighter. Stay behind me, I whispered. Liam huddled close, and for a moment, I allowed myself to observe him, not as a scared child, but as my son, my reason for surviving. His small hand in mine, his trust, his hope. It gave me strength. Logic dictated our next steps. Ration supplies, reinforce our position, and wait for an opportunity to move. But emotional instinct, the need to protect my son, was the fuel that kept me alert, sharp, and ready for anything. The city outside might have descended into chaos, but inside this fragile shelter, I swore to myself, we would survive. We had to. Because in this new world, survival wasn't just about staying alive. It was about keeping the people you loved alive, too. And Liam was all I had left. The store offered temporary safety, but isolation brought a new kind of anxiety. I couldn't stop thinking about the world outside, or the messages I might be missing. Every phone buzz felt like a potential lifeline or worse, bad news. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Dead zones everywhere. Of course, Atlanta's chaos had knocked out most communications. But I tried anyway, calling friends, family, anyone. Jerry? The line finally crackled. A voice I barely recognized, hurried and shaky. Are you safe? They're saying. They trailed off. Static. Then another person. It's everywhere. Not just Atlanta. People aren't. It's just get out if you can. I hung up, stomach twisting. Contradictory reports, rumors, misinformation. Some said the government was quarantining neighborhoods. Others claimed mass evacuations. Social media posts contradicted each other. Some people swore it was a virus. Others said something supernatural. Liam tugged at my sleeve. Dad, are they going to come for us? I forced a calm smile. No, buddy. Not if we stay quiet and smart. Okay. But I didn't feel calm. Confusion gnawed at me. The world wasn't making sense, and logic, the one thing I relied on, was under siege. I tried to map out what I knew. The infected weren't just violent. They were fast, relentless, and appeared in clusters. Panic outside was spreading faster than I'd ever seen. And yet, some streets seemed strangely empty, almost as if people had fled or been taken. I scribbled notes on a torn piece of cardboard. Stay low. Avoid crowds. Barricade. Ration water. Keep Liam calm. Rationing wasn't just about supplies. It was about hope. Every can of beans, every bottle of water, every moment of quiet felt like a small victory in a world gone mad. Then came another burst of news from a radio someone had left behind. It was crackly, distant, but clear enough. Authorities advise remaining indoors. Curfews are in effect. Reports of multiple violent incidents, repeat, multiple incidents, across the city. I clenched the bat tighter. The scale was growing. The danger wasn't isolated. It was everywhere. Liam watched me, his face pale. Dad, why is this happening? I swallowed. I don't know, buddy. But we're going to get through it. Together. Even as I said it, I knew the truth. No plan was guaranteed. No escape route was foolproof. But we had each other, and that was something the infected couldn't take away, at least not yet. Logic told me the next step was clear. Wait for nightfall, reassess, and plan our move carefully. Every second mattered. Every decision could mean survival, or the end. And with Liam depending on me, there was no room for error. The night was supposed to be our friend, darkness offering cover while the city burned. But darkness also amplified every sound. Distant screams, the shuffle of feet on broken pavement, and that guttural wet moan that made my blood run cold. I had just finished reinforcing a back window with crates when I heard it, a slow, deliberate scratching at the front barricade. My heart stopped. Liam, I whispered, pressing him behind me. Stay down. Don't make a sound. The scratching grew louder, punctuated by a low, wet growl. Then came the banging, metal against wood, soft at first, then urgent. Someone or something was trying to get in. Logic kicked in. Weapons. Escape routes. Distraction. Panic wouldn't help. I grabbed the bat, feeling its familiar weight, and crept toward the front. Through a crack in the barricade I could see it. A man, or what had once been a man, shuffling in jerky, unnatural motions. Blood smeared across his shirt, eyes blank yet focused. He hissed, low and wet, sniffing the air. I exhaled slowly. We can handle this, I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. The first strike had to be precise. I swung the bat, hitting the barricade near him. A loud crash echoed. He snapped his head toward the noise. I pressed a small radio across the room, setting it on a loud, static-filled station. The sudden burst of sound drew him toward it, jerky limbs lurching. Now, Liam. I hissed, guiding him toward the back exit. We slipped through the alley behind the store, hearts pounding, every step calculated. I glanced back. He hadn't followed. Yet the encounter reminded me how close death could come, how fragile our temporary safety really was. Liam's small hand gripped mine tightly. "Dad, he tried to get us." "I know, buddy," I whispered. "I know." Logic and adrenaline were one now. We had supplies, a shelter, and temporary safety, but the world outside was hunting us, relentless and methodical. Every street, every alley could be our last. I realized then that survival wasn't just about barricades or supplies. It was about anticipation, about thinking faster than the threat, and making split-second decisions that could mean the difference between life and death. And as I held Liam close in the alley's shadows, I promised myself, nothing would happen to him. Not tonight. Not ever. Because I was his father. And surviving meant protecting him, no matter what. We had barely caught our breath after the close call outside the convenience store when a sound reached me from the alley, a desperate, strangled cry for help. I froze, straining to listen. "Jerry, help me." It was Mrs. Alvarez, our neighbor from 2 floors up. She'd always been kind, waving when she saw Liam and me. Her small frame had always seemed fragile. But now she staggered toward us, blood smeared on her sleeve, eyes wide with terror. I scanned the alley. Behind her, a cluster of the infected shuffled closer, their guttural moans low and hungry. Every instinct screamed at me, "Save yourself, save Liam, run." But another instinct, one I couldn't ignore, pulled me forward. I couldn't leave her. Not like this. "Mrs. Alvarez, stay back," I shouted. She hesitated, but panic clouded her judgment. I glanced at Liam. His eyes were wide, confused, scared. "Dad, can we help her?" I swallowed hard. I couldn't tell him yes, not without risking both of our lives. "We have to think fast," I said, voice tight. Logic flashed. Distraction, barricade, escape. I grabbed a trash can lid and banged it against the wall, drawing a few of the infected away from her. The sound made them lurch, jerky movements turning toward the noise. "Now!" I shouted, pulling Liam down the alley. Mrs. Alvarez ran, but one of the infected had noticed her. She screamed and my gut sank. I wanted to help, I wanted to save her, but we didn't have the numbers, the weapons, or the space. I kept running, holding Liam close, his small body trembling. Every step forward was agony, every scream behind us tore at my conscience. By the time we reached the back entrance of another abandoned building, the sounds of chaos behind us faded slightly. Liam buried his face in my chest. "Dad, she..." "I know, buddy. I know," I whispered, hugging him tighter. Logic told me we had done the right thing. Survival meant making impossible choices, even if your heart screamed against them. Emotional instinct told me I had failed. But one thing was clear, I couldn't afford to falter again. Not for Liam, not for anyone. The world had changed. The rules were different now. Life was about split-second decisions, and mercy had to be weighed against survival. As we barricaded the back door of our new temporary shelter, I promised myself that I would do everything in my power to keep Liam safe, even if it meant leaving my guilt behind in the shadows of the city. The city had changed overnight. Atlanta, once familiar and comforting, now felt like a maze designed to trap and hunt us. Streets were blocked by abandoned cars, fires smoldered at intersections, and the occasional flicker of movement in windows reminded me that we were never truly alone. I held Liam close as we crept through side streets, using shadows and alleys to avoid the main chaos. Every corner we turned, I scanned for threats. Patterns emerged quickly. Infected moved in clusters, attracted to noise and movement, but seemed less coordinated when separated. Logic dictated that staying out of their path and avoiding attention was our best strategy. We passed a smashed grocery store. Looted. Shelves overturned. Panic and desperation had left their mark. I took mental notes. Supplies were scarce and the few remaining stores would be dangerous to enter. Survival meant balancing risk with necessity. I found a small convenience store open, not looted yet. Quiet. It offered water, canned goods, and a dusty first aid kit. I motioned for Liam to stay close. We grab what we need and go. Quick and quiet. Inside, I moved silently, filling my bag with essentials. My hands shook slightly, not from fear, but from the weight of responsibility. Every decision mattered. Every mistake could be fatal. Outside, the city continued its chaotic rhythm. I saw people running, some screaming for help, others changing. A man lunged at a passerby, teeth bared. My stomach churned. Liam pressed against me. "Dad, are they like before?" he whispered. "Yes, buddy," I said quietly. "We keep moving, okay? Stick with me." We retraced a route through back alleys and side streets, using knowledge of Atlanta's layout to avoid the main avenues. I avoided areas with large crowds. Logic told me that noise, panic, and disorder attracted the infected. At one point, a burned-out car blocked our path. I found a detour through a narrow alleyway. Shadows moved in the darkness. Maybe animals, maybe infected, but we passed without incident. Every step forward was calculated, deliberate. By mid-afternoon, we reached a small, abandoned office building. It wasn't ideal, but it offered temporary shelter and a chance to regroup. I barricaded the entrance with desks and filing cabinets, reinforcing it as best as I could. Liam helped silently, stacking items with care. I sat beside him, taking a deep breath. "We did good today, buddy. We're safe, for now." He leaned against me, exhaustion written across his small face. "Dad, will it always be like this?" I hugged him tightly. "I don't know. But we'll face it together. That's all that matters." Logic and instinct guided every move I made, but the emotional weight, the fear, the hope, the need to protect Liam, was heavier than any weapon. Survival wasn't just about avoiding the infected. It was about keeping the people you love alive, and that meant staying smart, staying quiet, and never letting your guard down. Because in a city like this, one misstep could be your last. By mid-afternoon, our temporary office shelter felt safe enough for a brief rest, but we couldn't linger. Supplies were dwindling. Water bottles almost gone, protein bars down to the last few, and canned food rationed carefully. Hunger was creeping in, and logic screamed that we needed more. "Liam," I said, crouching beside him, "we're going to make a quick run. Just for food and water. Stay close to me, okay?" He nodded, gripping my hand tightly. "Okay, Dad." We moved cautiously through the streets, avoiding the main avenues where panic had fully taken over. Windows reflected the chaos. Abandoned cars, overturned trash bins, and occasional figures stumbling or attacking anyone who got too close. Every step felt like a calculated gamble. The first stop was a small grocery store near a side street. Its front door had been shattered, but the aisles still contained supplies. I motioned for Liam to stay low behind a shelf as I moved forward. Every noise, every clatter of a can made my heart race. I grabbed water bottles, a few cans of beans and soup, and some granola bars. Logic dictated speed, take what we need and leave before anyone noticed. But then I heard a soft shuffle from the frozen foods aisle. I froze. Liam's small gasp echoed in my ears. A man, or what used to be a man, was there. Face pale, eyes blank, arms jerky as he reached for a fallen can. He didn't notice us yet, but the slightest noise could draw his attention. I whispered to Liam, "Stay still. Don't breathe loud." We backed away slowly, retracing our steps, but the movement drew a faint groan from the figure. His head snapped toward us. My chest tightened. "Run," I hissed, grabbing Liam's hand and darting for the exit. The man lunged, but his coordination was off. We made it out, adrenaline pumping, hearts racing. Once outside, I crouched behind a parked car, catching my breath. Liam's small shoulders shook and I held him close. "It's okay, buddy. We're safe." He buried his face in my chest. "I don't want it to get me, Dad." I kissed the top of his head. "I know, buddy. I know. But I'll make sure it doesn't." We continued, gathering what supplies we could find along quieter streets and alleys. Every scavenging trip carried risk, but logic demanded it. We couldn't survive on fear alone. We needed food, water, and information. By evening our backpack was full. Liam was exhausted, but the food and water gave us hope, small victories in a city that had become a nightmare. I looked at him, the little boy depending entirely on me, and felt a surge of determination. Survival wasn't just about avoiding the infected. It was about keeping him alive, teaching him how to stay calm, and showing him that even in the worst world imaginable, hope could exist. And I would fight with everything I had to keep that hope alive. By late evening, the city streets had become even more unpredictable. Fires smoldered at intersections, abandoned cars littered the roadways, and the distant moans of the infected echoed through the concrete canyons. We needed to move. Staying in the chaos of downtown Atlanta was a death sentence. I remembered the suburban streets just a few miles north, quieter, residential, smaller homes with fences and fewer crowds. Logic told me it might offer temporary refuge, maybe even a chance to regroup. I guided Liam carefully through side streets, alleys, and back roads, avoiding main avenues entirely. Every shadow, every sound made me tense. But for the first time in hours, the streets seemed calm. Not safe, but quieter. We reached a small two-story house on a quiet cul-de-sac. Windows were intact, doors locked. A for sale sign hung crooked in the yard. Perfect. I motioned for Liam to stay behind me as I checked the perimeter. No movement, no groaning, no signs of recent chaos. Looks clear, I whispered. Inside, the house was dusty and empty, but structurally sound. I barricaded the doors as best I could with furniture and household items. Liam helped quietly, stacking chairs and a small bookshelf against the front door. I sank onto the floor beside him. We're safe, for now, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He leaned against me, exhausted. Dad, will we have to leave again? I held him tightly. I don't know, buddy. But tonight we rest. Tomorrow we figure out the next step. We scavenged what we could from the kitchen. Canned soup, bottled water, a few granola bars. Enough to last a day or two at least. I checked the back doors and windows, reinforcing them with whatever I could find. Logic demanded a plan for multiple exits in case the worst happened. For the first time that day, I let myself sit back and breathe. Liam lay on the couch, finally closing his eyes, trusting that I could protect him. I felt the weight of the day press down on me, the streets, the chaos, the impossible choices, the infected, but also a surge of determination. This temporary haven wasn't permanent. It wasn't safe forever. But it was ours for now, and it offered something precious, a chance to regroup, plan, and survive. And I would do everything in my power to keep it that way, for Liam, for both of us. Because in a world gone mad, even a little safety, even a brief moment of calm, was worth fighting for. The suburban house offered a rare chance to pause and think. For the first time since morning, I had a moment to observe, to analyze what we were really up against. The chaos outside had slowed somewhat. If anything, the night had made the dangers even more unpredictable, but from this vantage I could start seeing patterns. I watched from a second-floor window, Liam asleep on the couch below, his small chest rising and falling. The street was quiet, but occasional shadows betrayed movement. Figures shuffling, some jerky, some limping. They seemed drawn to noise more than light, their movements erratic but relentless. Logic began to form. These weren't ordinary people, not in any sense I knew. They were slow at first, but unstoppable once focused. Noise, movement, and proximity dictated their behavior. Panic among the living only amplified their effectiveness. I whispered to myself, jotting notes on a scrap of paper. Avoid crowded streets. Move quietly. Barricade slow but don't stop. Distraction works temporarily. Don't confront unless necessary. Every observation had a purpose. Survival. Patterns revealed weaknesses. They could be avoided, misled, or outmaneuvered, if one stayed calm and logical. Later, I took Liam to a small kitchen table. Buddy, I need you to help me notice things, okay? Quietly watch, but don't make a sound unless I say so. He nodded, still drowsy but attentive. Like, seeing them? Exactly. We learn from them. The more we know, the safer we are. We watched for hours, marking movements, noting times when activity increased and how clusters formed. Occasionally, a figure would wander too close, jerky, unpredictable, but following the same basic rules. It was horrifying, but understanding them gave me a strategy. By the time dawn approached, I had a plan forming. The infected moved slower during early morning hours, seemed less coordinated, and were drawn to obvious sounds. That meant our next movements had to be strategic. Minimal noise, careful timing, and constant vigilance. I checked on Liam, still asleep. Logic told me he had to rest. Emotional instinct reminded me that every second we survived, every pattern we learned brought us closer to safety. For the first time in hours, I allowed myself a brief sense of control. Knowledge was power, observation was survival, and staying calm could save us both. The city outside might be a nightmare, but understanding it, even just a little, meant we had a chance. A small chance. And for Liam, that was enough to fight for. By mid-morning, we knew staying in the suburban house wasn't a long-term solution. Supplies were limited, and we needed a safer location. A friend's home in a more remote part of the city, with secure walls and a reliable water source. I led Liam quietly to the edge of the neighborhood, choosing back streets that avoided major avenues. The early morning light was a blessing, reducing the cover for the infected, but also making us more visible. Logic dictated careful timing. Move slowly, stay low, and avoid unnecessary noise. Our route brought us to the I-85 corridor. Normally, a highway would be a straightforward path, but now it was a nightmare. Abandoned cars blocked lanes, some crashed, some on fire. The smell of gasoline mixed with smoke and something far more metallic, blood. I crouched behind a guardrail, holding Liam close. "We wait," I whispered. "We watch, then move when it's clear." Across the lanes I could see movement. Groups of people, some desperate, some different. The infected had made it to the highway. A man staggered from a wrecked SUV, teeth bared, lurching toward a fleeing family. The screams cut through the morning air, chilling me to the bone. I pressed Liam down, his small hand shaking in mine. "We're safe right here," I murmured. But even as I said it, I knew safety was temporary. When a lull came, I calculated our path, timing, speed, obstacles. A strip of abandoned median offered cover. If we sprinted in short bursts, we could reach the far side, then duck into a residential street. One mistake, one loud footstep, and we'd be exposed. I nodded to Liam. "Ready?" He nodded, eyes wide but determined. We moved in short, calculated bursts, every sound amplified by adrenaline. Halfway across, a loud clang echoed behind us, a trash can kicked by someone, or something. My heart leapt. The nearest infected turned, jerky limbs moving toward the noise. I grabbed Liam, shielding him as we dove behind a concrete barrier in the median. He gasped, panic in his eyes. "Dad, they're coming." "They can't get us here," I whispered, steadying both our breathing. "We just need to wait, then run." The infected wandered for a few moments, confused by our sudden disappearance. Logic won this round. When the coast cleared, we sprinted the last few yards, reaching the side street without further incident. I sank to the pavement, breathing heavily, holding Liam close. We made it," I said, trying to convince myself as much as him. He rested his head against my shoulder, small and exhausted. "Dad, that was close." "I know, buddy. I know," I said. And even as I said it, I knew it wasn't over. It never would be. Every street, every alley, every intersection was a gamble. But for now we were alive. And in a city overrun by chaos, that was enough to keep moving forward. We hadn't gone far from the highway before the chaos reminded me just how fragile our survival was. A narrow residential street offered temporary cover, but shadows and movement suggested we weren't alone. I pressed Liam close, scanning the area. A small group of infected had spotted us from a distance. They moved slowly at first, jerky and uneven, but their focus was sharp and they were closing in. "Stay behind me," I whispered. Every instinct screamed that panic could get us killed. Liam nodded, trembling but obeying. Logic kicked in. Direct confrontation was suicide. Distraction was our ally. I glanced at a nearby overturned trash bin, grabbed a metal pipe and tossed it across the street. It clattered loudly, drawing the attention of one of the nearest infected. I grabbed Liam's hand. "Run. Now." We sprinted toward a small alley, hearts pounding, adrenaline making each step sharper, faster. Behind us, the infected snapped their heads toward the noise, momentarily confused. We used the confusion to our advantage, ducking behind fences and cars, breathing as quietly as possible. One of them, a man with torn clothes and a face smeared in blood, suddenly lunged toward the alley entrance. I swung the metal pipe just enough to push him back and shouted for Liam to keep moving. My voice cracked, my heart raced, but it worked. He stumbled, buying us precious seconds. We ducked into a small abandoned garage. I barricaded the door with crates and old furniture. Liam leaned against me, shivering. "Dad, I thought we were done for." "I know, buddy," I whispered, holding him tight. "I won't let anything happen to you. Not while I'm here." Logic dictated that we couldn't stay long, but emotional instinct reminded me that I had to reassure him. Fear could paralyze him as easily as it could paralyze me. We rested for a moment, catching our breath, and I scanned the area outside through a cracked window. The infected were lingering, searching, frustrated by our sudden disappearance. Their attention span was short, predictable, but their persistence was terrifying. I whispered to Liam, "See? They'll move on soon. And when they do, we move carefully, quietly, and smart." He nodded, eyes wide but trusting. That trust, his faith in me, was more powerful than any weapon. It sharpened my mind, focused my instincts, and reminded me why survival mattered so desperately. Because in a world overrun by chaos and relentless predators, the strongest instinct wasn't just survival, it was protection. And as long as I had breath in my lungs, Liam's safety would be my single, unwavering purpose. Nightfall changed everything. The dim glow of the city gave the streets a deceptive calm, but I knew better. Darkness hid movement, amplified fear, and made even familiar streets treacherous. I crouched beside Liam in our temporary garage hideout. "Night's coming," I whispered. "We need to be extra careful. Stay quiet, stay low, and follow me exactly." He nodded, clutching my hand, small and trusting. That trust was heavier than any weapon, sharper than any instinct. It reminded me why I had to survive, not for myself, but for him. Logic dictated our plan. Movement at night was dangerous but unavoidable. Supplies needed to be rationed, exits planned, and distractions prepared. I gathered crates and furniture to reinforce the garage door and blocked any weak points. Every potential entry point had to be considered. I whispered to Liam, "See the shadows outside? Don't look directly at them. Just notice patterns. Learn what's safe, what isn't." For hours we observed. Figures moved in predictable bursts, slow, erratic, attracted to noise. Some wandered aimlessly, others seemed drawn to clusters of chaos. The more we watched, the more I could predict their movements. Every pattern became a potential advantage, every observation a survival tool. When we finally decided to move, it was methodical. I used darkness to our benefit, keeping to shadows and avoiding open streets. I taught Liam how to stay silent, how to move deliberately, and how to read cues in the environment. Each small lesson was survival. Each step reinforced his trust in me. We encountered a small group of infected near an abandoned park. I paused, holding Liam close. We wait. Watch them. Notice how they move. They lingered for minutes, jerky limbs, scanning for any noise. Then I used a small stone to create a distraction. The figures turned and we slipped quietly past, hearts racing yet alive. By the time we reached another safe house on the edge of the neighborhood, Liam's eyes were heavy with exhaustion. I hugged him tightly. We made it, buddy. Safe for now. He whispered, Dad, you're really smart. I smiled, though my chest burned from tension. We're smart together. That's how we survive. Nightfall had tested us, forced us to think, observe, and act with precision. It reminded me that survival wasn't just about avoiding the infected. It was about strategy, patience, and trust. And as I held Liam close, listening to the distant moans of the city, I realized one thing. As long as I had him, I would fight, plan, and endure. Because protecting him wasn't just instinct, it was purpose. By the next morning it was clear, the city wasn't calming down. Fires burned unchecked, sirens wailed intermittently, and the streets were crawling with the infected. Logic dictated that staying put for long was no longer safe. Supplies were running low, and our temporary shelters offered only fleeting protection. I roused Liam gently. Buddy, we need to move again. But we'll be smarter this time. He nodded, sleepy but trusting. That trust was my anchor in a world that had lost all reason. I scanned our surroundings, thinking like a strategist. Movement had to be minimal yet effective. Barricades weren't enough. We needed diversions, distractions, and quick escape routes. I collected whatever we could carry, a crowbar, a backpack of food and water, and a few heavy objects to use as makeshift weapons. We set out carefully, sticking to side streets and alleys, observing patterns of movement. I noticed that large groups of the infected seemed to avoid certain areas, narrow alleys, places with obstacles and shadows that disrupted their path. I used these observations to plan our route, guiding Liam through areas that minimized exposure. At one point, a cluster of infected blocked our intended path. Logic and improvisation collided. I grabbed a small trash can, rolled it across the street, and followed with a loud metal clang from a pipe I had picked up. The noise drew several figures away, giving us a narrow window to sprint through the remaining open space. Liam clung to my hand, panting, eyes wide. Dad, that was close. I know, buddy, I said, swallowing my fear. But we made it. Together. As we moved, I realized the city had changed irreversibly. The chaos wasn't random, it had rules, patterns, and weaknesses. If we could observe, anticipate, and act decisively, we could survive. But the margin for error was razor thin. We reached a small cluster of suburban homes that seemed unoccupied. I reinforced doors with heavy furniture and barricaded windows as best I could. Liam helped quietly, following my lead. Later, as we caught our breath, he looked at me. Dad, how do we know we'll survive? I hugged him tightly. We don't. But we do know this. As long as we think, plan, and stick together, we have a chance. That's all we can do. Stay smart, stay alert, and never give up. The day had taught me that survival wasn't just about avoiding danger. It was about improvisation, observation, and relentless determination. Every decision carried weight, every step mattered, and every moment of calm was precious. And as I watched Liam settle into a corner, exhausted but safe, I promised myself that no matter what came next, I would do whatever it took to keep him alive. Because survival wasn't enough. Protection, strategy, and love, those were the real keys to staying alive. The first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the city in pale orange and gray. From our small barricaded safe house, the streets looked eerily calm compared to the chaos of the past hours. Smoke still curled from abandoned vehicles, and distant moans reminded me that the nightmare wasn't over. But for the first time, I felt a sliver of hope. I leaned against the wall, Liam asleep beside me. His small, exhausted body reminded me why every decision, every risk, every desperate measure mattered. He was my reason to survive, my anchor in a world gone mad. I reflected on the past 12 hours. Panic, terror, impossible choices. We had witnessed the worst of humanity and the unrelenting hunger of the infected. But we had also survived. Through observation, logic, and sheer determination, we had learned how to move, how to hide, how to protect each other. I whispered to Liam even though he slept, "We did it, buddy. We made it through the first day." The lessons were clear. Stay calm, watch patterns, minimize risk, and never underestimate the danger, but also never underestimate the value of hope. Even in a city overrun by chaos, small victories mattered. Every barricade, every diversion, every careful step forward was proof that survival was possible. I began planning our next moves. More supplies would be needed. Safer shelters, better escape routes, and constant observation. But now, for the first time, I had a framework, a strategy grounded in both logic and experience. Liam stirred and opened his eyes. "Dad, are we really safe?" I smiled, brushing his hair back. "Safe enough for now. And we'll stay that way together. That's what matters." He nodded, leaning into me. And for the first time since the outbreak began, I allowed myself to believe that survival wasn't just a desperate scramble. It was a possibility, a fragile, hard-won reality that we could build upon. The city outside was still dangerous. The infected still roamed. Chaos still reigned. But inside this small, barricaded house, we had survived. We had endured. And as the sun rose over Atlanta, casting light over the destruction, I realized something profound. Survival wasn't just about avoiding death, it was about protecting those you love, learning from each moment, and holding on to hope, even when the world seemed to have lost it entirely. For Liam, for me, for the chance of a tomorrow, we had survived the first 12 hours. And we would continue, one careful, deliberate step at a time. Because in a world that had become a nightmare, that was the only choice we had. My name's Jack. I'm 46 years old, born and raised in Ohio, and if you're hearing this, if anyone's still out there, then you need to understand one thing right away. None of this happened fast. The world didn't fall overnight. It bled out, slowly, like a wound no one wanted to look at. It started with the broadcast. It was a Thursday evening. I'd just gotten home from another 12-hour shift at the warehouse in Columbus. I cracked open a beer, microwaved some leftover pasta, and turned on the local news, same way I did every night. But instead of weather reports or high school football scores, the anchor's voice was shaking. They were talking about isolated incidents in Cleveland. People attacking strangers in broad daylight. Biting, clawing. At first, they said it was some kind of synthetic drug epidemic. A bad batch of meth. Bath salts all over again. But the footage told a different story. They showed shaky cell phone clips, too raw for TV, but they aired them anyway. A woman on Euclid Avenue, clothes soaked in blood, tearing into a man's throat while bystanders screamed. Police trying to pull her off, only for her to turn and sink her teeth into the officer's face. He screamed she didn't stop. Not until someone shot her. The anchor tried to smile through it like it was just another crazy story. "Authorities are urging calm," she said. Her voice cracked on the word calm. I remember turning the volume down and just sitting there, beer sweating in my hand, thinking, I've seen some crazy shit in my life, but this feels different. The next morning at the warehouse, half the guys were joking about it. Zombie apocalypse. They laughed, nudging each other like kids at recess. But underneath the jokes, everyone kept checking their phones for updates. Nobody was really laughing. By that night, the incidents weren't just in Cleveland anymore. Dayton, Cincinnati, Toledo, and then Columbus. That's where I was when the first one came through the sliding doors of the Kroger on High Street. But I'll get to that. For now, you need to understand what it felt like in those early days. The denial, the nervous laughter, the way the world clung to the idea that things were still normal. Because when it all broke apart, when the streets filled with screams and sirens and the smell of burning gasoline, that denial is what killed most people. They didn't believe it was real until it was chewing through their throats. I only survived because I stopped pretending, and because of what happened inside that grocery store. The day it really began for me was a Saturday. I should have been at home fixing the leaky sink or mowing the lawn. That's what normal life was supposed to be about. Instead, I was standing in the checkout line at the Kroger on High Street, a basket of canned chili, bread, and coffee in my hands, staring at the jittery expressions of everyone around me. It was crowded, too crowded for a Saturday morning. People weren't shopping like normal. They were panic buying. Carts piled high with bottled water, flour, and toilet paper. The kind of panic you can't fake. The store's PA system buzzed overhead, some poor teenage employee calling for a manager, her voice cracking. The lines moved slower than molasses. Tension hung so heavy in the air it made my jaw ache. That's when the first scream cut through the checkout chatter. At first, nobody reacted. We're Midwesterners. We hear a loud noise and pretend it didn't happen. But then came a second scream, sharper, closer. A child crying. And then chaos. I dropped my basket and pushed through the crowd toward the produce section. Bananas and apples lay scattered across the floor, crushed under people's shoes. And in the middle of the chaos, a man was on top of a woman, his teeth buried in her neck. Not a lover's quarrel. Not a mugging. He wasn't just biting her, he was tearing. Blood sprayed across the tile, slick and too bright under the fluorescence. She gurgled, tried to scream, then went limp. The man's face came up slick and red, his mouth stretched wide with a sound I'll never forget. Not a growl, not a scream. Something in between. A broken noise like a dog that had forgotten how to bark. Two stock boys tried to pull him off and he swung his head at them, snapping his teeth. One of the boys, just a kid, couldn't have been older than 19, caught a scratch across the cheek. He staggered back, hand pressed to his face, already crying. People ran for the exits, screaming, trampling one another. Some froze, filming it on their phones like idiots. I just stood there for a second, rooted to the floor, my brain refusing to process what my eyes were feeding it. Then the man looked up. His eyes, Jesus. They were milk white, filmed over like cataracts, but moving, jittering, locking on me. He let out that same broken sound and started crawling across the bloody tile toward me. Not running, crawling like some busted animal dragging itself to fresh meat. I should have run. I should have bolted like everyone else. But my body didn't move. 46 years old and my knees locked like I was a kid caught in headlights. The only thing that saved me was the sound of metal clanging. One of the workers had swung a broom handle at him. Caught him across the skull. The thing collapsed for a moment, twitching, then tried to get up again. That's when someone shouted, "Lock the doors. Now." And just like that, we weren't customers anymore. We weren't neighbors or strangers. We were prey, trapped in a grocery store with something we didn't understand. And it was only the beginning. When the shout came to lock the doors, something inside me snapped loose. The shock was gone. Instinct took over. I wasn't the only one. A handful of us, maybe 10, moved without thinking. We grabbed carts, shelves, anything with wheels, and rammed them against the front sliding doors. Those doors were still trying to open, sensors whining each time some poor bastard outside threw their weight against them. People were clawing to get in, not just the things out there but living people too. Their faces pressed to the glass, eyes wide with terror. Some of them were pounding their fists bloody. We hesitated. Do we let them in? If we do, how do we know who's bitten, who's safe? Then one of them fell against the glass, sliding down in a trail of red. And another figure, gray skin, jaw slack, eyes white, lurched into view and tore at the body. That decided it. We shoved the doors shut with a final slam of carts and shelves. The locks clicked. The pounding on the other side didn't stop. Inside, the survivors staggered together near the checkout lanes, breathing hard. About 20 of us, maybe more. Some families. A couple of employees in red polos. A handful of people like me just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The woman who shouted earlier stepped forward. She was mid-30s, tall, blonde ponytail, wearing a nurse's scrubs. Her name tag read, Emily. We stay put, she said, voice sharp, cutting through the panic. We barricade. We use what we have. This is safer than running blind out there. A man in a suit, sweating through his dress shirt, snapped back. Are you insane? We can't just stay here. Step outside if you don't like it, I told him, the words leaving my mouth before I realized I'd said them. My voice sounded older than I felt, gravel scraping my throat. He didn't argue after that. We moved fast. The employees knew the layout, led us through back storage. Pallets of soda, crates of canned food, stacks of toilet paper, gold. We pushed heavy pallets to reinforce the doors. Someone found chains in the hardware aisle and looped them through the handles. For hours we worked like ants. The pounding on the glass faded, then returned, then faded again. Each time it was a different rhythm. Sometimes human fists. Sometimes not. By nightfall, the fluorescent lights buzzed above us, and the air smelled like fear and sweat. We gathered in the break room, silent, staring at each other across the plastic tables. That was when the reality set in. We weren't going home. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. I sat in the corner, hands aching, and listened to the muffled groans pressing faintly through the walls. The nurse, Emily, met my eyes. She didn't say anything, but I knew we were thinking the same thing. We had turned a grocery store into a fortress. And every fortress is only as strong as the people inside. By the second night inside, the adrenaline had worn off, leaving something heavier behind, an exhaustion that seeped into your bones and made it impossible to think straight. I sat on a stack of pallets in the corner of the grocery store's office supply aisle, trying to untangle my thoughts. People had begun to introduce themselves, cautiously, like humans do when everything else is trying to kill them. There was Emily, the nurse, sharp and pragmatic. She immediately took charge of first aid, checking scratches, bruises, and who had eaten what. A man named Tony, late 20s, ex-con, tattooed arms, claimed he knew how to handle this kind of thing. He didn't explain how. His bravado didn't impress anyone. Then there was Mrs. Clark, an elderly woman who had come in for milk and bread. She kept muttering prayers under her breath and clutching her small terrier like it was a talisman. And Tommy, a boy no older than 14, clutching a backpack with comic books and a baseball glove. He refused to talk about his parents. Every time someone asked, he just shrugged and stared at the floor. The unspoken rule quickly became clear. You survive, you cooperate, or you die. And Jack, me, suddenly felt the weight of 46 years of living pressing down. I wasn't just a survivor. I had to be the one making the hard calls. We drew up a rough plan. Emily suggested shifts for watching the barricades. Tony and a few others would patrol the aisles, searching for anything we could use: food, tools, weapons. The rest of us would reinforce the doors, block off sections, and try to sleep in shifts. Trust was a fragile currency. I noticed the way some people whispered behind others' backs, the way eyes darted nervously at shadows. But I also saw moments of humanity. Mrs. Clark insisted on making a small tea for everyone, using the old employee lounge kettle. Tony, grumbling, shared some protein bars he'd found in the back. We learned each other's weaknesses fast. Emily panicked if she saw blood without gloves. Tony had a quick temper but froze in a crisis. Tommy didn't eat unless someone forced him. And me? I realized I carried the weight of responsibility heavier than I'd ever felt in my life. That first night, we huddled in the break room, listening to the groans outside, the scraping sounds against the metal doors. Every time the lights flickered, every time we heard that telltale rattle of glass or metal, our hearts jumped. I didn't know it then, but that night would set the tone for the next year. Every decision, every argument, every choice to trust, or not trust, would come back to haunt us. I felt it in my gut. Survival wasn't just about keeping the zombies out. It was about keeping the people in line, and keeping myself from breaking first. By sunrise, we were a group, however fragile, bound together by fear. And fear, I would learn, was the strongest glue there is. By the third day, the world outside the grocery store had stopped being a rumor. We knew the truth. Columbus, Ohio, the city I'd called home for 46 years, was burning. I climbed up to the store's rooftop, a habit I picked up when the panic first started. From there, you could see the horizon, smoke curling over the skyline, distant fires lighting the sky like an infernal sunset. Sirens wailed, then cut off abruptly, leaving a hollow silence that pressed in on you. Emily followed me, eyes wide but steady. "It's worse than I thought," she muttered. I didn't answer. Words felt useless. Houses were ablaze, cars overturned in the streets. Figures moved like shadows, slow and jerking. Too many of them to count, too many to care about individually. Inside the store, the group was tense. Everyone had noticed the change in the sounds outside. The groaning was no longer occasional, it was constant, a tide of hunger pressing at the walls. The wind carried it in, rattling the metal doors, scratching the windows. Tony, ever the bravado man, tried to make a joke about Columbus becoming a zombie theme park. He failed miserably, no one laughed. Mrs. Clark hugged her terrier tighter. "It's the end," she whispered, and I didn't argue. I could feel my stomach twist, the same knot that had formed the moment the first man lunged at me in Kroger. Only now it wasn't just one man. It was the entire city. And the smell, smoke, blood, decay, was creeping toward us even through the sealed doors. Emily and I started mapping escape routes if we needed them. We didn't want to leave, but we had to prepare for the inevitable. The barricade could only hold for so long. That night the first real attack came. A group of figures, 5 or 6, smashing the sliding doors with metal rods, screaming a wordless chorus of rage. Their groans were wet, desperate, and human enough to make your stomach heave. We fought them off with carts, broom handles, anything we could grab. One of them, just a teenager I realized too late, got through the back emergency exit. I saw Emily freeze, panic flash in her eyes, before she pulled the metal shelf across the doorway. The sound of bones cracking echoed. I turned away. Tommy cried quietly, clutching his baseball glove. When silence returned, it wasn't relief. It was fear. Fear of knowing that the city wasn't just collapsing, it was gone. That night, as we huddled in the break room, I realized something I hadn't before. Survival wasn't just about the barricades or the weapons. It was about staying sane. And the city burning beneath us was a constant reminder of what we'd lost, and what we might become if we weren't careful. I lay awake, listening to the groaning, the distant fires, the occasional crash, and I made a silent promise. I would protect this group even if it destroyed me. Even if it turned me into someone I didn't recognize. Because in this world, morality was a luxury. And survival? Survival was all that mattered. The day we decided to leave the store, even for a few hours, was the day I realized survival demanded more than courage. It demanded choices we weren't ready to make, and some we'd regret forever. Emily gathered us in the break room, her face pale but determined. "We need food, water, medical supplies. We can't just sit here waiting for them to break in." Tony groaned, arms crossed. "So we walk into the apocalypse for a bag of chips?" I didn't answer. I had already strapped on my backpack, checked my flashlight, and loaded a crowbar. If we were going out, I wanted to be ready. We left in pairs, scanning the streets from the rooftop first. Columbus was a skeleton of itself. Cars burned, overturned, abandoned. Windows shattered. Fires flickered in the distance, painting the night sky orange. And everywhere, moving in jerky, unnatural motions, were the infected. I volunteered to go with Tony. Emily took Mrs. Clark and Tommy. We had to be careful, fast, quiet, coordinated. But as soon as we hit the streets, chaos greeted us. We ducked behind a burnt-out minivan, watching a group of them shuffle past. Their moans were wet and hungry, like the sound of drowning. One of them noticed us. I froze, heart pounding, as it turned its milky white eyes in our direction. Tony lunged with the crowbar. I wanted to yell at him, but he was already swinging. It hit the creature's skull with a sickening crunch. It fell, twitching, and I realized that killing didn't feel heroic. It felt necessary. Inside a nearby pharmacy, we scavenged what we could: bandages, painkillers, canned beans, and bottles of water. Every step was a risk. Every noise could attract more of them. And with each item we carried, we realized the cost wasn't just danger, it was trust. Tommy's backpack was heavy with supplies, and he kept glancing at the street outside, eyes wide. Emily noticed. She pulled him close. "You're doing good, kid," she whispered. "We all are." On the way back, we encountered another group of survivors. They were desperate, more violent than afraid. When they demanded our supplies, I had a choice: fight or give in. I fought. Tony and I managed to scare them off, but the victory felt hollow. One of the strangers fell, twisted in the street, moaning before Tony delivered the final blow. I couldn't meet his eyes afterward. Survival was no longer just about staying alive. It was about making the right choices when every option was wrong. By the time we returned to the grocery store, bruised and exhausted, I realized that the barricade wasn't just a physical defense anymore. It was a mental one. Inside we were safe. Outside, the world was unrecognizable. That night, as we sorted the supplies, I sat in the corner, holding my head in my hands. The groans outside were louder, more desperate. Fires burned further, the wind carrying smoke and ash through the vents. I looked at the group. We were alive, yes, but at what cost? Mrs. Clark rocked her terrier silently. Tony cleaned his bloodied hands. Tommy stared at the floor. Emily checked on the supplies again, methodical, precise, like a soldier bracing for the next battle. And I realized the truth. In this new world, there would always be a price. Every day, every decision, every step outside the barricade demanded a sacrifice. And the worst part? I knew we hadn't paid it all yet. The night came faster than I expected. The sun slipped behind the horizon, leaving the city bathed in a dim, blood-orange glow from the fires still burning blocks away. Inside the store, we moved like shadows, setting up extra barricades, checking weapons, and whispering in low voices. Emily organized shifts for watching the doors. "No one sleeps through the night," she warned. "Even a minute of inattention could get us killed." I took the first watch, crouched behind a pallet of water bottles near the front entrance. The groans outside were constant now, a haunting chorus that pressed against the reinforced glass. Shadows flitted in the flickering light. The closer they got, the more human they seemed and the more terrifying. Then it started. A pounding on the doors, hard, deliberate. They weren't testing us anymore. They were coming. Tony grabbed a broom handle, swinging it like a club. I hefted a crowbar. Mrs. Clark and her terrier huddled together in the corner. Tommy's hand found mine, gripping tight. I felt his fear like a second heartbeat. The front door shook violently. Glass rattled. Metal groaned. And then, through the chaos, one of them, no older than a teenager, managed to wedge itself between a crate and the door. Its face was twisted, gray and wet, lips curling back as it hissed. Emily screamed. Tony swung. The thing fell, twitching, and the others outside seemed to hesitate, maybe sensing their fallen comrade. I realized then that it wasn't just a physical attack. It was psychological. Every groan, every scrape, every shadow that moved unnaturally was meant to break us before it even touched us. Hours passed in a blur of strikes, shoves, and shouted commands. Each time one got too close, I felt a spark of something primal: rage, fear, and a desperate instinct to survive. By midnight, we were battered, shaking, exhausted. When the first light of dawn hit the shelves, we counted heads. Everyone was alive, but the victory was hollow. Tony had a cut across his shoulder. Emily's hands were raw from makeshift bandages. Tommy refused to eat, eyes wide and haunted. I sat on the floor, crowbar beside me, and watched the sun rise over the city through a cracked window. The fire still burned, smoke curling into the sky. Columbus was gone, replaced by something unrecognizable. And I knew deep down that this was only the beginning. The first night attack was a warning. Survival wasn't just about barricades or weapons. It was about endurance, about holding on to your humanity when everything else was trying to strip it away. I clenched my fists. We had survived. But the world outside was growing stronger, smarter, hungrier. And if we didn't adapt next time, there might be no one left inside to fight at all. By the third week in the store, the strain was starting to show. Survival was no longer just about keeping the infected out. It was about keeping the people inside from turning on each other. Emily insisted on organizing everything meticulously, rationing food, marking shifts, keeping watch logs. Tony grumbled about military drills, but followed her instructions nonetheless. Tommy kept to himself, silent and watchful, while Mrs. Clark muttered prayers that seemed louder with each passing day. I was in the back, counting cans of beans and bottles of water, when I noticed something. One of the extra rations, the ones Emily had specifically set aside, was missing. "Tony?" I asked calmly, approaching him. He was leaning against the aisle, cleaning his crowbar. "Did you take any extra supplies?" His smirk faltered. "What? No, why would I?" I felt the weight of 46 years in my gut. I wanted to believe him, but the missing food and his defensive posture said otherwise. Trust was a fragile currency in this world, and it was being spent too fast. That night, we gathered in the break room for a ration check. I watched everyone closely. Eyes darted. Hands trembled slightly. The groans outside felt louder, almost as if they were listening. Tony eventually admitted it. He had taken extra food to save for a rainy day, he said. "I didn't want to see anyone go hungry if we ran out." I felt a strange mix of anger and understanding. The instinct to survive was raw and selfish. But admitting it openly, betraying the group, was dangerous. Emily's face went pale. "We agreed on rationing, Tony. You could have put everyone at risk." Her voice was sharp, trembling with a mix of fear and frustration. The argument escalated, and I realized something. This was the real threat. Not the undead outside, not the fires, not the chaos of Columbus. It was ourselves. Human weakness, fear, and selfishness were more dangerous than any zombie. By the end of the night, we didn't resolve anything. We had survived the attack, but our unity had cracked. Trust had been broken, and once broken, it was hard to repair in a world where every mistake could be fatal. I sat alone on the roof afterward, looking at the smoldering city. The skyline was a skeleton of steel and ash. Somewhere out there, thousands of infected roamed freely. And in here we were teetering on the edge of something just as deadly, human betrayal. I realized something terrifying. Survival wasn't just about defending the store. It was about defending the fragile bonds we had left. And if those bonds shattered completely, there would be no coming back. The first betrayal had been small, almost insignificant in the grand scale of things. But it was a warning. A whisper in my mind, in this world you can't trust anyone. Not fully. Not ever. And I wasn't sure I was strong enough to enforce that truth without losing myself in the process. I had taken to sleeping on the roof most nights. The air was colder, cleaner, and the view gave me some sense of perspective. A small comfort in a city that had turned into a nightmare. It was during one of those nights, just after midnight, when I saw it. A figure moving across the rooftops of the buildings across the street. At first, I thought it was another survivor, but the movements were too smooth, too precise, like it was stalking, calculating. It didn't groan, didn't lurch. It watched. I grabbed my binoculars, straining to see through the smoke. The figure stopped, crouched, then vanished behind a collapsed section of roof. My heart was pounding. I hadn't seen another human being besides Emily, Tony, Tommy, and Mrs. Clark in weeks. Could it be someone else still alive? Or something worse? I climbed down quietly, careful not to make noise, and told Emily, "There's someone, or something, on the rooftops." I saw it moving across the other buildings. She frowned, skeptical. "Are you sure it wasn't a zombie? You've been tense lately." I shook my head. "No. It's different. Watch." We crept to the roof together the next evening, armed with flashlights and makeshift weapons. From our vantage point, we could see the figure again, smaller now, seemingly unafraid of the infected wandering the streets below. It paused, looking directly at us, then disappeared down an alley. "What the hell is it?" Tony muttered, gripping his crowbar. Emily's face went pale. "If it's not like them, maybe it's a survivor. Or a scout, something trying to lure us out." I didn't answer. My gut told me this was bigger than a simple encounter. Whoever, or whatever, was out there, it had knowledge we didn't. It moved with purpose. For the first time I felt a flicker of hope, and the same flicker of dread. Hope that there were other humans alive, capable of reasoning and survival. Dread that it might be too late, and that whatever it was could bring unimaginable danger to us. That night, sleep was impossible. I couldn't shake the image of those eyes staring from across the street, calculating, watching. I realized then that the apocalypse wasn't just about survival, it was about understanding. About learning the rules of this new world before it consumed you. And the rooftop discovery was a reminder. We were no longer the only players in the city. By morning, the city below was silent again, except for the occasional crack of burning wood collapsing somewhere in the distance. The rooftop figure from last night had vanished completely, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. Emily and I sat in the break room, maps of Columbus spread out before us. Every street, every alleyway, every potential barricade was marked. The figure had moved somewhere in the industrial district, across the river, a place we hadn't dared to explore yet. "We can't ignore it," Emily said, tapping the map. Her finger hovered over the streets where we'd seen the figure. "If it's a survivor, it could help us. If it's something else, we need to know before it finds us first." Tony leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. "Or we die trying. I say we stay put. Last thing we need is a mysterious stalker knowing exactly where we live." I rubbed my temples. Both options were terrifying. Investigating meant exposing ourselves to unknown threats. Doing nothing meant leaving a possible ally, or predator, out there gathering information about us. Tommy surprisingly broke the silence. "Maybe it wants us to follow it," he said quietly. His voice carried more courage than I expected. "Maybe it's leading us somewhere safe." Mrs. Clark shook her head, clutching her terrier. "I don't trust it. We're lucky to still be alive. Don't go chasing ghosts." I felt the weight of leadership pressing down. Every choice carried consequences, and hesitation could be fatal. But something inside me refused to ignore this. That figure represented something beyond the chaos. Knowledge, maybe even hope. "Here's what we do," I said finally, voice steady. "Emily and I will scout the area tonight. We'll be fast, quiet, and we'll report back. Tony, keep the barricades strong and everyone ready. No one leaves the store until we know what we're dealing with." Emily nodded, determination flashing in her eyes. "We'll take the alley route. It's covered and we can stay off the streets as much as possible." Tony grunted but didn't argue. He trusted me, or maybe he just trusted the necessity of my decisions. As night fell, I felt the familiar knot of tension in my stomach. The streets of Columbus were no longer a city I knew. They were a labyrinth of danger, and every shadow could be a threat or a guide. We slipped out quietly, the grocery store behind us like a fragile fortress holding back the chaos. The world was silent, but I could feel the weight of eyes on us. Not just from the infected, but from the unknown. And I knew deep down that this encounter could change everything. For better, or for worse. The streets of Columbus were silent, almost unnaturally so, as Emily and I slipped into the alleyways. The moon cast jagged shadows across crumbling brick walls, and the smell of smoke and rot hung heavy in the air. We moved cautiously, every step measured, every sound amplified. The city had taught me that silence was just as dangerous as noise. A single misstep could draw the infected, or worse, unknown survivors with unknown intentions. Then we saw it. At first, it was just a silhouette crouched atop a collapsed storefront, perfectly still. Its movements were deliberate, almost animal-like. The figure shifted, crouching lower, then darted down the alley with uncanny speed. Emily's hand tightened on my arm. "There," she whispered. "Do you see it?" I nodded, following silently. The figure paused at the next intersection, seemingly waiting for us to approach. That's when I noticed something strange. It wasn't wearing torn clothes like the infected. Its movements were human, precise, purposeful. We followed cautiously, keeping distance, until it disappeared into a narrow corridor behind an abandoned warehouse. "Wait," Emily said, crouching behind a dumpster. "We can't just storm in. It might be armed." I agreed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. This was no ordinary encounter. Whoever, or whatever, this was, it had been watching us. Maybe even testing us. We edged closer, peering around the corner, and that's when we saw it clearly. The figure was a young woman, ragged but alert. Her eyes scanned the alley like she was reading every possible danger, calculating every movement. She carried a small pack, a makeshift spear strapped to her back, and a quiet confidence that made my skin crawl with unease. She didn't notice us at first, busy rummaging through a box of supplies. Then she froze, slowly turning her head toward us. Her gaze locked onto mine. It wasn't hostile, but it wasn't friendly either. For a long, tense moment, we just stared at each other. I felt Emily's hand tighten on mine. Trust, I realized, was going to be earned in this world, and this woman held the first card. Finally, she spoke, her voice low but firm. "You shouldn't be out here." I swallowed hard. "We could say the same to you." Her eyes flicked to Emily, then back to me. "Maybe. But I've been watching. You're trying to survive. That's obvious." Something about her tone hinted at experience, survival knowledge I didn't have. And for the first time in weeks, I felt a spark of something I hadn't felt in a long while. Hope. But hope in Columbus was dangerous. Too much trust too soon could get you killed. I realized that tonight we weren't just testing her, we were testing ourselves. And in this new world, the first real encounter with another survivor could either save us, or destroy everything we'd built inside the grocery store. We kept our distance at first, watching her every move. The young woman, maybe in her early 20s, moved with precision, scanning every corner of the alley before collecting supplies. Emily whispered my name, her voice taut with both caution and curiosity. Finally, I stepped forward, raising my hands slightly to show we meant no harm. "We're not here to fight," I said, keeping my voice low. "We just want to understand who you are." She froze, then relaxed slightly. "You're brave or stupid," she said, her voice carrying a dry edge. "Depends on how the night ends." I gestured toward the grocery store behind us. "We've been holed up there trying to survive. Like you, I suppose." Her eyes narrowed. "Survival, it's a fragile thing. Most people give it up before the world does it for them." There was a pause. Then she introduced herself. "Name's Riley. I've been moving through the city since it started, before anyone thought it was permanent." Emily and I exchanged a glance. "How long have you been out here?" I asked. "Since day 3, she said. Her eyes flicked to the burned-out streets around us. "I watched everything fall apart. People, they didn't survive because of the infected. They survived because of their choices. And I've seen what people will do when desperate." Riley's story unfolded in a way that made my blood run cold. She'd witnessed entire neighborhoods overrun, not just by the infected but by the panic-stricken, those who turned on each other, stealing, lying, killing to survive. She had moved quietly, avoiding the chaos, learning the rules of this new world. "Why haven't we seen anyone else?" Emily asked cautiously. Riley shrugged. "Most survivors are hiding or already dead. The rest, they're waiting for you to make a mistake. I've been alone mostly. But I've seen things, people forming communities, failing, disappearing. And you?" She looked at me sharply. "How many of you left?" 5, I said quietly. "Including us." She studied us for a long moment, then nodded. You're lucky. But luck won't last. Not here. If you want to survive, you need more than luck. You need strategy, trust, and the willingness to do what others won't. Her words cut deeper than any zombie attack could. I realized she was telling the truth. Our little barricade, our rations, our careful watches, they were not enough. We were surviving by chance, not design. Riley glanced back toward the streets. If you want, I can show you how to move, how to gather supplies without getting killed, and maybe even find others still alive. But it won't be easy, and it won't be safe. I swallowed hard. The weight of leadership pressed down harder than ever. Trusting her could save us, or it could be the decision that kills everyone inside the grocery store. Yet, in that moment, I felt something I hadn't felt in weeks. Hope. Hope that survival didn't have to mean hiding forever. Hope that maybe, just maybe, there was a way to fight back against the city that had swallowed Columbus whole. I looked at Emily. She nodded slightly, a silent agreement. We'll do it, I said, voice firm. But on our terms. Riley smirked. Fair enough. You'll learn fast, or you'll die fast. There's no middle ground out here. And as she led us through the shadows of the city, I realized that the grocery store, our fortress, had been just the beginning. The real test of survival was about to start, and we were stepping directly into the unknown. The grocery store felt smaller the night we left it. Our barricades, our careful routines, our fragile sense of safety, they were all behind us now. I carried a crowbar, Emily a makeshift spear, and Riley moved silently, scanning every corner like the city itself feared her presence. This route is the least traveled, she whispered, leading us down a narrow alley lined with abandoned storefronts. The infected avoid it because it's too cluttered. But humans like shortcuts. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Humans had always been the wild card in this new world. Some were dead, some were desperate, and some were something worse. The plan was simple. Reach a small convenience store on the edge of the industrial district, grab supplies, and get back before dawn. Simple in theory. Dangerous in practice. The first sign of trouble was subtle. A groan echoed from a side street, low and hesitant. Not a horde, just one or two. We froze. Emily raised her spear, and I gripped the crowbar tighter. They're slow. We can move, Riley whispered. Stay low, stay quiet. We pressed against the shadows, every step deliberate. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as we skirted the first zombie, its milky eyes fixed on nothing, yet somehow sensing life. Then came the human threat. A barricade across the street, makeshift and crude, with a faint light flickering inside. Riley paused. Others are here. They've seen us. I froze. The infected weren't the only danger. Humans could be far worse. Emily looked at me, fear in her eyes. Should we try to avoid them? Riley shook her head. No. Too late. They've got eyes. We go through or we die out here. The confrontation was tense but brief. Two survivors emerged, weapons raised, faces pale and wild. Words were exchanged, hostile at first, then cautious. They were desperate, like most people we'd seen. They eyed our group warily, trying to gauge whether we were worth attacking or ignoring. In the end, we passed without violence, but the encounter left a bitter taste. Trust was a currency even scarcer than food. Finally, we reached the convenience store. The shelves were mostly empty, but we found enough. Canned goods, bottled water, first aid supplies. I stacked everything into my pack, grateful for the small victory. But as we prepared to leave, Riley stiffened. Wait, she said, eyes narrowing. We're not alone. From the shadows, a single figure emerged, moving slowly, deliberately, a stalker of some kind. Not infected, not human in any ordinary sense. Something else. Something intelligent. Emily gasped. What is that? I didn't answer. My gut told me this was only the beginning. The city wasn't just full of the undead and desperate survivors. It was hiding secrets we were only starting to glimpse. And with every step we took further from the grocery store, The truth became clearer. Survival wasn't just about food, water, and barricades. It was about understanding the rules of this new world and learning fast. Because if we didn't, we wouldn't make it to the next sunrise. The city felt alive in the worst possible way as we left the convenience store. Shadows stretched across broken streets, twisting in shapes that made my stomach knot. I nodded but said nothing. Experience had taught me that panic in the group could be as dangerous as the infected themselves. We had to stay focused, and right now, focus meant moving. We took a narrow back street, littered with debris and overturned trash bins. Every step was careful, every sound calculated. Then came the first sign that we weren't alone, the subtle click of a metal object against the pavement. I froze. Emily froze. Riley's head snapped toward the sound, eyes narrowing. "Human," she hissed. "And armed." A figure emerged from behind a burned-out car, holding what looked like a pipe. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but his posture screamed readiness to fight. "Stop right there," he shouted, voice rough, desperate. "Or I swear I'll—" Riley stepped forward. "We don't want trouble," she said calmly, her hand resting near the spear strapped to her back. "We're just passing through." The man hesitated, eyeing us like we were predators. "Passing through?" he spat. "This street's mine. I don't let anyone—" Before he could finish, the groaning of the infected reached our ears. 1, 2, 3, emerging from the alleys we had ignored, drawn by noise or instinct. In an instant, everything shifted. The man's weapon dropped slightly, panic overtaking hostility. Riley barked orders. "Move. Stay tight. Don't stop." We sprinted through the shadows, dodging overturned cars and debris, the infected close behind. I swung my crowbar when one lunged, Emily's spear finding its mark with precision. Riley led the way, her instincts flawless. Somehow, we made it to an abandoned loading dock, the infected failing to follow into the precarious gaps of rubble. Our pursuer had vanished, probably retreating into another alley. Breathing hard, I looked at Emily. "We can't keep doing this," I said, voice shaky. "Every step outside the store is a gamble with death." Riley didn't answer immediately. She scanned the streets below, her expression unreadable. Finally she said, "This city isn't just dangerous. It's alive. And it knows how to kill you if you're careless. You survived this long because you stayed put. Now, you're learning to move." Her words hit harder than any groan of the undead. She was right. The grocery store had been a cocoon. Now every choice, every movement mattered. And the shadows themselves seemed to watch, waiting for mistakes. As we caught our breath, I realized something terrifying. Survival wasn't just about outlasting the infected. It was about outsmarting everyone and everything else lurking in these streets, humans, monsters, and the city itself. And in that moment, I understood the harsh truth. The world we once knew was gone. The rules had changed. And if we wanted to survive, we'd have to change too. We moved through the city like shadows, every step deliberate, every corner scanned for danger. Riley led us with a certainty I envied, weaving through streets I'd never dared traverse. The further we went, the more I realized just how much of Columbus had become unrecognizable: burned cars, abandoned homes, and streets littered with remnants of a world that no longer existed. Finally, Riley stopped at a nondescript brick building, its windows boarded, a faded sign declaring it Anderson Hardware long ago. "This is it," she said softly. "Our next stop. Safe for now." I studied the building. From the outside, it looked abandoned, but Riley's eyes gleamed with experience. She pushed open a side door, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Inside, the air was musty but breathable, and the layout was perfect. Small rooms for hiding, sturdy shelves for supplies, and even a narrow stairwell leading to a makeshift lookout. Emily exhaled, dropping her spear. Finally, a place to breathe. I nodded but didn't let myself relax. "Riley, are we the only ones who know about this?" She shook her head. "I've been careful. Only a handful of people know, and none of them are here. We can stay for now, but it won't last. Places like this don't stay hidden forever. We began settling in, stacking supplies and barricading entrances. Riley had a system, quiet, efficient, almost militaristic. I could see the difference between someone who had survived by chance and someone who survived by design. Hours later, as the city outside darkened, I heard a faint knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat. Riley froze, listening. "Stay behind me," she whispered. A voice called softly from outside. "Please, anyone there? I need help." Emily glanced at me, eyes wide. "We can't just leave them out there." I hesitated. Riley's hand rested on the spear strapped to her back. "It's a risk," she said quietly. "We don't know who or what we'd be letting in. But sometimes, trust is the only thing that keeps you human." I opened the door slowly. A young man, maybe 25, stood there, face pale, clothes tattered. He carried a small backpack and nothing else. His eyes were desperate, but there was an edge, something I couldn't place immediately. "What's your name?" I asked. "Ethan," he whispered. I've been on my own. Please. I won't cause trouble. I need shelter." Riley studied him, assessing his every move. After a long pause, she nodded. "Fine. But one wrong move, and you leave, or worse." Ethan nodded, relief flooding his face. We led him inside, quietly discussing where he could sleep and how we'd ration supplies. I watched him settle into a corner, and a thought struck me that sent a shiver down my spine. Survival wasn't just about fighting zombies anymore. It was about trust. And trust in this world was as fragile as the barricades we built. As night fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that bringing Ethan in might change everything. The safe house felt less like a sanctuary and more like a fragile thread holding together a world on the edge of chaos. And deep down, I knew that the moment we let someone new in, everything could unravel, because in this city, safety was always temporary. The safe house felt different the next morning. What had once been a quiet refuge now buzzed with subtle tension. Ethan kept to himself, helping minimally with barricades and rationing, while Riley moved like a sentinel, scanning the streets outside every few minutes. I tried to focus on organizing our supplies, but something in the air unsettled me. It wasn't fear of the infected. Riley had taught us to handle that. No, this was something else. A gnawing sense that danger had moved inside our walls. Emily noticed it too. "Jack, do you feel it?" she asked quietly as we checked the pantry. "It's like someone's hiding something." I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I do. And I think it's Ethan." Riley's instincts proved right. Later that day, while I was checking the perimeter, I caught Ethan sneaking toward the hidden storage room. He froze when he saw me. I was just trying to steal our supplies," I finished, voice low but firm. His face paled. "I didn't want to. I just needed." I slammed my crowbar against the wall beside him. "We've risked our lives keeping you alive. You betray that, you're gone. Understand?" He nodded quickly, eyes wide. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean." Before I could respond, Riley appeared behind me, her expression icy. "Jack's right. In this world, betrayal is a death sentence no matter how small. You take from us, you take from everyone. And that's not negotiable." Ethan dropped his gaze, trembling. "I won't do it again. I swear." I turned away, trying to mask the anger boiling inside me. Emily's hand found mine, giving a gentle squeeze. "We have to be careful, Jack," she whispered. "Trust is dangerous, but so is turning him away." Riley's eyes didn't leave Ethan. "We'll keep him. But under watch. Every move he makes, every choice, it will be observed. One mistake and he's out. Or worse." The tension in the safe house didn't fade. That night, sleep came in short bursts, interrupted by dreams of betrayal, of shadows moving silently, and of the infected closing in on us while we argued over trust. By morning, I realized that survival in this world wasn't just about fighting zombies or navigating abandoned streets. It was about managing people, keeping them alive, keeping them honest, keeping them from tearing each other apart. And the truth hit me like a crowbar to the chest. Sometimes the biggest threat wasn't outside the barricades. It was inside. I looked at Ethan across the room, saw the fear and guilt etched on his face, and knew one thing for certain. Our fragile safe house, our little refuge in this city of death, was now on borrowed time. And I didn't know how long it would last. The night fell like a shroud over the city, swallowing every street, every abandoned car, every shadow that might hide a threat. In the safe house, we huddled quietly, listening to the distant groans of the undead and the subtle creaks of the building settling under its own weight. Riley had stationed herself by the windows, spear in hand, scanning the streets with a precision I envied. Emily double-checked the barricades, while Ethan sat silently, eyes flicking nervously from wall to wall. I felt the weight of the silence pressing down on me. Every creak, every whisper of wind, every distant moan felt like a warning. And then, almost too late, I heard it, the soft crunch of gravel outside. Outside, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Riley's eyes narrowed. Multiple, she said, low and tense. Not infected. Too coordinated. I grabbed my crowbar and crept toward the door, signaling Emily to follow. Ethan stayed put, hands trembling slightly. The safe house had gone from a refuge to a trap, and we all knew it. Then the pounding started. First one, then two, then a rapid barrage against the reinforced door. They wanted in, and they weren't negotiating. Barricade stronger. Riley shouted. We heaved whatever we could against the door, tables, chairs, heavy shelving. The attackers didn't relent. The windows shook as something slammed against them, and a guttural voice shouted, "Open up! We know someone's in there." Emily's eyes met mine. "It's them, survivors," she said, dread in her voice. "Humans not infected." Riley growled. "Humans are worse than the dead. Don't open." And then I realized something terrifying. If they got in, our safe house wouldn't just fall, it would be destroyed. Everything we'd fought for, all the progress we'd made, gone in minutes. I swung the crowbar at a weak spot in the door, bracing against it, and shouted, "We're not opening. Leave now or we fight." The pounding paused, and then came a mocking laugh. "You think you can keep us out? This city belongs to no one." I felt a surge of rage and fear mix in my chest. Emily tightened her grip on her spear, Riley's stance was deadly, and even Ethan seemed ready to act despite his earlier betrayal. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, it was hard to tell in the darkness. The attackers tested every weak point, but the barricades held. Finally, as if frustrated by our stubborn resistance, the sounds retreated into the night. We sank to the floor, breathing hard, muscles trembling from the effort. Ethan looked at us, pale and shaken. I didn't think they'd leave." I didn't answer. I just looked at Riley and Emily, realizing that survival wasn't just about fighting the undead or navigating streets. It was about enduring the human element, trust, betrayal, and violence lurking just outside our doors. Riley's voice cut through the silence. "This city will never let you rest. Not us, not the infected, not anyone. If we survive tonight, it's only because we're smarter, stronger, and merciless when we have to be." I swallowed hard, thinking about the weeks ahead. The night raid had shown us something important. Safety was temporary, trust was fragile, and danger could come from any direction, alive or dead. And deep down, I knew the worst was yet to come. The morning after the night raid was eerily silent. The city outside seemed to be holding its breath, and so did we. The adrenaline from the previous night had faded, leaving a gnawing tension that no amount of barricading could dispel. I moved through the safe house, checking each corner, each barricade, and each shadow. Emily was gathering what supplies remained, her movements methodical, almost mechanical. Riley sat in the corner, spear across her knees, eyes scanning the walls as if the attackers could emerge from the very plaster. And then there was Ethan, sitting alone, head in his hands. The night raid had shaken him badly, and I wasn't sure if he would ever recover the trust he had nearly destroyed with his earlier betrayal. "Jack?" Emily's voice pulled me from my thoughts. "Do you think they'll come back?" I hesitated. They might. Humans are unpredictable. They saw weakness. They saw that we were barricaded in, alone. That's all the temptation they need. Riley's voice was sharper when she spoke. Humans are far worse than the dead. At least the infected follow instinct. Humans make choices, and sometimes those choices are fatal. It was true. I'd learned that the hard way over the past months. The world outside wasn't just dangerous because of what lurked in the streets. It was dangerous because of who, or what, we had to rely on to survive. Ethan finally spoke, voice trembling. I didn't mean to last night. I swear. I panicked. I looked at him, the memory of his first attempted betrayal still fresh. Panic is one thing, I said. Betrayal is another. If you make the wrong choice again, there won't be another chance. Riley's eyes didn't leave his face. We can't trust him fully yet. And if we let that fear control us, we'll make mistakes. Mistakes kill people out there, and mistakes kill people in here. The day dragged on in tense silence, broken only by the occasional creak of the building or the distant groan of the infected. Every noise felt amplified, every shadow suspicious. I couldn't help but notice the cracks forming in our group. Emily's patience was thinning, Riley's vigilance bordering on paranoia, and Ethan was fading under the weight of his own guilt. By evening, the tension reached a breaking point. A small argument erupted over rationing, escalating far faster than it should have. Voices raised, accusations flew, and for a moment, I realized just how fragile our alliances had become. I slammed my hand on the table. Enough. This isn't about who's right or wrong. This is about surviving. If we start fighting each other, we're already dead. The room went silent. Even Riley looked at me, expression unreadable. Emily's lips pressed into a thin line, and Ethan shrank back into his corner, shame and fear etched across his face. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. We survive together or we don't survive at all. That's the rule. Understand? A hesitant nod from Riley. A small, almost imperceptible agreement from Emily. Ethan swallowed hard and muttered, "I understand." But deep down, I knew the cracks hadn't fully healed. Fractured alliances didn't mend overnight, and in this world, a single crack could be enough to bring everything down. As night fell, I lay awake listening to the sounds of the city, the distant groans, the scuttling of rats, the echo of human footsteps, and realized something I hadn't fully admitted. The real danger wasn't just outside. It was inside. And sooner or later, those fractures would either save us or destroy us. The morning air in the safe house was thick with unease. Silence had replaced the chaos of yesterday, but it was a tense silence, the kind that wraps itself around your chest and refuses to let go. I could feel it pressing against me, pressing against all of us. Ethan hadn't left his corner all morning. His eyes darted nervously every time someone moved, every time a shadow shifted. I knew he was battling something inside, guilt, fear, maybe even shame, but in this world those were luxuries you couldn't afford. Riley broke the silence first. "We need to check the perimeter." Her voice carried authority, the kind that brooked no argument. No excuses. Everyone comes. Emily and I nodded, grabbing our weapons. Ethan hesitated, then followed, shoulders hunched, hands shaking slightly as he held a makeshift bat. Outside, the city was eerily quiet. The streets were littered with debris, abandoned cars, and the occasional silhouette of a figure lurking far in the distance. I kept scanning, senses on high alert. But my attention kept drifting back to Ethan. We had been attacked once, betrayed once, and every step now was a test. And I wasn't sure if Ethan would pass or fail. Riley signaled a small alley ahead. Check it, she whispered. Emily and I moved forward, weapons raised. Ethan lagged slightly behind. And then it happened. From the shadows, a small group of scavengers emerged, humans armed, eyes wild. One of them lunged at Emily, but she twisted, striking him down with the butt of her spear. I swung my crowbar at another, catching him across the shoulder. And Ethan froze. I yelled, "Move! Help us!" He took a step back, then another, and finally, he ran. Not at us, not away from the danger. He ran toward the scavengers. Time seemed to slow. I watched in disbelief as he dropped his bat and started talking to them, gesturing frantically. I couldn't hear what he was saying over the chaos, but the look in his eyes was unmistakable. Fear and desperation. Riley cursed under her breath. "He's betraying us. Again." Emily grabbed my arm. "Jack, we can't." I didn't respond. I charged forward, hoping to intercept him before he crossed a line from which there was no return. But it was too late. The scavengers disappeared down the alley with Ethan, leaving us shaken and furious. The betrayal cut deeper than any zombie bite could. Back in the safe house, the tension was unbearable. Riley slammed her spear against the floor, and Emily's hands shook as she tried to barricade the doors. I stared at the empty corner where Ethan had been, a mix of anger, fear, and disbelief churning inside me. He had made his choice, and now we were left to deal with the consequences. I realized then that survival wasn't just about fighting the undead or securing safe houses. It was about making impossible decisions, about trusting and losing trust in a world that demanded constant vigilance. And Ethan's betrayal had taught me something chilling. Sometimes the people you let in are the very ones who can destroy you from within. As night fell, the city outside seemed darker, more hostile. The infected groaned in the distance, but their sound was almost secondary now. The real threat had always been human. And I knew deep down that the next choice we made, our choice, would determine if we survived another day, or became just another cautionary tale. A year. 365 days since the world had turned upside down, since the infected had emerged and life as I knew it ended. A full year barricaded inside a grocery store in Ohio, surviving through fear, hunger, and human betrayal. The safe house had changed. We had fortified it beyond recognition, turning aisles into fortresses and cold storage into armories. Emily was leaner, tougher, eyes sharp with the precision of someone who had survived countless close calls. Riley was relentless, her vigilance bordering on obsession, but she had saved my life more times than I could count. And Ethan? He was gone. His betrayal had cost him everything, and though part of me mourned the loss of trust, I knew that in this world, survival often demanded ruthlessness. I stood by the front window, staring out at the streets that had once been bustling with life. Now, silence dominated them, punctuated only by distant groans, the shuffle of infected, and the occasional flicker of human movement. Every day had been a test, every night a battle. And yet we were still here. Emily joined me, her hand brushing against mine, a quiet reassurance. "We made it," she whispered. Not a celebration, not a relief. Just acknowledgement. We had endured, and that was victory enough in this broken world. Riley came up behind us, spear in hand, scanning the horizon as always. "A year," she muttered. "Survived. But for how long?" I didn't answer immediately. I thought about the past 12 months, the fear, the fights, the loss, and the moments of fragile hope. I thought about the people we had trusted, the mistakes we had made, and the lives we had managed to protect. Then I said quietly, "As long as we have each other, we keep going. That's all any of us can do." The groans outside reminded me that danger was never far. But for the first time in a long time, I felt a strange kind of calm. We had survived a year in a world that had gone mad. We had learned to trust even when it was dangerous. We had fought, lost, and endured. And though every day was uncertain, every night could be our last, we had proven something crucial. humanity in all its flawed, desperate glory could endure. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the weight of the past year settle. And in that silence I promised myself something simple, something human. No matter what came next, we would survive. Together. Because after 365 days of horror, fear, and betrayal, surviving wasn't just about barricades or weapons. It was about resilience, loyalty, and the stubborn, unyielding spark of hope that refused to die. And as the city moaned outside, I knew we were still alive. And that, in a world ruled by death, was everything.